Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 7 of the Jinchuuriki's brother. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 44, The Forest of Death. With Team 7, in the Forest of Death. Alright team, what's the plan? Narumi asked her two friends when the second stage of the Chunin exams officially started, the team not having moved too far from the gate that they had been assigned to. Why don't we start by seeing which of the scrolls we got? Sasuke replied. Narumi pulled out the scroll and handed it to Sasuke. So we got the Earth Scroll, huh? Sasuke commented as he looked at the black scroll in Narumi's hand. We need to decide who's gonna hold on to this. Sasuke brought up. Does that matter? What's so important about that anyway? Narumi wondered. Sasuke sighed. Looked like he'd have to explain the obvious. Think from the perspective of the one seeking to take the scrolls from another team. We all know that each team of 3 has one scroll. So, there are a couple ways this can be handled. We can just defeat everyone on their team and look through all of their stuff until we find it. This is the most energy consuming, but surest way. Another method is to identify who has it, isolate them in some way, and then either defeat them or convince them to hand it over. Another way is to convince the whole team somehow and get them to hand their scroll over. This is least energy consuming way, but also difficult to achieve since most won't go down without a fight. Narumi nodded as she paid attention. Right. And? So, the middle ground between the extremes, and the most feasible one is the second method I mentioned. Ambushing the person holding the scroll and taking it. Even if we can't catch them alone or by surprise and end up engaging their whole team, we could isolate them in a fight to focus on them, Sasuke continued to explain. Aha. Narumi replied as if she knew where Sasuke was going with this, but the confused look she tried to hide on her face was evident to Sasuke's perceptive eyes. And that means it's important to figure out who is actually holding the scroll, Narumi. Sasuke explained as his patience started to diminish. Oh. Right. Of course. Narumi replied. But that's something everyone knows. So, it becomes a psychological game, where teams will try to make it difficult to guess who actually has the scroll. Each team is comprised of people with different skills, talents, and capabilities. The basic and most obvious strategy is to give it to the strongest person because they're able to protect it best. But how about approaching the problem from the other direction? Give it to the weakest person because nobody will expect them to have it, in a bit of reverse psychology? Or maybe instead of deciding based on strength, you give it based on decision making? Give it to the smartest one because they'll make the best decisions. Or go for reverse psychology again and give it to the dumbest person who'll just guard it with their life? Or, regardless of what category you decide on, give it to the middle person who might fly under the radar? There are so many factors to consider. Narumi's head was spinning from all of the factors Sasuke brought up. Sheesh. So many things to consider. So, what's your idea then? She asked the Uchiha Jonin. Not trying to brag or anything, but I think most people would assume I'm the strongest of our group, being the rookie of the year and an Uchiha. Narumi rolled her eyes. Whatever. I'm saying that's what most people would think, numbskull. Not saying it's true. Sasuke told Narumi as he caught her eye roll. But I'm not saying it's not true either, he said with a cheeky smirk to bother her more. Alright, whatever. You know I'll kick your butt in a fight if we really fought. Just get to the point, Mr. Sakura wannabe. Sasuke growled at Narumi when he was reminded of when she dyed his hair pink. It took him days and what felt like hundreds of showers to get his hair back to black. It still had a dark pink hue to it when viewed from the right angle under the sunlight. You really think you can beat me? All those challenges I beat you and sure tell another story, ramen brain. Narumi and Sasuke glared at each other, practically snarling at each other like two dogs who had a disagreement. Guys? A quiet voice called out. What? The two arguing genins yelled back as they turned to look at the voice who disrupted their argument. Shouldn't we focus on the task at hand? We are in the middle of the Chunin exams after all. Hinata reminded them. Ah. You're right. I'll let this stupid mountain gorilla distract me. Hey. I heard you clearly this time. You just called me a mountain gorilla, Narumi shouted out angrily. Sasuke pretended he didn't hear her. So anyway, most people will probably think I'm the strongest of the bunch and think I'm headstrong and insist on holding the scroll. That's why I don't think I should hold on to it. So, how about Narumi-chan? Hinata asked. Nah. She attracts way too much attention. I'm sure some people are out to get her just to shut her up. She's also headstrong and people probably expect either me or her to have the scroll. Sasuke replied. Hey! I heard that. I'm not that loud, Narumi shouted, unaware of the fact that she was proving Sasuke's point. Sasuke ignored her again. I think it's best if you hold on to the scroll, Hinata. You don't attract too much attention, and you're more level-headed than me and Narumi. Hinata looked over at Narumi to get her opinion. Narumi rolled her eyes but nodded her approval. She had to admit Sasuke had a good point. Good. Now that we've decided that, we now need to decide on who'll be the leader for this mission. Sasuke brought up. Ooh. Pick me. Pick me. Narumi waved her hand in the air to get their attention. Yeah. Absolutely not. Sasuke replied. Narumi pouted. Hey. Why not? I make good plans. Think about that time I dyed your hair. Don't. Just stop right there. Don't remind me or I might accidentally miss with my shuriken and have it accidentally land in your back, Sasuke hissed out in a threat. Besides, I think I should be leader instead anyway, Sasuke continued. Oh really? Of course, you'd say that. What makes you think you'd be better suited than me anyway? Narumi argued. Well, to start, I'm smarter than you. Remember everything I had to explain to you earlier? Sasuke reminded her. Narumi sucked in her lips as she became silent. She had to concede on that point. Besides, I already have some ideas on how to proceed with this mission. Unless you have better ideas other than just randomly walking around and finding random people to fight. Crap. How did that cocky bastard know that's exactly what her plan was? Alright then, Sasuke-chan. Let's hear what your great plan is then. Narumi asked as she crossed her arms. Thought you'd never ask, Sasuke said with a smirk. Now don't interrupt until I'm done talking, alright? Narumi rolled her eyes. So, we should use a column formation, with me at the front, Narumi at the center, and Hinata at the rear. I can use my Sharingan to analyze tracks or traces that may have been left behind and look for any signs of enemies who may be hiding. Hinata can use her Byakugan to look behind her even as she faces forward, so she's the perfect person to watch our backs. Narumi, you can be in the middle so you can either jump ahead or behind to quickly support either side if anything happens. Hinata and Narumi nodded at Sasuke's plan for the formation. It seemed solid enough. Sasuke continued. Narumi, you could also create a bunch of clones and have them form a perimeter around us at some distance, as a form of an early warning system. Wouldn't seeing my clones just alert the other teams that I'm nearby? Narumi asked. That's why you'll have them in a henge. Transform into random people and have them scatter all around us. If they see anything, they can dispel, giving you the general location of where the threat might be coming from. You can then tell Hinata the direction, and she can use her Byakugan to give us a more in-detail description of what's going on. Narumi and Hinata nodded in agreement. Huh. That was clever. Why hadn't she thought of that before? Narumi wondered. I was thinking we could all assume a henge as well so we can stay under the radar. Sasuke proposed. But what if our friends see us but don't know it's us and attack us? Narumi asked. Perhaps that might be an excessive measure, Sasuke-kun. Even if they do know our identity, the other teams don't know what we are really capable of. We'll still have an element of surprise on our side. Hinata reasoned. I guess you're right. Besides, the strong ones would see through the henge anyway, and we don't really need to worry about the weak ones. Maybe we can actually use it to our advantage so they'll come to us thinking we're weak, and spare us the effort of looking for them. Sasuke admitted. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. That's everything, right? Can we actually start now? Or are there more things we need to figure out? Captain? Narumi said that last part sarcastically, as she asked impatiently, itching to get moving. Sasuke caught her sarcasm, but still smirked at being called captain. The idea of having Narumi as an underling was something he would relish. He shook his head. Nah, we're good to go. He turned towards the forest and began to head in deeper. Alright Team 7. Let's get this party started. With Naruto. After hearing the second stage of the exam began in the Forest of Death, Naruto was wandering down the streets of Konoha deep in thought. His sister was involved in a life or death exam for a fast-track promotion to Chunin, and there was a lot on his mind. Sure, he believed in her and his team, But he couldn't help but be worried. One mistake and he could lose her. He started thinking back on how he raised her from near infancy. He had bottle-fed her himself, cleaned her, changed her diapers, and put her to sleep as if he was both her mother and father since he was 8. She had practically been his child for his whole life. Now she was on track to be promoted to Chunin, and was getting ready to leave the nest, so to speak. Even if she didn't make Chunin, she'd still be handed over to a different sensei, most likely Kakashi, in about a month or so, as it had been decided that he would become Hokage after a short apprenticeship under Hiruzen, following the end of the Chunin exams. Naruto scowled at the thought. He hated that position ever since the moment his father had been forced to choose between the village and his family. His father chose to destroy his family for the sake of the village, but the village didn't reciprocate the goodwill back to him or Narumi. And now he had to take the role of protector and leader of these backstabbing ingrates. He was expected to sacrifice everything for the sake of the village. He scoffed at the thought. Now, Naruto didn't outright hate the village, and he would sacrifice a lot to protect the village's father gave up his life, and the happiness of his family, to save. But he also definitely did not and would not put the village above his family like the Yondaime had done. If they ever expected him to use Narumi like some caged animal to be loosed on their enemies, if they dared to deny of her dignity as a human being, he would show them that demons were not just limited to the Baijuu. Hey! What's with the sour face, Naruto-kun? Huh? Naruto was broken out of his brooding when a familiar face called out to him. It was Izumi. Sheesh. Are you trying to be like Fugaku-sama? You're gonna be competing with Sandaime-sama in wrinkles by the time you're 30 if you keep making faces like that. Izumi told Naruto as she joined him in walking. Naruto just rolled his eyes. Yeah. Whatever. What do you want? Izumi put a hand to her heart. Oh my. Can a friend just come to hang out? She told Naruto as she feigned being hurt. Naruto realized he was being snappy from the scenarios he was making up in his head regarding the village and Narumi. He needed to calm down. There was no need to be rude to someone who was practically family. Fine. My bad. What can I do for you? He asked Izumi in a tone he thought was more friendly, but what most others would think as cold or apathetic. It didn't really bother Izumi though. She knew what Naruto was like. He was just a cute angry puppy who needed to be wrapped up in a blanket and be fed copious amounts of ice cream as they watched a heartwarming movie. She'd never say that to him though, being the prickly porcupine that he was. So, you have free time for the first time in like ages. How is it? What you got planned? She asked. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he thought about it. Huh. Now that he thought about it, he did have the next few days off while his team competed. It had been so long since he didn't have a mission or have something planned with his team, that it was a bit awkward. I don't know. Maybe train? Work on some seals? He answered back. Boo. That is like literally the lamest plan. That's all you ever do. You have 5 days off. Do something fun that's not related to work or training. Izumi responded. Fun? Naruto asked himself out loud. Maybe he could head down to T&I to test out one of his new interrogation seals? But that sounded too much like work, and he was not quite Anko or Aviki. Maybe he could try to see how much ramen he could eat? No, that was a waste of money. Sure, he was rich now, but money was meant to be spent wisely. Maybe he could spar with one of his clones? No. That was training too. Izumi watched Naruto's face in disbelief as he tried his best to come up with something fun but failed. Oh my gosh. Are you really struggling this hard to think of something fun? Well, you know. Fun. I guess we should start by defining what fun is, and what it could mean for different people. Maybe training is fun for me? Can fun even be measured? Naruto blabbered, trying to come up with some vague excuse and hide his embarrassment in not being able to come up with anything. Had he always been this boring of a person? Yeah. No. Don't try that with me, mister. Don't change the topic, Izumi snapped back. Drat. Damn Izumi and her perceptiveness to these kinds of things. When Naruto was left stuttering to reply, Izumi silenced him. Okay, it's clear that you don't know what fun means, so why don't you let me choose some things for you to do? I mean, you should go to the doctor when you're sick, and go to a smith if you need new kunai, right? Naruto raised an eyebrow. So, you're saying you're the equivalent of a doctor when it comes to fun? Izumi nodded. Aha. People love me, Naruto-kun. And it's not just because of my looks, okay? Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah. Whatever. So, what's the plan for me then, Fun-sama? Hee hee. Let's see. Izumi began to rub her palms together gleefully, which made Naruto nervous. Well, I think we should start with something easy. Why don't we try some socializing? We could have a dinner with some friends. She suggested. Friends? You want us to have dinner together? Naruto asked with one eyebrow raised. I was thinking more of a gathering of more friends. You do have more friends, right? She asked carefully. Naruto rubbed his chin as he began to think again. Izumi sighed. This would be the same thing as when he tried to think of something fun. She'd have to do everything here. Okay, friends don't have to mean like best friends. Open up your really narrow parameters. Anyone who you get along with. I guess I'm alright with Anko, Shizune-san, Yugao, and some of my Anbu guys? Yeah. Anbu have their hands full with village security right now, including Yugao-san, and Anko is busy with proctoring the second exam. Izumi explained. We could start with dinner with me and Shizune-san. Naruto nodded. Sure. That sounds fine. I do owe her for helping out with training Hinata anyway. Maybe this is my chance to pay her back a little bit by buying the three of us dinner. Ooh, nice. If you're trying to thank her, you need to buy her a really nice meal. I'm feeling something fancy, so I'll look for a good spot. She told Naruto. He conceded to her points and nodded in agreement. Izumi couldn't help but smirk. Ever since he had handed over the reins on what he should do with his free time, she had immediately begun plotting. This was the perfect opportunity to set up Shizune and Naruto, and so far, everything was going perfectly. Naruto watched Izumi chuckle to herself creepily as she drummed the tips of her fingers together, looking like the stereotypical schemer. It didn't really inspire confidence within him. What are you laughing about? He asked nervously. Izumi almost jumped in shock when she realized what she was doing. Oh, nothing. I just thought of a joke that I heard at work. It's not really your type of humor, so I'll spare you the details. However, the details she was really sparing were related to the plans she had for their dinner. Naruto wasn't really convinced, but he let it slip. Izumi had always been a little strange by his standards. As they continued to walk together, Naruto subconsciously led Izumi near the site of the second stage of the exams as they wandered without any real destination. Izumi pointed in the distance when she saw some familiar faces. You see those two? I paired them up. Aren't they so cute together? She told Naruto as she pointed at Anko and Kakashi, who were talking just outside the building where they would monitor what was going on inside the forest, which was a little further away. Naruto just shrugged. I guess? I don't really know these kinds of things. He was cool with minding his own business and not get involved with whatever Anko and Kakashi were talking about, but he couldn't help but overhear a bit of their conversation. Yeah, you don't have to worry about Team 7. I doubt there's anything some mere Jinan can do to them. Didn't they already fight some Jonin and Taki or something? Anko told Kakashi. Kakashi was aware of Naruto's presence, so his eyes widened in fear when Anko began referring to the mission in Taki. He wasn't sure how much Naruto had heard, but he needed to shut her up now. He pulled her aside to the darker side of the building and planted his lips on hers suddenly. Izumi didn't hear anything, but she saw the kissing going on as she passed by them. Who? Now that's a job well done by me. Good job, Izumi. She congratulated herself as she pat herself on the back. Naruto turned away from them, uncomfortable with the public display of affection from his senpai, which was highly uncharacteristic by the way, and continued on. He didn't really care what Kakashi or Anko did in their spare time, but something Anko said stayed on his mind. What Jonin? Was she referring to the little missing nin rabble that attacked Taki? But they had mostly been Chunin. We should hang out with Shizune-san more often. She seems nice. Maybe it would be good for you to have her as a closer friend rather than just an acquaintance you get along with. Izumi told Naruto, distracting him from his thoughts. There was definitely something he didn't know about that mission to Taki, and it piqued his curiosity, but he decided to leave it for now. For now, he had to listen to whatever it was that Izumi was saying to him. Meanwhile, Anko wiped the saliva off of her lips with her thumb. Grr. I don't know where the hell that came from in the middle of our conversation, but frankly speaking, I don't give a shit. All I know is I want more. Anko purred seductively as she began to nibble on his earlobes. Kakashi sighed in relief of having dodged the bullet that was Naruto, but now he had another problem to deal with. If you don't follow me to the bathroom in the next 5 seconds, I'm dropping my pants right here. Anko told Kakashi. Kakashi's mask began to grow redder and wetter around the nose. Elsewhere, in the Forest of Death. A red-haired kunoichi suddenly stopped in her tracks while her two teammates continued to keep an eye out for somewhere to camp for the quickly approaching evening. Guys! We need to stop. Right now. There's something out there. She told her teammates. Of course there's something out there, you useless bitch. We're in the middle of a fucking forest. Now stop holding us back and help us look for some food or shelter instead of being useless as usual. One of her teammates replied rudely. No guys, I'm serious. This one's different. I sense several chakra signatures, and... Chakra signatures? Where? How many? The other teammate asked, cutting her off. 3. She replied as she pointed at the direction. But what's more important is that... Aha! Another team must be nearby. That saves us the effort of having to look for these other losers. Maybe we can get the Earth Scroll we need so we can head to the tower right away. One of the kunoichi's overly confident teammates said to the other. Guys, I don't think that's a good idea. They seem strong. Really strong. One of them has chakra that's unlike anything I've ever seen before, she said in an effort to deter them. PSHHH. Whatever. You think everyone is strong because you're a pathetic kunoichi. If you couldn't sense, you'd be the most useless waste of oxygen. One of her teammates replied back. If you're going to be useless, at least be hot or something. Geez. I mean, do you see her hair? She looks like she just got out of bed. And those glasses? She should be in a library with the other nerds. Hurts our eyes to see her. One of the male shinobis said to the other. The red-haired kunoichi was flabbergasted. Were they seriously talking about her appearance? Here? Now? Are you guys fucking stupid? I'm trying to warn you of a danger and you guys are talking about my looks? We're in the middle of the Chunin exams, in a fucking forest called the Forest of Death. And you're here judging me on my looks? We could seriously die. Yeah, whatever. Quit your nagging and shut up. If you're so scared, you can just stay here and look for something to eat while we take care of the little Jinan out there and come back with the scroll. Just know that when we get back to Kuza, we're going to tell our sensei how little you contributed to the team. One of her teammates replied back. The kunoichi really didn't care if her idiot teammates who constantly bullied her died, and she didn't really care about being promoted to Chunin, but she definitely did not want to be left in this creepy forest by herself. She had to stop them. Seriously guys, let's look for some other team. I promise I'll try my best to look for another one. Just please listen to me this one time. Don't go. And waste all that time? If we don't get the scroll now and head to the tower, we'll have to spend the night here. And I don't want to be in this damned forest for a minute longer than we have to. No, thanks. Hey, maybe if we complete this challenge today, we could break some sort of record and get some sort of benefit for the next stage. One of the Kuzujinan said to the other as they ignored their kunoichi teammates' pleas and jumped towards the direction she sensed the chakra. The kunoichi huffed and puffed in anger as she stomped the ground. Tears welled up in her eyes in frustration. Why wouldn't these stupid knuckleheads ever take her seriously? Just because she wasn't a combat-oriented kunoichi? She really hated her life right now. Here she was, forced to enter the Chunin exams to represent a village who mistreated and used her and her mother, with her idiot teammates who bullied her, had all of her opinions and suggestions ignored, and now she was left alone to fend for herself. She knew for sure she would never see those two again, but the sweetness of never having to deal with those assholes was dulled by the reality that she now had to fend for herself in this forest crawling with danger. And she sucked at fighting. Well, guess this is how I die then. She glumly told herself as she began to look for shelter like her teammates had told her to. A shelter she'd have to use by herself. With the red-haired kunoichi's teammates. Meanwhile, the two Kuzujinan slowed down their approach and hid themselves in the canopy above when they saw the distant figures of 3 other Jinan. That must be them, one whispered to the other as he pointed to the 3 Jinan in the distance. Hey! They don't look like much. You see that little runt with the red hair? He looks like he's 11 years old or something. To think she was making a big deal about this. She's so annoying. Can't wait to ditch her when we become Chunin. Maybe we can get some babe on our team instead of her. One Kuzujinan said to the other. Speaking of babes, do you see that blonde chick? Wow. I can look at those sexy legs all day. His friend replied. He. Why don't we spare her and take care of the other two? Perhaps we can get something in return for sparing her life. The Jinan said with a lecherous look on his face. The two Kuzujinan snuck up on the 3 seemingly oblivious Jinan and drew their shuriken. Let's make this quick. 1 strike to Cat Boy and Little Runt each, and then we pounce on the blonde. On 3. The two counted down to 3, and silently threw their shuriken, aimed at the base of their skulls from behind. They watched with bated breath as the shuriken got closer and closer to their targets. All seemed to be going according to plan. In a few fractions of a second, the two would drop dead, and they'd get their prize by surprise. They were in for a shock when a wall of sand rose up to catch their shuriken. What? Was that some sort of Doden? One gasped out in shock. But no one used any hand seals? His friend stuttered out. The red-haired boy slowly turned his head around, revealing a bloodthirsty smile that seemed to be unnaturally wide. Neither of the Kuzujinan noticed the sand slowly gathering around them, as they pulled out their kunai as they prepared to rush the three Sunajinan. Idiots! Did they really think they could sneak up on us talking that loudly? Kankuro said to Tamari as he shook his head. They're lucky Gaara got them first before I could put these sexy legs up their ass. She replied with a scowl. She hated perverts to begin with, but perverts who had plans to have their way with her against her will? She was going to enjoy the show to come. The two Kuzujinan nodded at each other and sprang at Gaara and Kankuro. While your filthy blood isn't adequate, I suppose it'll have to do for now. Sabaku Q, sand binding coffin. Gaara called out as he stretched his hands out towards the two incoming Kuzunin. It would be too late for the Kuzujinan when they realized they never stood a chance to begin with. In the Forest of Death, with Team 7. Woo! This pork and mushroom ramen is so good. I think eating it in the forest is actually making it taste better. Narumi told her friends before she took another slurp of the remaining broth. Hey, who would expect people to be eating this kind of food in this forest? Sasuke commented to himself before he took another bite of his pickled tomato onigiri. Sasuke and Hinata didn't have ramen like Narumi, but they too were enjoying a delicious home-cooked meal that looked out of place in the vast forest they were in, while others were desperately scrounging to find anything to eat. The Jinan of Team 7 mentally thanked their sensei for saving them from the trouble of finding, killing, and cooking their own food in this forest like the others in the exams by giving them storage seals that would keep food as fresh as the moment they were first sealed. They had food supplies that would last them weeks with them at all times, and this stage of the Chunin exams was the perfect time to make use of them. Narumi had just finished up her meal and was patting her belly, humming with satisfaction, when the memories of her scouting clones came rushing back to her. A smile came to her face as she processed the memories. This was going to be fun. In another part of the forest, with another team from Konoha. I'm telling you, they went this way for sure. These broken twigs on the floor and bent blades of grass are a telltale sign. A Jinan from one of the older teams said to his teammates. The kunoichi of the team smirked. Hey, amateurs. They didn't even make an effort to hide their tracks. Anyone worth their salt would have traveled on the treetops to leave less traces behind. It must either be one of the teams from the other villages, who are less familiar with traveling or tracking in the forest. Either that or a really inexperienced team. The leader of the team mused out loud as they continued to follow the trail. You think it might be one of those arrogant rookie brats? The first Jinan asked with disdain evident on his face. If so, they'd be easy pickings for an experienced team like us. I'd prefer coming across them rather than some of the other more experienced teams or some of the more savage teams from other villages. The leader replied. The kunoichi pounded her fist into the palm of her other hand. I hope it's that team with the Uchiha, Hyuga, and that loud, annoying red-haired girl. Their whole team is so arrogant and insufferable. I'd love to tear them a new one so we can teach their arrogant bastard of a sensei a lesson like Uriya sensei told us to. They continued to follow their trail until their leader raised a fist to get their attention and to halt their movement. Quiet! He ordered. He then pointed towards the twisting roots of a tree that formed a small cave-like formation in the distance. Do you see the figures there? I think that's the team we were tracking. The first Jinan, who had the best eyesight out of the three, squinted his eyes to get a better look. Hey! Looks like we're in luck. You guys remember the red-haired brat? In the first stage of the exam? The first Jinan asked his teammates. The kunoichi chuckled. I won't quit. I'll never quit, she sneered as she repeated what Narumi said in a mocking tone. What a noob. You can tell she's never been in real trouble before. Well, I think I can see her red hair from here. He replied back. That's perfect. We're lucky we came across one of the rookie teams. It'll be an easy fight. The leader commented as he began to plan how to attack. Can't wait to teach them what a real, experienced shinobi is like. They were lucky, or maybe not so lucky, that their bastard sensei got them into these exams undeservedly and prematurely in the first place. The kunoichi told her team. Let's wait and observe them for a little bit before we strike. Let's see if they show any signs of them knowing our position. They do have a Hyuga with them after all. The leader told his team. The team began to observe Team 7, hidden in the trees above. I think we should start getting ready to spend the night here. I'll go get some firewood. You guys get some water and set up camp. Sasuke told Hinata and Narumi, before he went off on his own. Oh. I'll go get the water. I needed to pee anyway. I'll go off to pee somewhere first, then go to the river and bring back some water, Narumi declared as she jumped up and dashed off somewhere. I guess I'll set up the camp then. Hinata quietly whispered to nobody in particular. The older Jinan team observing them couldn't believe their luck. Not only did they come across one of the least experienced teams in this whole competition, but they were also still undetected by a team that had a Hyuga, and the green rookies had foolishly split themselves up. They were basically handed to them on a silver platter. Wow! They must have 2 brain cells to share between the 3 of them collectively, because they just did the stupidest thing ever. The Kunoichi commented. We couldn't ask for a better opening. They all split up. And left the weakest looking one behind too. The first Jinan couldn't believe what he was seeing. The leader smiled as he drew a kunai. This is perfect. We'll ambush the Hyuga before the others get back. If she has the scroll, perfect. If not, we can still hold her hostage to force them to hand their scrolls over. If she has the scroll, let's go hunt for the other 2 after knocking her out, and defeat them one at a time. I'm itching to teach them a proper lesson. The Kunoichi suggested. The leader nodded. Let's move out. Hinata was looking around to see where it would be best to set up their tents and stay hidden, when 3 shinobi suddenly appeared around her, and one of them put a kunai to her throat. Eep! Hinata squealed out in surprise, as her hands were roughly yanked behind her back, and someone kicked the back of her knees to make her kneel. The leader of the older Konoha Jinan team leaned over with a smile on his face. A bare forehead, huh? You must be the heiress of the oh-so-mighty Hyuga clan. I've heard rumors of their weak, pathetic heiress. The disgrace of their clan. You're Hinata, aren't you? Hinata whimpered in fear as she nodded. Why yes. I'd enjoy beating you senseless to teach your arrogant sensei and clan a lesson, but I'll spare your pitiful ass if you hand over your scroll. Hinata hung her head. I can't. The leader took the kunai at her throat from his Kunoichi teammate's hand and grabbed Hinata's throat as he pressed the tip of the kunai at her throat. You know, I always did hate you arrogant Hyuga. Always looking down on a civilian-born shinobi, as if you're so much better than the rest of us filthy peasants. Maybe this could be my chance to get one on you bastards without any legal repercussions. Hinata trembled at his threat. I'm not in the mood to play games, Hyuga. Hand over the scroll, or I just might give you a new hole to breathe from. I can't give you the scroll, because I don't have it. Hinata sniveled out. The Kunoichi patted her down to look for the scroll but couldn't find it on her. The older Jinan cursed. Now they'd have to wait for the others to come back so they can use her as a bargaining chip. No rookie hunting. At least individually. They wouldn't get to see their faces of despair as they were surrounded by older shinobi while they were isolated and alone. Guess we'll have to use her as a hostage then. Plan B it is. The leader said with a sigh. A couple minutes later, Narumi showed up with several full bottles of water. Got the water, guys. Miss me much? The smile on her face vanished when she saw Hinata looking at her with sad eyes as she was held hostage by some older Jinan. Hi Hinata-chan. Give us your scroll, or we'll add a new fountain to this forest. A fountain of blood. But I don't have the scroll. Sasuke has our scroll. Please, let her go. Narumi begged. How can we tell you're not lying? Maybe you're just trying to buy time until the Uchiha arrives. Prove you don't have it by letting us search you. Remember, try anything funny, and the Hyuga clan will have to find a new heir. The leader of the older Jinan told Narumi. Fine, you can search me. Just don't hurt Hinata-chan. Narumi replied as she surrendered herself. The older Jinan scoffed after they captured her as well. How stupid do you have to be to hand yourself over like that without a fight? After a quick search, they soon found that she didn't have the scroll either. Shit. I guess the Uchiha has it then. Of course. Give it to the strongest one. Such a rookie thing to do. The other older Jinan complained. They decided to wait for the Uchiha with their 2 hostages. Not too long after, Sasuke appeared with an armful of fallen branches for firewood. He immediately dropped the firewood and pulled out several shuriken when he saw his captured teammates. Make one more move, and we'll kill both of your teammates. The leader told Sasuke as he stood between Narumi and Hinata, who were being held by his other 2 teammates. A scowl formed on Sasuke's face. This was indeed a bad position to be in. It looked like a fight was out of the question. He would need to be diplomatic. Let me guess, you want our scroll? The leader nodded with a grin. Hey, looks like you don't beat around the bush to waste our time. Good. Hand us the scroll without a hassle, and we'll let you guys get off easy. Sasuke stood there in contemplation for a few seconds, before he reached into his bag to pull out a black scroll. The three older Genin smiled as they saw the scroll. An earth scroll. Perfect. That's just what we needed. The older Kunoichi said with a grin. Good. Now throw it over to us. The leader of the older team demanded. Sasuke looked at the scroll in his hand, deep in thought as he contemplated what to do. Stop wasting our time and hurry up. The older Genin shouted at him impatiently. While the Genin holding Hinata was distracted, she suddenly jerked away from him, and turned to face him. He was caught off guard by her quick and sudden movements and was unable to stop her index and middle fingers from striking his sternum. He flinched away in fear of the legendary Juken, but he soon found himself completely unharmed. It didn't even hurt. Hey, useless Hyuga can't even use the Juken properly. That did nothing, he said in a sneer when he realized nothing happened. Hinata surprised him by giving him a wide smile that was very uncharacteristic of her, before her hair began to grow long and turn red. That's because I'm not a Hyuga, you knucklehead. I'm an Uzumaki. The Hinata who turned into Narumi declared. Take them down. Now. The leader demanded. The situation was quickly getting out of hand. The Kunoichi holding Narumi stabbed her between her collarbone but was surprised when she simply dispelled with a puff of smoke. It was the same for the other Genin who stabbed the Hinata turned Narumi in the stomach. What the hell? They were clones? The Genin asked in confusion. But they were solid. What's going on? The Kunoichi also wondered. Shadow clones? The leader of their team stammered out. But how? That's an A-rank kinjutsu. How does some random Genin know how to use it? Because we're not just some random Genin, unlike you, Sasuke said with a smirk. And by the way, Uzumaki like to use seals. He told them as he pointed at the sternum of the Genin who had held the fake Hinata. Huh? He looked down and saw a tag on his sternum that began to hiss. The three older Genin were surprised yet again when the tag exploded, covering them in a thick cloud of smoke that they couldn't see out of. When the smoke receded a few chaotic minutes later, they found themselves completely bound by Sasuke's ninja wire, and surrounded by Sasuke, Hinata, and Narumi. And that's another trap executed successfully by yours truly. Narumi sang in triumph as she twirled around in a dramatic gesture. Did you guys like my acting skills? You really thought you would catch us unaware? With these pathetic skills? Sasuke sneered. And you guys are how old? 18? 20? And this is the best you can do? Wow. You really wasted your time. Maybe you'd be better off doing something else. How about baking? The older, fiery Kunoichi fought against her restraints and fury, but all that did was cause the ninja wire to cut into her. Damn you, you fucking arrogant prick. You're a dick just like your bastard sensei. Sasuke put a hand to his heart. Oh my. Thank you for the compliment. You really couldn't have said a nicer thing to me. Narumi drew her sword and put it on the leader's neck. How dare you talk to Hinata-chan like that? If you weren't from Konoha, I might have just cut you right now. Sasuke looked at her in confusion. Wait, we're not going to kill them? The three older Genin looked at them in fear for the first time. It had taken them years before their first kill, and here were some rookie Genin who weren't older than 12 talking about killing them so nonchalantly as if they had actually killed before. Narumi punched Sasuke in the shoulder. Sasuke! How could you even think that? Sure, they're big jerk faces, but they're still from Konoha. Sasuke shrugged. Hey, it's the Chunin exams. People die all the time. It's expected. I'm sure they'd rather die than to be humiliated by some 12-year-olds too. No. We don't mind. Please don't kill us. The older Genin team begged pitifully, throwing away all traces of dignity. No means no. You might be the leader for this mission, but I'm not gonna let you kill Konoha shinobi. That's final, Narumi said sternly. Sasuke knew how stubborn Narumi could be, and this was not a fight worth having. Sure, he didn't particularly mind killing if he had to, but he wasn't some sick psycho who would go so far as to fight his friend so he could kill some random Genin from his own village. Fine. We won't kill them, Sasuke said in resignation. Hand over your scrolls and we'll let you go. The bound-up Genin team nodded furiously as they told Sasuke where their scroll was. Hey, looks like we're in luck. These idiots had the heaven scroll. Now all we have to do is make it to the tower and we're done with this stupid forest that crazy snake woman loves so much. Sasuke told his team after he took the scroll from the kunoichi's pouch. You're letting us go now, right? One of the bound Genin asked. Sasuke nodded. All right. Let them go, Narumi. Narumi stepped up to the three but didn't make any motions to let them free. Well? What are you waiting for? You said you'd let us go. Now free us. I said we wouldn't kill you. I never said we wouldn't hurt you, Narumi said with a sadistic smirk that threw them, Sasuke, and Hinata off. What? But what happened to not hurting your fellow Konoha shinobi? They asked in fear. Narumi? Sasuke asked in surprise. You think we'd let them go unharmed after all the mean things they said about Hinata-chan? Not on my watch. Narumi explained. Hinata-chan. Come over here. Hinata walked over to Narumi, confused as to what was going on. Yes, Narumi-chan? Can you believe what these butt faces said about you? They actually think you're weak. I think you should show them what you're really capable of. Narumi told Hinata. I don't know. We already took their scroll and everything. She replied, unsure of what to do. She turned to Sasuke to get his opinion. I'm with Narumi on this. I think it's important for you to do this. Not only do they need to learn not to mess with you, and to give you the proper respect you deserve, but you also need to do this for your own confidence. We'll have to fight people who are much tougher than this trash, and you need to warm up to the idea of hurting people. Sasuke replied. Hey! We're not trash. The older Genin shouted out angrily. Sasuke didn't even spare him a glance as he threw a shuriken that hit him on his Konoha Hittite and bounced off. It quickly reminded them of the position they were in. Okay. Maybe we are trash. Sorry. The bound Genin quickly apologized. See? I bet you could beat all of them too. Do it, Hinata-chan. Teach them not to be such bullies. Show them your skills. Narumi told Hinata. Yeah, because it'll prove your skill to beat up some bound up people. Ooh. Wow. So impressive. The older kunoichi sneered. Untie us and then let's fight. You guys got lucky catching us off guard in the first place. Unless you're too scared to fight us fairly, that is. Hey! You guys are much older. And it's 3-on-1. That's not fair either, Narumi yelled back, before Hinata stopped her. No. They're right. It won't mean anything and won't prove anything unless I fight them fair and square, she said in a determined voice. She had entered to prove to her father, clan, and also herself, that she had come a long way from being an incompetent, scared, and meek little girl. She'd use this opportunity to prove herself. Sasuke gave her an approving grin and nod. Narumi, you heard her, untie them. Narumi shrugged before she quickly gave 3 quick slashes that were too fast for the tied-up Genin to fully perceive, and the ninja wire around them fell off. You luckily got us in a trap, but now we'll really show you what we can do. You've made a huge mistake in underestimating us, brats. The older kunoichi shouted out as the 3 Genin surrounded Hinata. After we're done with her, you're next. Hinata calmly took her stance and activated her Byakugan. She wasn't particularly prideful of her clan's status, but she'd show them what a Hyuga could do. The leader started off the fight by throwing a flurry of shuriken at her, while the other 2 Genin ran at her while she was distracted. Hinata stayed calm as she easily dodged the projectiles that flew at her with minimal movement, maintaining her stance to deal with the 2 Genin who rushed at her. The male Genin threw a huge haymaker at her head from the back while the older girl tried to sweep at Hinata's feet with a kick. Having 360 vision, Hinata saw everything. She calmly stepped over the kick at her feet as she leaned slightly to the left as she turned to dodge the haymaker. In one fluid motion, she used the movement of her dodging motion to set up for a quick juke and jab to the male Genin's armpit that paralyzed his arm and used his own momentum to send him tumbling past her. The older girl recovered from her kick and tried to punch Hinata's head, but Hinata quickly turned around to face her, and slapped away her arm with her left hand before closing the distance between them. The kunoichi tried to lean back to dodge Hinata's juke and jab, but Hinata used her focus on her upper body against her, and instead stepped one leg between her 2 legs, and kicked her left leg away, causing her to lose her balance and almost fall into a split. Hinata finished her off with a chakra-laced jab to her collarbone which took her out of the fight. The leader of the older trio came at her with a kunai and tried to slash her, but Hinata kept a narrow stance, and used her palms and forearms to deflect all of his strikes, while delivering strikes to his arms which were slowly shutting down. The older teen with one functioning arm screamed in fury as he threw a kunai with his other arm, But Hinata surprised everyone present when she seamlessly snatched the poorly thrown kunai out of the air and used it to stab the leader's hand holding the kunai. She used the pause from his shock to deliver a rapid strike to his neck, causing him to cough up blood as he collapsed. Most people would have tried to stop fighting or run away after seeing their teammates get thoroughly manhandled, but the last remaining Jinan came at her with an axe kick from behind. Hinata turned to grab the Jinan's ankle on the raised leg before it gathered its full momentum and delivered a savage low kick to the outer part of the knee of the leg he was standing on, causing it to bend slightly inwards with a sickening crunch. The teen screamed in pain as he fell to the floor, crying. The fight lasted less than a minute and ended with 3 crying older Jinan scattered on the ground around Hinata. Sasuke and Narumi were rather surprised at Hinata's savagery in her fighting, and when the fight ended and Hinata got out of her fighting mode, she too seemed shocked at herself. Wow! What was that? Looks like training with Dengo-ne paid off, Narumi said as she clapped. I can't lie. I always knew you could fight, but I didn't know you had this in you, Sasuke told Hinata. Hinata turned to face her friends with a shocked look on her face. Oh no. I didn't think it would be like this. I just did what Anko-sensei taught me to do and it was like I was in some sort of trance. She hadn't intended to be so brutal with them. It was just that, after training with Anko and Naruto at her full capacity each day, she had gotten used to having opponents who could actually strike back. She wasn't used to fighting such weaklings. Did I do bad? Hinata asked her friends. Narumi put her arm around Hinata's shoulders. Of course not. Based on what they said they were going to do to you, and how they killed my clones when they didn't know they were clones, I'd say they got what was coming to them. Sasuke clapped as he stepped up to Hinata. Bravo! Now that was a masterclass of taijutsu. Keep it up for the other fights we'll have in these exams, and we'll be good. Great job. Hinata was still unsure, but she gave her friends a small smile. It faded slightly when she saw the groaning Jinan on the ground behind her. Now we got both scrolls. Let's leave this trash behind and get to the tower, Sasuke told the team. Right at that moment, a scream rang across the forest, causing Team 7 to instinctively turn to look in the direction the scream came from. It didn't seem too far away. Looks like another team got what was coming. Let's get out of here, Sasuke said. Wait, didn't that scream sound like help? Narumi asked as she tried to see if she could hear the scream again. Please help me. The scream rang out again. It might be a trap, or it might just be another team getting ambushed. Either way it's not our business, and we got both scrolls. Let's go to the tower, Sasuke told Narumi. But for some strange reason, Narumi couldn't ignore it. She felt drawn to help. The extreme desperation, sadness, and loneliness emanating from that direction didn't help. Please. Somebody. Anybody. Help me. Okay, that's it, I'm heading over, Narumi decided as she ran off in that direction. Hey! Wait! Get back here! Sasuke called out, but Narumi was gone. Sasuke sighed. Why did that idiot have to make things so tough for them? Well, we can't let our teammate go alone, now, can we? Sasuke told Hinata, who nodded. They ran off after Narumi, leaving the defeated older Jinan behind, with a lesson well taught. Omake. Naruto looked at his watch as he waited in front of the fancy restaurant Izumi picked out for their dinner tonight. It was 5 minutes from 6 o'clock, and there was no sign of Izumi there. He looked around and saw people entering the restaurant, all dressed up. He felt slightly underdressed in his simple black long sleeve and khakis, but this was about as formal as he was willing to dress for a dinner with some friends. Getting him to even dress up this much took a lot of convincing from Izumi. Something about not being allowed into the restaurant or something along those lines. You look different today, Naruto-san. A voice called out, causing Naruto to turn around to look behind him. Shizune walked up to him wearing her usual black kimono attire. I think you look nice. It's a good change from your usual attire. Unfortunately, I didn't have too much time after work to change, so I just came in my regular clothes. I hope that's all right. Naruto shrugged. You look fine. I'm sure it'll be okay. Thanks. I hope so, Shizune replied. There was a bit of awkward silence after they nodded. So, I wonder when Izumi is coming. It's almost 6 now. It's almost our turn to enter. Naruto wondered out loud. I'm sure she'll be here soon, Naruto-san. Shizune replied. Once again, there was an awkward silence after they nodded. Naruto looked at his watch impatiently, waiting desperately for Izumi to come and help break up this awkward tension. Speaking of awkward, Why were things so awkward? He had talked to Shizune before, hadn't he? What did they usually talk about? He recalled that they usually talked about training or about Team 7. Did he not have anything else? He had known this woman for years, and he never felt this awkward around her before. It looks like it's our turn to go in, Naruto-san. Shizune brought to Naruto's attention when the host called for their party. Ah. Alright. I'm sure Izumi will join us soon. Let's go in for now. Naruto told Shizune and the two of them entered. Not too far from the entrance of the restaurant, a figure clad in a trench coat, a hat, and some big sunglasses face-palmed. Oh my gosh. Those two are the biggest dorks in this village. So awkward. Why can't they just act normal? She wondered to herself. A couple minutes after the two had been seated inside, she was called and she entered the restaurant separately, seated not too far from Naruto and Shizune, but still at a distance so they wouldn't notice her. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on you awkward babies. Come on you two, just act normal for once, she whispered to herself as she pretended to read a newspaper as she watched them. Ironically, she didn't know she was the strangest one in that restaurant that night. Chapter 45, Smooth Sailing? Narumi dashed through the trees towards the source of commotion and despair. She didn't know what was going on to who, but she knew the person needed help, and while they were still in a competition, the genuine fear and anguish she sensed made her want to see if she could help. When she finally arrived at the site of the distress she sensed, she found a red-haired girl up in a tree, throwing whatever she could get her hands on towards a growling bear that was as ginormous in scale as all of the other creatures of this particular forest were in comparison to their regular counterparts. The girl in the tree continued to scream as she threw small branches and twigs she was able to break off in desperation. She seemed to have terrible aim, as barely any of her makeshift projectiles hit her mark, and even the ones she was able to land didn't seem to do any damage, as twigs didn't necessarily make for good projectiles, especially considering the massive size of the bear. The bear growled and tried to climb the tree again, even though its massive size prevented it from being able to scale this particularly young, and therefore small, tree. The girl continued to scream, both in fear and to attract help, when she sensed a massive chakra signature quickly approaching. Though the chakra was warm and soothing in general, its sheer size, which even dwarfed the incredibly massive source of chakra her teammates died to, and the bit of malicious chakra that lay hidden or suppressed beneath it, briefly scared her more than the bear. Narumi jumped towards the bear and used its head as a platform to jump up to land on the branch the other red-haired girl was taking refuge on. Hi. I heard you screaming for help, so I came to see if I could do something for you. What's the problem? Narumi asked the girl. The girl looked at the girl incredulously. She looked down at the still growling bear, and then back at Narumi. Was she crazy or was it not obvious what her source of distress was? Also, why was she so nonchalant about this whole situation? You did see the bear down there that's still trying to kill me, right? She asked Narumi. Narumi looked down at the bear and scratched the back of her head as she looked back at the girl sheepishly. Ooh. Right. The bear. Narumi replied as if it was obvious. However, she was still a little confused. So, you're hiding from the bear? Up here? Narumi asked in curiosity. The girl couldn't understand the purpose of the question. Was this girl stupid or something? Yeah? Isn't that obvious? She asked, barely managing to not sound condescending. Okay, maybe I should have put it differently, Narumi said as she tried to ask what she was wondering in a clearer manner. I guess what I wanted to ask was, why are you hiding from a bear in this tree, instead of just beating it up, or running away? Narumi asked. Wasn't this girl a shinobi? What kind of shinobi was scared of some forest animal? Even if she was, what kept her from simply running away? While it was true that Narumi had a point, her judgment of what shinobi should be capable of was biased due to being surrounded by extraordinarily powerful shinobi that did in no way set the standard for what average shinobi should be capable of. As such, she genuinely could not understand the girl in distress. To Narumi, it was like a child crying that the flames of a candle is hot while not removing their finger from the fire. The other girl, however, still felt a little embarrassed. Were Jinan like her expected to be able to take on such a gargantuan beast? She couldn't help but feel a little incompetent at Narumi's innocent question. Well, I'm not exactly the combat type, you see. Besides, the bear surprised me, and in my rush to climb this tree, I dropped my glasses, so I can't see anything properly. The girl answered, trying to come up with some legitimate excuse. Right around then, Sasuke and Hinata caught up with Narumi. Don't run off on your own like that, you idiot, Sasuke yelled as he huffed to catch his breath. When the bear saw two easier to access prey nearby, it turned its attention from the two redheads up the tree. The bear growled ferociously as it fell upon the two preteens, swiping at Hinata with its nearly 15-centimeter long claws. Hinata easily dodged under the blow and used her jukin to deliver multiple quick strikes into one of the forelegs of the bear, paralyzing it temporarily, much to the shock of the bear. Sasuke then leapt up into a flying roundhouse kick which struck the side of the bear's face, and the combination of lack of balance from one numb limb and kick to the face sent the bear crumpling to the floor. The girl in the tree could barely make out what was going on, but she was shocked to see Narumi's teammates easily handle the giant bear as if it were an academy student. "Can't let you guys have all the fun," Narumi yelled out as she jumped down from the tree with an excited smile. "Let's go." When the bear saw her excited face as she ran towards it, it realized she was probably like the other two, also not to be trifled with, and quickly scampered away before it was forced to take more damage than it needed to. Narumi didn't see any point in bullying a scared animal that was already running away, so she stopped chasing it once it left the small clearing. "That's right. Better think twice before you attack a redhead next time," she yelled out at the fleeing bear. Yeah. Don't pretend like you had anything to do with it running away, idiot," Sasuke told Narumi. "And don't run off on your own like that. What if you ran into someone dangerous?" he scolded as he walked towards her. "VSHH. Whatever. You know I could have handled that bear too, so don't let it get to your head, Pinky," Narumi snapped back. Sasuke growled in annoyance when she called him that, before he noticed a shiny thing next to his foot, which he picked up and examined. Meanwhile, the girl saw that the coast was clear and tried to climb back down, but her lack of clear vision resulted in her falling midway. Sasuke quickly reacted and leapt to catch the girl before she hit the ground. "Ugh!" The girl screamed wildly as she fell from her perch, before she fell into Sasuke's arms. However, even in his arms, she continued to kick and scream in fear, not realizing she was safe now. "Hey, I caught you, you know. Why are you still screaming?" Sasuke asked the girl in annoyance, who was still screaming and flailing around. "Huh?" The girl looked around and realized that she was indeed safe. "Phew. I thought I was a goner. Thanks for catching me." Sasuke replied. "Also, does this happen to be yours?" he asked as he held up the glasses that were still in his hand. "Are those my glasses?" the girl asked as she quickly took the object out of his hands and put it on. The world seemed to snap back into focus when she put her glasses on. Now that she could see again, she took a look at her surroundings. When she looked towards her savior to thank him, she was shocked at how handsome he was, and her words died in her throat. An Adonis who was surely chiseled out of marble by the gods was before her. Her cheeks turned red when she realized she's still being held by him bridal style. She covered her red cheeks with her hands and turned her face away from him, unable to deal with all of the handsomeness right now. What luck! She always knew all of her terrible luck so far meant she'd have to get lucky eventually. Here she was, in the arms of her dreamy knight in shining armor who saved her from a savage beast. She wondered how she could thank him. How should I thank him? Maybe with a hug? No. Come on, this is a golden opportunity. I shouldn't waste it with something stupid like a hug. Should I reward him with a kiss? Yes. That sounds good. He. On the lips? No, that's too forward. We've only just met. I might scare him away. A kiss on the cheek maybe? Yes. That sounds about right. It's just enough to get him thinking about me, while showing that I appreciate his efforts. Kya. She closed her eyes and smiled as she daydreamed, sometimes clenching and shaking her fists close to her chest in excitement as she squealed as her daydream became racier. Meanwhile, Team 7 looked at her like she was a little crazy. Had she taken a hit on the head from the bear? Or maybe she bumped her head on the way down? Can I put you down? Sasuke asked when his arms were starting to feel the strain of holding her up. You're starting to get a little heavy. Huh? The girl opened her eyes and remembered the situation she was in. She quickly, but a little reluctantly, got out of Sasuke's arms and stood before Team 7, a little embarrassed. Ahem. Sorry about that. I was lost in thought for a second. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for saving me. That's all right. Narumi replied. It looked like you could use the help. Where's your team anyway? Rude of them to just leave you alone like this. Karen sobered up when she remembered. Oh. Well, they sorta abandoned me and got themselves killed. I was actually trying to leave this forest to forfeit, when that bear attacked me. Oh. Sorry to hear about that. Narumi replied. The girl shook her head. Don't be. They were big jerks anyway. Besides, I warned them not to go towards the danger, but what do they do instead? They ignore me and go and get themselves killed. That's on them. Aha! I see. Narumi answered back awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Luckily for Narumi, Sasuke interrupted the awkward silence with his own question. And I'm guessing one of them held your team's scroll? The girl nodded. Sasuke shrugged. Hey. It's not like we needed yours anyway. We already have ours. Just thought it could be useful if we happened to come across our friends who didn't get one. The girl's eyes widened. Weren't they supposed to be one of the rookie teams? How had they already gotten the second scroll on the first day? They didn't even look the least bit scratched. She began to wonder if all the Konoha rookies were strong. So, what should we do now? Narumi asked her teammates. Well, we saved her, didn't we? Let's get back on finishing this part of the exam. If we finish today, we'll be able to rest longer than the others, and it might give us an advantage for the later stages. Besides, I'd rather not have to sleep out here in the forest if I don't have to. Sasuke replied. What about her? Narumi asked as she pointed towards the spectacled redhead. What about her? I'm sure she can walk herself out. It's not like we're her bodyguards or anything. We got her out of danger. We have our things to take care of too, you know. Sasuke pointed out. The girl in question stood there awkwardly as they discussed what to do with her, and much to her dismay, her handsome savior was all for letting her fend for herself in this dangerous forest. She understood they had no obligation to help her, and she'd just be a burden to them, but she still wanted to be protected. However, she knew she was not in the position to demand anything. But she's not much of a fighter. What if on the way out, Narumi paused when she realized she never even got the girl's name. What was your name again? I'm Karen. Uzumaki Karen. Right, so anyway, what if on the way out, Karen? Narumi's eyes almost bulged out of her head, and her neck almost snapped when she turned her head to look at Karen in surprise when she realized what she had just heard. Did you just say you're an Uzumaki? Narumi stammered out, not sure if she had heard properly. Karen just looked at her in curiosity. Why was she freaking out? Yeah? Is that a problem? The rest of Team 7's eyes widened in surprise. What were the chances of meeting another Uzumaki? Especially one hailing from Kuza? They had thought that clan was comprised of just Naruto and Narumi. Why, you're from Narumi-chan's clan? Hinata asked in surprise. It was now Karen's turn to be surprised. She had a wider clan she was from? That was news for her. She had never heard in Kuza about anything related to the Uzumaki clan, and her mom had kept quiet on her family history. Looking at Narumi, however, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. She had already felt some sort of connection to Narumi from their shared hair color, but she thought it would have been very presumptuous of her to assume any relation based on simple hair color. It wasn't like the Yamanaka were out there claiming all blondes as their own after all. Why, you're also an Uzumaki? Karen asked Narumi with a trembling voice. She thought she had no more remaining family members, but if this were all true, that meant her family, though extended family it may be, were still alive, and they lived in Konoha. With a voice shaky with emotion, both Narumi and Karen began to speak as they slowly approached each other. That means. We're cousins. We're sisters. Both yelled out together. Huh? Sisters? Huh? Cousins? They wondered at the same time again. You know that's not how it works, right? We don't have the same parents, you know. Karen corrected Narumi. Well, who cares about the details? You're part of my family, and we're similar in age, so we're sisters now, Narumi yelled as she embraced Karen in a hug. Karen wanted to correct Narumi once again to explain that wasn't how the concept of siblings worked, but it had been years since she had last been embraced lovingly by anyone, let alone family. She decided to quash her desire to correct Narumi so she could enjoy the moment. She'd let it slide this once. Hinata smiled as she looked at the meeting of the two Uzumakas, happy for them. Sasuke was happy for Narumi as well, but he couldn't feel a bit jealous. He wondered if he had any other Uchiha members who were still alive out there that he didn't know about. It wasn't too preposterous to wonder if there were some Uchiha that were out of the village at the time of the massacre, was it? Hate to break up your little family reunion, but we're still in the middle of the second exam. Sasuke reminded them. We need to get going. Narumi glared at Sasuke. We can't just let Karen-chan walk out of here by herself. It's dangerous. She's family, and I'm not going to abandon her. Sasuke rolled his eyes. You know it's more condescending to assume she can't fend for herself, right? I'm sure she doesn't appreciate the fact that you consider her weak, right Karen? I'm weak and can't fend for myself. Karen replied quickly without missing a beat. She really wanted to be escorted out. Ah. Sasuke replied, not sure what to say now. I see. Could we use one of your clones to escort her while we continue on? Hinata suggested. Narumi clapped her hands together. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Duh. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. With a small puff of smoke, 2 clones of Narumi formed next to her. Alright guys, you two take her out of this forest, and take her to Naruto ni-chan. Naruto ni-chan? Who's that? Is he one of us? Karen asked hopefully. How many Uzumaki were actually out there? Was she part of a big clan? Narumi gave her a smile and a nod. He's my brother. And head of our clan, if you want to be all technical, I guess. Karen gulped. Clan head? Now she was getting a bit nervous. Wait, was she even under his jurisdiction? I mean, she was part of a different village, right? How did that all work anyway? What did it even mean to be part of a clan? Should she even be nervous? Her mind was racing through at 100 miles an hour. Hinata could see that she was nervous and spoke up to try to ease her mind. Why, you don't have to be nervous. Naruto-sensei is quite kind and understanding. I'm sure he'll be happy to see you. Wait, Naruto-sensei? You mean he's your Jonin-sensei too? Gosh, how many roles does he play? What's next? Are you gonna tell me he's Hokage? Karen asked in surprise. Sasuke smirked. Hey, I mean, he should be Hokage if you ask me. But no. Unfortunately, he's not Hokage. At least not yet. Karen could see that each of the members of Team 7 had the utmost respect for this Naruto person and hoped everything would work out fine when they met. She didn't want some messy political quagmire to happen because of her strange status. Alright. Let's get going then everyone. Looks like we've got a couple hours before it's completely dark. You two, dispel yourselves after you get her to Naruto ni, okay? Narumi shouted out before the 2 parties went their separate ways. On the way back to the Uchiha compound. Are you sure you don't want to eat with us? I'm sure Ka-san would love to have you over again. Izumi asked Mikoto as they walked back after a day of work. Mikoto gave her a smile but nodded. It's alright. I have some leftovers that I need to get to before they go bad. I appreciate the offer though, Izumi-chan. But that means you'll be eating alone, since Sasuke is out on his exams. I'd hate for you to eat alone, Mikoto-sama. I insist you come over. My Ka-san would be mad if she knew I left you to eat alone. You don't want me to get in trouble, now do you? Izumi asked persistently. Mikoto chuckled at Izumi's attempt to get her to come over again. Alright. You got me there. I didn't want to be a burden by going over so often, but if you insist, how can I refuse? Besides, I don't want you to get in trouble with your Ka-san. Great. I already told her you'd be coming over, so she's been braising some pork belly for Kakuni. It'll be delicious, Izumi said with excitement, causing Mikoto to giggle at her antics. The 2 women headed towards Izumi's house, with the younger lady linking her arm into the clan matriarch's. You've trained with him a bit, right? How do you think he'll do in the exams? Worried at all? Izumi asked Mikoto. I was surprised with how quickly he picked up techniques, and how quick he was on his feet. I can tell he's put in a lot of hard work. I imagine he'll do quite well. Still, as a mother, I can't help but to be a little worried, especially with him out in training ground 44 with all of those other people who won't hesitate to hurt him. I can see that, but I'd say you won't have to worry too much. I've trained with Narumi and Sasuke, and those kids. Woo. I mean, I was considered pretty strong for my age, but these guys are definitely stronger than I was at their age. I doubt any Jinan is going to be that much stronger than them, especially with the teamwork they have. Izumi replied. I hope so. It would be best if he became Chunin this time around, or he might be disappointed when he gets a new sensei. Izumi raised one eyebrow in confusion. Huh? New sensei? What are you talking about? Why would they get a new sensei? What about Naruto? Mikoto's eyes subtly darted around to see who was around them. Seeing that there weren't too many people around, she quietly began to speak to Izumi. It hasn't been publicly announced yet, but Hokage-sama has chosen Naruto to be his successor. He'll start training under Hokage-sama to take over after the end of the Chunin exams. Izumi couldn't believe her ears. Naruto? As Hokage? What? Wait, what? Naruto? As Hokage? Are you sure? Mikoto gave Izumi a glance. Yes. Why? Is there something wrong? No, it's not that. It's just that, I can't believe he actually agreed to be the Hokage. He hates that position. He might not like the position, but I'm sure he's aware of what it means to be in that position. He knows it's the best place for him to be most helpful to Narumi-chan and the village. Mikoto saw a frown form on Izumi's face. Why? What's wrong? You don't think he'll be a good Hokage? Izumi shook her head. No, I know he'll be a good Hokage. But he'll also be miserable. She couldn't help but frown. With Narumi's clones and Karen. Narumi's clones and Karen chatted as they headed towards the exit. It's nice to see how well you get along with your teammates. Karen told Narumi. What? Get along? Did you hear the way Sasuke talks to me? He calls me an idiot all the time. Narumi complained. Karen chuckled. Well, I wouldn't put 100% of the blame on him though. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? Karen quickly skipped over that question by continuing to speak. It's obvious it's just friendly teasing. You know he still cares about you. It's different when they say stuff like that when they actually hate you, like my old teammates did. When they wish you weren't there. When they wish you didn't exist. After you spend so much time with them, you sometimes start to think they might have a point. Narumi frowned. This didn't sound like somebody else's problem. She knew what that was like. So, she wanted to help out if she could. Maybe she could try what worked for her. You know, those guys didn't deserve your time anyway. I say you shouldn't bother with people like that. You should just hang out with your other friends. Maybe you can ask to be moved to another team? Karen laughed, but it wasn't a laugh that made Narumi smile. Ha! Move to a team with who? Hang out with who? That whole stupid village never accepted me as one of their own, though they like to keep me around for my abilities. My best friends there are books. Can you believe that? My best friends are basically ink that has been printed onto paper. Or maybe it's the imaginary characters the ink describes. Either way, I don't think they'd make for good teammates. Narumi felt awful. She thought she had it pretty tough, with people avoiding her or hating her, but she had friends like Sasuke or Hinata, or even the other members of the Seven. She never had to rely on stupid books to keep her company. She even had a brother who valued her more than anything, while Karen's mother died when she was young. Narumi realized that some people had lives that were worse than hers, which made her sad. Why don't you live here? In Konoha with us? This is where your family is, right? Besides, those jerks in Kusa don't deserve you anyway. I'd love to be your friend, and I'm sure my friends would too. Karen thought about it hopefully for a second, but then a quick realistic thought made her realize that this was just a pipe dream. You know, it's not like I can just live wherever, whenever I want. It doesn't matter if people like me or not. At the end of the day, I'm an asset to Kusa, even if they just see my powers instead of seeing me as a person. They'd never give me up for nothing. Then why don't you pretend you died in the forest with your other teammates? Then they wouldn't look for you, right? Narumi asked. Karen shook her head. First of all, there's no guarantee that would even work. Second, even if it somehow worked in the beginning, the moment they found out, it would be a political disaster. Imagine how the rest of Konoha's allies would view Konoha if they just randomly took and hid assets from other villages. Even if the smaller villages couldn't attack Konoha directly, they'd be prone to backstabbing once the trust between them is gone. It's not possible. Narumi frowned again, trying to come up with other solutions. It made her head hurt. You know what? We should just ask Naruto Ni-chan. He always seems to have solutions. Narumi suggested. Karen shrugged. She didn't see any solutions, but if this Naruto person was as great as Narumi said he was, maybe he could come up with something else. It didn't hurt to ask, right? With Team 7. Sasuke smirked when he saw the tower in the distance. It looked like it couldn't be more than 30 minutes away. His team could thank him for his brilliant strategy soon, when they arrived at the tower on the first day without any difficulties or snags. Man, this has been smooth sailing the whole time. Honestly, the first exam was tougher than this one. This is too easy. All we did was fight a weak team that underestimated us, and a scaredy bear. Give me that over a written test any day. Narumi commented. Hinata giggled at Narumi's comment, before she activated her Byakugan for her periodic checkups of their surroundings, to see if there was anything that slipped by the ring of clones that was around them, and Sasuke's Sharingan. She didn't notice much, and was about to deactivate it, when she noticed a chakra signature quickly approaching them from beneath the ground. Sasuke-kun. There's something approaching us from underground, she shouted out as she pointed in the direction it was coming from. Huh? was all Sasuke and Narumi could manage to say as they turned, when a massive snake exploded out of the ground, aiming to swallow Narumi whole. Narumi drew her sword on reflex as she stepped to the side. "Gurrah!" she shouted, as she held her sword tightly with both hands, holding it sideways to use the snake's own momentum against it to cut deeply into the side of its mouth and down its side, like a pair of scissors might glide down a large sheet of paper, as it passed by between her and Sasuke. The snake promptly vanished in a puff of smoke, shrieking in pain as it vanished. The fact that it vanished instead of dying at their feet was not lost on the members of Team 7. What the? Was that a summon or something? Sasuke wondered, being the only one of them who was familiar with ninja summons. But what kind of Jinan has a summon? Kukaku. I wanted to get you out of the way while I had my fun with these two, but you're proving to be interesting too. How fun? A kunoichi who appeared to be from Kusagakur with a wide straw hat covering her eyes commented as she stepped through the cloud of dust that resulted from the lunge of the massive snake. The three members of Team 7 were immediately on guard as they fanned out around the sole kunoichi to make sure they had the better angle of attack. Though they had the numerical advantage, something about the way the kunoichi carried herself as if she had nothing to fear made Team 7 feel on edge. They didn't even realize they were slightly trembling, scared for some unknown reason they couldn't quite put their fingers on. You know we outnumber you 3-1, right? Do you really think you can take all three of us on at the same time? Narumi asked the kunoichi in a voice that sounded less sure than she thought it would sound. Though she tried to sound tough, her asking the question instead of attacking the kunoichi right away secretly revealed their subconscious fear to the kunoichi. The kunoichi laughed as she licked her lips with her strangely long tongue. Kukaku. The question you really should be asking is. She tilted up her hat, revealing her yellow, slitted eyes to the three shocked Jinan. Is the three of you enough to handle me? Sasuke angrily gritted his teeth. TCH, don't underestimate us just because we're rookies. Kaden, Hozenka no Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower Technique. Sasuke sent several balls of flame flew towards the kunoichi, coming at her from various angles that was meant to make it difficult for her to dodge them all. The kunoichi, however, chuckled as she easily dodged each of the fireballs in a strange manner that Sasuke didn't expect, as she twisted and moved her body in a disturbingly flexible way which seemed like it shouldn't be humanly impossible. Kukaku. I hope that's not all you got in your bag of tricks, Sasuke-kun. I'd be very disappointed if it was. The kunoichi cooed out, surprising Sasuke at the fact that some random foreign kunoichi knew his name specifically. However, that attack was just the cover for a setup. With a smirk he pulled his hands back, revealing ninja wire which bound up the kunoichi. Hey, how'd you like that for a bag of tricks? Sasuke said with a grin. So, you attached ninja wire to the shuriken that were hidden in the Hozenka, eh? Kukaku. Not bad. Now that's more like it. The kunoichi commented, without a hint of concern in her voice, even though her movement had been completely restricted by the ninja wires. You do realize you're all tied up, right? Now hand over your scroll before we have to take it from you by force, Narumi shouted out at her. Oh? Is that right? Why don't you come and show me how exactly you'll do that? The kunoichi said jeeringly. Narumi quickly looked at her teammates for confirmation, and when Sasuke nodded back, she walked up to the tied-up kunoichi, intending to intimidate her. Don't test our patience. Hurry up and give us your scroll, Narumi shouted out, glaring at her menacingly. Oh, you mean this little thing? The kunoichi chuckled before regurgitating a scroll from her mouth, wrapped around her strangely long tongue. Ew. Gross. But, yes. Hand it over. The kunoichi smirked before replying. Or what? Or we'll be forced to hurt you, Narumi shouted back. For a few seconds, the kunoichi said nothing as she stared at Narumi with a creepy smile on her face. Then she swallowed the scroll whole. Narumi looked back at Sasuke and Hinata, unsure of what to do in such a strange situation. Sasuke gestured for her to rough up the kunoichi. Narumi turned around and half-heartedly slapped the kunoichi. Bring it back out. Oh, come on now, Narumi-chan. Don't tell me this is all you've got? Will you hit harder if I killed sweet little Hinata-chan over there? Narumi's eyes tightened in fury. How dare she? If you wanted me to hurt you, you could have just asked, Narumi shouted as she stepped in to deliver a devastating front kick into the tied-up kunoichi's sternum. The kunoichi didn't even attempt to move, meeting Narumi's kick with a smile on her face. Narumi landed her kick with a sickening thud, which lurched Sasuke slightly forward as the wires pulled him when the kunoichi was sent tumbling to the ground. Sasuke and Hinata were rather surprised at Narumi's brutal kick, as she would have usually not been so hard on an already bound-up captive, but they too felt slightly off and felt uncomposed from the Kuza Kunoichi's uncanny behavior, so they couldn't blame her. They almost thought the situation was over but were shocked when they saw the Kuza Kunoichi crumble away into mud. What? What the heck? Narumi said in shock as she took a step back. Oh, come on now. You didn't really expect to be the only one who could make clones, now did you, Narumi-chan? The Kuza Kunoichi asked mockingly from behind Narumi, which caught all of Team 7 by surprise, as they hadn't seen her move behind Narumi. The Kunoichi struck with her first offensive move, delivering a lightning-quick roundhouse kick, which was a blur to even Sasuke's activated Sharingan, to Narumi's side before she could even turn around to face her, sending her tumbling on the forest floor. Now, what were you saying about me being all tied up? Hinata activated her Byakugan and flew at the Kunoichi, going all out on her with a flurry of Juken strikes aimed at key pressure points. The creepy smile never left the Kunoichi's face as she twisted and bent her body in unnatural ways to dodge all of Hinata's lightning-quick strikes. Sasuke tried to help by throwing well-aimed shuriken at spots as Sharingan predicted the Kunoichi would move to next, but her strange, unconventional movement hampered his pattern-reading eye's effectiveness. When Narumi picked herself off of the floor and flew at the Kunoichi with her blade, the Kuzushinin easily dodged her slash by leaning back so far as to almost touch the ground with the back of her head, before she grabbed Narumi by the wrist of her sword arm. The Kuza Kunoichi then spun around as she straightened back up. Displaying an unexpected amount of strength from her lithe frame, she swung Narumi at Hinata, who was still striking as quickly as she could, hoping to land at least one proper hit so she could slow down this mysterious attacker. When Narumi came flying at her, Hinata was able to duck underneath the arms of Narumi and the Kunoichi, and use the brief moment where Narumi blocked the Kunoichi's vision to lunge forward like a fencer to jab the Kunoichi's forearm which was holding onto Narumi. Hinata was able to land a successful hit for the first time, and not wanting to waste the opportunity, she pumped a deadly surge of chakra into the Kunoichi's forearm, enough to permanently damage her chakra coils there. She thought she could maybe even blow off the Kunoichi's arm if she put in a little more. She was surprised when the arm did indeed explode, despite the fact that she thought she didn't put in enough chakra to achieve those results. She looked at the Kunoichi in shock, as she didn't intend to be that brutal, only to see her once again melt away into mud. Oh my! That's quite the strike, Hinata-chan. Just what I'd expect from the Hyuga clan heiress. The Kunoichi commented, before she jumped down from the tree branch she emerged from to avoid a hail of shuriken Sasuke threw at her. Well, if you liked it so much, there's more where that came from. Let's go Hinata-chan, Narumi yelled out before she charged at the Kunoichi with Hinata. Narumi, Sasuke, and Hinata showed exceptional teamwork as they weaved between each other's attacks to attack the Kunoichi from various angles, heights, and distances, coming at her like a storm that would have devoured most Chunin. However, the Kunoichi still easily glided through each attack, twisting and bending her body at unexpected angles to let the punches, kicks, shurikens, slashes, and Juken strikes glide past her, not even bothering to hit back at Team 7, as if she was merely dancing with them instead of fighting. How is she doing that? Narumi growled out as her well-practiced sword slash missed her mark again. It almost feels like I'm fighting Ni-chan, but just stranger. Kukaku. You can't dream of defeating me with your pathetic half-assed attempts of defeating me. If you want even the smallest chance of laying a finger on me, you'll need to come at me with the intent to really kill me. The Kunoichi said condescendingly. Sasuke had enough of this game. If she wanted to die so badly, he'd indulge her. He began to weave through a string of hand seals to use a jutsu he had been working on refining. Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu. Fire release, dragon flame technique. A thick stream of fire starting from Sasuke's mouth flew towards the three fighting Kunoichi, burning everything in its path as it threatened to do the same to the combatants. Narumi and Hinata kept the Kunoichi busy until the last second, before they Kawarimi'd out of there, hoping to catch her in the flames. The silhouette of the Kunoichi writhed in the flames before it melted away into mud again. Shit! When did she get out of there? Sasuke wondered, as he was sure Hinata could tell the difference between the original and the clone, and had been keeping the original busy this whole time. The Kunoichi emerged from another tree, unharmed once again, with a manic smile on her face. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of killing intent I want to see from you. Team 7 grimaced as the strange Kunoichi lectured them on how they should try to kill her. However, she began. She tilted up her hat again to show her predatory eyes. Why don't I show you what true killing intent is supposed to feel like? With Karen and Narumi's clones. Karen and Narumi exited the forest after Karen signed the forms for forfeiting at one of the gates of Training Ground 44. They then began to search for Naruto, so they could get Naruto and Karen introduced, and to come up with a solution on what to do with Karen. I'm actually not 100% sure where he'd be right now. What does he do when we're not around anyway? Narumi wondered out loud. Could he be at your house? Karen asked. Maybe. We could try looking for him there. Narumi replied before she turned around to lead Karen home. Let's go. Uzumaki home, here we come. A few minutes later, they arrived at a large house. Karen looked up in awe, as the somewhat modest two-story building was still quite large with numerous apparent rooms and a wide yard. It was nothing like her tiny, dilapidated house in Kusa. Is this our clan compound? She asked Narumi. Compound? I guess? It's more like our house. We didn't really have too many members, so we didn't need too big of a house. Narumi replied as she opened the door. Welcome to your clan house. Make yourself at home, since it might actually become your house soon. Karen stepped into the house and took a look around. She was greeted by a clean, spacious, well-managed home, which was spotless, but still cozy. Wow. This is nice, Karen mumbled to herself, as she took in the sight. She assumed Naruto was very different from Narumi, judging by the numerous books that lined the shelves in the living room. Sealing? Is your brother into that? Karen asked. Yup. So am I. It's supposed to be our clan specialty, so maybe you could learn it too. We could learn together. Oh, it'll be so much fun. I'm excited already. One of Narumi's clones replied, while the other one opened up a pack of instant ramen. Hey! We're supposed to be looking for Naruto ni, not eating ramen. The other clone shouted at the clone who was preparing the instant ramen. Besides, we're clones. What's the point? The clone with the ramen lazily waved off the stricter clone. Yeah, whatever. We can still taste, you know. Might as well make the most of being home. Go and look for Ni-chan while I eat for the both of us, will ya? The stricter clone rolled her eyes as she began to look for Naruto further inside the house, while the other clones sat at the table to wait for her ramen to finish cooking. A few minutes later, the stricter clone emerged from the rooms. Yeah, he's not here. Let's go, guys. Let's look somewhere else. The clone with the ramen looked up at the stricter clone with sad puppy dog eyes. But the ramen just finished cooking. She stuck out her lower lips and let her big eyes sparkle sadly. Yeah, no. I'm not Ni-chan. That face isn't going to work on me, sister. Let's go. The strict clone told the other clone, as she grabbed her by the arm and pulled. No. My ramen. The hungry clone wailed as she was dragged away. Wait, we're just going to leave that ramen there? Karen asked the strict clone. Yes. We've got to find Naruto Ni-chan. Let's go. Karen's stomach growled loudly right at that moment, causing Karen's cheeks to go red, matching her eyes and her hair. She had forgotten she hadn't eaten anything since before the first exam. You mind if I grab that then? I mean, it'd be a shame to let a perfectly fine cup of ramen go to waste, right? I can eat while we walk. I promise I won't slow us down. The stricter clone sighed. She wasn't about to let her newly found sister go hungry. Fine. You can have that. I guess we can wait for a moment while you eat. Ooh. Sweet. In that case, I'll use that time to prepare another cup. The less strict clone sang as she broke out of the strict clone's grip and ran for the ramen closet. The strict clone shook her head as she sighed. Sigh, make me one too, while you're at it. With Team 7. The Genin of Team 7 were absolutely frozen in terror as the mysterious Kunoichi unleashed her frighteningly powerful killing intent. It felt like they were rats in the presence of a snake that wanted to swallow them whole. They had never felt anything like this in their entire lives. Kukukuku. Now, which little rabbit should I eat first? The Kunoichi wondered to herself as she licked her lips. The three Genin of Team 7 all had the same thought as they trembled in fear. What kind of Genin was this? Omake. Shizune sat at the table wondering when Izumi would come. Sure, she had known Naruto for years now, but this was her first time being alone with him. Usually, Narumi and Tsunade would take over the conversations and interactions with their big personalities, and people like Naruto and Shizune would be more of a secondary character, reacting to Narumi or Tsunade's antics. Now that they were alone, she realized she didn't really know Naruto all that well apart from Narumi. She really hoped Izumi would come soon and be that big personality that would help them mesh. Meanwhile Naruto was annoyed. Did Izumi think he was stupid? Not only could he sense her, but he could also see her in her stupid oversized trench coat looking at them through a stupid newspaper with holes in them. She wasn't even that far away. How did nobody else notice her? She was basically asking to be seen. He couldn't understand what the hell she was doing, but he stayed quiet about it. For now. He knew he was going to spend big bucks on this thank you meal for Shizune, and it would be better if he didn't have to pay for Izumi too, since he knew Izumi would have chosen something expensive to mess with him. An awkward silence hung over the table with Shizune subtly looking towards the door, waiting for Izumi to show up, and Naruto subtly giving Izumi the stink eye. As such, they were both relieved when the waiter finally brought them the menu. That relief, however, was short-lived, dying as soon as they opened up the menu. Naruto had been ready to spend a lot of money, but it was still shocking to see how expensive the food was. He was glad he wasn't here with Narumi and vowed to keep her away from this part of town when he saw the price for the Wagyu ramen. He didn't want to overspend if he didn't have to by buying something unnecessarily expensive, but he didn't want to look cheap either by buying the cheapest thing on the menu, which was still somewhat expensive. He decided he would just buy something that was close in price range to whatever Shizune chose. He looked up to see if Shizune had chosen. Huh? Are you serious? The sushi set is over 30,000 ryo? What are they putting on there, gold? Oh my gosh. They actually do put gold on some of them. What a ridiculous way to raise the price. It doesn't even do anything for the taste. That's totally a scam. Maybe I'll go for something more simple like a donburi. What? The unadon is 10,000 ryo? Fine. I guess unagi is somewhat expensive. Wait, why is the tendon so expensive too? Is there anything that's actually reasonably priced here? Shizune mumbled quietly to herself as she flipped the pages of the menu back and forth. Naruto smiled when he saw Shizune raging at the menu prices like he did. It was nice to see a woman that didn't enjoy spending his money so much, unlike everyone in his life, including Narumi. He still had nightmares when he remembered the bill from Narumi's 7th birthday lunch. Huh? They even have grapes that cost over 20,000 ryo? Grapes? How is that even possible? Are the grapes going to cure cancer? Naruto smirked. Yeah, she was all right with him. Listen, why don't you let me order something for us? Is there something you don't like or can't eat? Not in particular, but it's really fine. I don't want to spend too much money here anyway. I'll just choose something reasonably priced, if they have anything like that here, that is. Shizune replied. Don't worry about the price. I'll be paying for it. I wanted to thank you for training Hinata and for being so nice to Narumi anyway. Are you sure? I didn't train Hinata for any kind of reward, you know. Same with Narumi. I'm nice to her because I like her. I don't think it's something I need to be rewarded for. Naruto gave her a rare smile that Shizune saw for the first time. She realized he was actually kind of handsome when he smiled. It's not a reward. It's just me trying to say thank you. I insist on paying for it. Naruto replied. He picked up the menu and looked over it, picking a few things in his mind. I hope you're okay with the kaiseki set? Shizune nodded. Even if she didn't eat it often, she definitely could enjoy gourmet food when presented with it. Izumi had to try so hard not to squeal in glee when she saw Naruto giving Shizune one of his genuine smiles and ordering food for her. It was like they were on an actual date. This was going great. She put down the newspaper and opened up the menu once it was brought to her. She didn't really care about the prices, since she had already planned on putting it on Naruto's tab. He. I'll just consider this my commission for helping him find the perfect girl for him. Everything was going to plan. Good show? Check. Good meal? Check. Life was good. She had just ordered a delicious-looking sushi set, and put down her menu with a smile on her face, when she noticed a familiar face in the restaurant. Wait. Is that? At the other side of the restaurant was a man named Jiro she had arrested a few weeks ago, a man who had been obsessed with a girl and had been following her around, against her wishes. He had gotten himself a restraining order and was ordered not to be within 100 meters of her. But here he was, wearing an oversized trench coat, hiding behind some stupid newspaper. Did he really think that was a good disguise? What a loser. She followed his line of vision and saw the girl he was ordered to stay away from. Oh hell no. This is not happening. Nuh-uh. Not on my watch. She got up and walked quietly over towards the man. The man nervously looked around the room to make sure the woman he was following didn't see him, and to make sure nobody he knew was around, when he spotted a familiar angry face approaching him. He squinted his eyes trying to remember who it was, before he realized who it was. Oh shit. It's the cops, he shouted quietly to himself, before he took off, escaping from the restaurant. Now Izumi was pissed. She wanted to quietly and discreetly warn him and go back to enjoying her dinner while watching the show that was Naruto and Shizune's date, but now she had to go through the effort of chasing down this slippery eel. She sighed before followed him out of the restaurant. Once she exited the restaurant, she looked to the right and left, trying to see where he went. Damn. For a civilian, he was pretty damn quick. Was he a dropout from the academy or something? She activated her Sharingan to pick up any clues and spotted some shoe prints that suggested someone had run away towards the alleys. Sigh, I'm gonna hurt this guy when I find him for making me go through this crap again. 1 hour later. Izumi ran back to the restaurant as quickly as possible, after dropping off the man. She didn't want to miss what was going on in Naruto and Shizune's date. Izumi was worried that she might have spent more time than she intended to, giving the man some friendly punches as a warning, and picked up the pace. When she returned to the restaurant, she was allowed back into the restaurant after explaining what happened. However, when she finally entered the restaurant, she saw no sign of Naruto and Shizune. Unfortunately for her, she couldn't even leave at this point, since the chef had already made her food. She grumbled angrily as she ate her delicious sushi. She wished she gave that man a few more blows for making her waste her precious time while she was off duty. Freaking Jiro. What part of stay away from her didn't he understand? Making me miss the whole show. GRRR. Still, the food was good, so she consoled herself with that. At least she wouldn't have to pay. She got up and prepared to leave when the waiter brought the bill to her. Wait, I thought I told you to put this on Naruto's bill? We were a party of 3. Well, you see, Uzumaki-sama made it clear that they were a party of 2, and that he wouldn't be paying for anything else. I'm afraid you will have to foot this bill. Izumi opened the check with trembling hands. Her eyes widened when she saw the bill. Damn you, Jiro. Life was not good. Chapter 46, Snakes in the Grass. Kukaku. So this is the Team 7 I've heard so much about. The kunoichi chuckled as she slowly walked up to the 3 Genin who were frozen in fear. Frozen stiff at a tiny bit of killing intent? TSK. What a shame. It seems you were simply riding on the laurels of your sensei. Sasuke was furious at the kunoichi's taunts. What did she know about their relationship with Naruto anyway? Still, his anger was overshadowed by the fear of death that seized him and his teammates, and he stayed rooted to where he stood, silent. I thought you'd be more interesting, you know. The last Uchiha Genin and the Hyuga heiress training under the son of the Yondaime, the so-called strongest Hokage since the Shodai, she said mockingly. Looks like the rumors were just rumors though. Oh well. The smile on her face instantly morphed into one of apathy. I'm bored now. Guess I'll kill you now. The kunoichi went through a few hand seals and slammed her palm on the ground. With a puff of smoke, 3 white snakes emerged, and threw themselves at the throats of each of the Genin of Team 7. Narumi, Hinata, and Sasuke's eyes bulged in fear, as they begged their bodies to respond. They needed to move now or else they'd be dead in a few seconds. But alas, no matter how much they ordered their bodies to move, they could only watch as the snakes got closer and closer to them, unable to move like in a bad dream. No. It can't end like this. I still have to prove myself. I can't die without even having become Jonin. I still need to revive my clan. Sasuke struggled to move, wanting to rise up to the occasion and save his friends so badly, but his body betrayed him. The snakes seemed to slow down as they got closer and closer, and his vision sharpened even further, as he unknowingly unlocked the 3rd Tomoe of his Sharingan. However, without the control of his body, all it did was show him exactly where those snakes would be striking in the next second. All seemed lost for the 3 Genin, and they were about give up. It seemed like their hopes and dreams would die here. They were caught off guard again, when the snakes were suddenly sliced into pieces and vanished in a puff of smoke just a few feet away from their face. Come on guys. What are you doing? Get yourselves together. One of Narumi's clones from their sentry perimeter shouted out as the other clones formed a defensive wall in front of Team 7 and slapped the frozen Genin awake. Ni-chan would be ashamed of us if we gave up like this. We still have more to show. What are you doing? With the slap and words from the clones, they were able to get their heads back on, and the resolve of the 3 Genin were rekindled. You're right. We're not done yet. Come on guys. Let's show this creepy snake woman what Team 7 can do, Narumi shouted out to her teammates after being slapped into her senses by her own clone. Sasuke gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, furious at his own weakness, and was out for blood now. He'd show this Kuzujinan that Naruto's team was not to be looked down on. Narumi. Buy us some time. I think I might have an idea to take down this woman. Narumi nodded and ordered her clones to swarm the Kunoichi. The Kunoichi chuckled at the dozen or so clones that charged her with their swords out. Oh, so it's a battle of blades you want, eh? Kukaku. I can oblige you if you so wish. The Kunoichi smirked as she drew a kunai. The Narumi clones knew their advantage lied in their numbers. As such, they made no effort of engaging one at a time, but instead swarmed her from all directions, doing their best to deny the slippery Kunoichi even an inch to maneuver. Razor-sharp blades fell upon the Kunoichi from all angles, but the Kunoichi didn't seem fazed in the least bit, as she effortlessly parried the nearest blade into the one next to it, causing them to glance away from her. She then stepped into the newly created space and stabbed one of the clones in the throat while using the other hand to grab another clone's wrist to seize control of the blade it was holding and threw the clone into 3 oncoming blades, causing it to poof out of existence while she got out of the encirclement. Several clones fanned out in an attempt to encircle the Kunoichi again, but the Kunoichi caught them off guard when she charged back into the center and impaled 2 clones with her kunai in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, while the clones were keeping the Kunoichi occupied, Sasuke relayed his plan to his teammates. He had to hurry, as the clones were effortlessly torn apart by the mysterious Kunoichi, and the last one soon puffed out of existence in less than a minute since they engaged her. However, they had still bought him just enough time to get his teammates the info. Alright guys, we're going with Formation H. Narumi. Narumi nodded as she formed a cross-shaped seal with her hand, creating 10 more shadow clones. 6 of them charged at the Kunoichi head-on. This again? This is getting quite tedious. Surely you have more to show than these pitiful clones and your shoddy kenjutsu? The Kunoichi easily dispatched the 6 oncoming clones with a few quick flicks of her arm. They still managed to fulfill their purpose however, as they were merely a distraction though, and 2 Narumis made their way to each side of the Kunoichi. Suten, Water Wall Jutsu. A Narumi clone on each side cried out, before each spat out a massive wave of water that formed a wall on either side of the Kunoichi. This much water without a water source? Kukaku. Now this is starting to get interesting. Doten, Doryuiki. Earth Release, Mud Wall, the Kunoichi called out before she spat out a trail of mud on either side of her, and 2 massive walls of earth rose out of the ground to protect the Kunoichi. We're not done yet. Raiten, Lightning Pathway Jutsu. The other 2 clones channeled their lightning chakra into the walls of water, causing it to spark wildly as it fell upon the earth walls. Dual elemental affinities? This wasn't in the report. I suppose if you want something done properly, you have to do it yourself. Kukaku. I love being out in the field. The electrified walls of water easily dismantled the walls and began to collapse in onto the Kunoichi. Futon, Fujinheki. Wind Release, Swift Wind Wall. Starting from the Kunoichi as an epicenter, wind began to rotate around her in the shape of a ball, and it quickly expanded and blew the electrified water and chunks of the mud wall away from her. Sasuke hadn't expected the Kunoichi to use wind release but smiled when she did. Perfect. He couldn't have asked for anything better. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique. A massive ball of fire struck the rotating shield of wind, setting it ablaze. The Kunoichi screamed in pain as the roaring inferno combined with the swirling wind to becoming a consuming oven or broiler that seemed to burn her from all directions. The wall of water that had been blown back began to pool back towards the Kunoichi, extinguishing the flames, but was also evaporated away by the intense heat, forming a dense mist over the area. We still have to give the finishing blow. Don't let your guard down. She's more dangerous than you think. Sasuke warned his teammates. Now. Hinata, he shouted out, starting the last leg of their formation. Hinata nodded, activating her Dujutsu. She stepped into the mist, where she could see the hunched-over opponent rising back to her feet. She steeled herself to fight and readied her hands. The Kunoichi had barely gotten to her feet when Hinata began throw a flurry of Juken strikes all over the Kunoichi's body. The Kunoichi was unable to defend herself from Hinata's attack, and Hinata could see the damage each of her blows inflicted onto the Kunoichi's chakra system. This is the real one. I got her this time. Hinata thought to herself as she continued her onslaught, forcing herself to kill her compassion to make sure this terrifying foe stayed down forever. She was too much of a threat to show mercy. Chunks of already burnt flesh exploded away from some of Hinata's devastating lightning chakra-laced strikes, a new technique she had been working on developing with Naruto to create a new style of not-so-gentle fist. The woman fell down like a ragdoll after the combined attacks of Team 7 devastated her body. Silence soon took over the mist, with only Hinata's panting filling in the air. The silence immediately following intense activity made the other two Genin curious as to what was going on in the mist. "Hinata-chan? Are you okay? Is it over?" Narumi called out. Hinata sobbed a little as she looked over the mangled body of the kunoichi. She hadn't fully tested out the jutsu yet, so she was utterly horrified when she found out how terrible the attack was. She felt like a monster. "Sob him here. It's over." Narumi began to weave some hand seals right away. Futon, Tapa. Wind release, breakthrough. The gust of wind blew the dense mist away, revealing Hinata crying over the carnage she created. Narumi dashed over to hug Hinata, while Sasuke went over to check if the terrifying kunoichi was finally down. While Narumi comforted Hinata, telling her she did what needed to be done, Sasuke approached the corpse with the utmost caution, with his Sharingan activated just in case. He wasn't about to take any chances after what he saw what the kunoichi was capable of. He drew a kunai and threw it at the kunoichi, to make sure she was dead. The kunai embedded itself into the kunoichi's skull, and she remained unmoving. Sasuke was now sure she was dead and deactivated his Sharingan. He was about to turn around to address his teammates, when the kunoichi's mouth opened unnaturally wide, much like a snake. Sasuke threw himself at his teammates, barely tackling them to the ground in time as a new, undamaged kunoichi emerged out of the dead one and flew over Hinata and Narumi. But she was dead. How is she alive again? Narumi stammered out in fear as she looked on at the revived kunoichi who stood before her, a question her teammates were also wondering. Kukaku. What a combination. A brilliant plan, really. Dual elemental affinities? Or was that 3? Unbelievable. I wouldn't expect that from most Chunin, let alone from a Genin. And what was that? An electrified Jukin? That was new. Some much needed innovation for that fossil of a clan. Now I'm really getting excited. Kukaku. Perhaps you will amuse me after all. The kunoichi hissed out with a wide grin, as she hungrily eyed the Genin with a mad excitement visible in her wide-open eyes. Team 7 gulped as they huddled together and put up their guards. They had just thrown some of their best jutsu at the woman, and she somehow shed her body to re-emerge unharmed, like some unholy demon snake. They were absolutely terrified. Kukaku, you 3 remind me of my old teammates. The kunoichi chuckled as she reminisced of times past. Well, anyhow, you've given me a great demonstration of what you're capable of. I suppose it would only be fair if I rewarded you by showing you a small taste of what I'm capable of. Her eyes seemed to glow yellow as she licked her lips with her long tongue. Well, children, get ready. Here I come. With Karen and Narumi's clones. Gosh, where is he? I can't find him anywhere. One of the clones whined. Uck. Come on, Ni-chan. What do you even do on your free time anyway? The other one complained in agreement. Karen sat down on some nearby stairs that led up an alley, resting her tired legs from walking around in the forest all day, and now again for several hours in the evening searching for Narumi's brother. She was sore, tired, and now hungry again. I mean, is it important that we find him right now? Maybe we can wait for him at your house? Karen asked as she massaged her calves. We're clones, you know. It's not like we last forever. What if you were out here on the streets by yourself and then we poofed away? A clone replied to Karen. Oh. Well, I didn't know that. We don't really have solid, talking clones like you guys in Kuzi, you know. How long do you last anyway? The clones looked at each other, each hoping the other one had the answer. Neither of them did. We're not sure. But we were just trying to be safe, you know? What's the saying again? Better safe than sorry? Karen considered what they said and found herself agreeing. She didn't like the idea of walking down the streets of a foreign village by herself with nowhere to go. I guess you're right. But what's the plan now? Are we just gonna keep looking randomly? Karen asked. One Narumi clone shrugged while the other began to think. She then turned around and cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone. Naruto Ni-chan, she yelled out at the top of her lungs, ignoring the annoyed looks of everyone else on the streets. Naruto Ni-chan. The other Narumi clone and Karen flinched away from the sudden loud noise and covered their ears with their hands. Narumi evidently had a really loud voice. Geez. Give us a warning before you yell like that. The other Narumi clone complained to the shouting Narumi clone. I almost got dispelled from the shock. The shouting clone ignored the other clone. Naruto ni-chan. Geez, quit yelling in the middle of the street. A voice replied back. The three redheads turned their heads to see who it was. Naruto ni-chan. Finally. Where had you been this whole time? The clone asked as she ran towards Naruto. The question is, what the heck are you doing here? Why aren't you in training ground 44? Did you drop out? Naruto asked as he received Narumi into his arms. He couldn't help but be worried that his team had been disqualified from the exams. Of course not. We're just clones. Duh. Did you really think we'd get disqualified? Narumi sent us to guide her to you. The other clone replied as she walked towards Naruto with a shy Karen behind her. Naruto looked behind Narumi and saw an unfamiliar redhead behind her. Who in the world is she? He wondered as he fixated on her red hair. Could she be? This is Karen. But guess what, Ni-chan? Narumi's clones asked with excitement evident in her tone. What? Naruto asked. What could possibly so important that Narumi created clones to escort some random Kuza shinobi to him? Unless? Karen is an Uzumaki. She's my sister, Narumi exclaimed with a huge smile on her face. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as his hunch was proven correct. You're an Uzumaki? Naruto asked Karen to confirm. Karen nodded shyly, hidden behind the shoulder of a clone. She didn't know why she felt so nervous, but she couldn't help but feel shy. She also couldn't help but be captivated by the blonde's blue eyes which looked at her in curiosity. Were all the guys in Konoha hot? Hot damn. If this was going to be her clan head, she'd definitely love to stay in Konoha. She had always imagined clan heads as being some stuffy, crabby, crusty old man who would be strict and super formal. A hot young man though? She definitely needed to find a way to stay. Still, as distracted as she was by his attractiveness, part of her couldn't help but feel like she had seen his face before. Naruto smiled as he offered her his hand for a handshake. She blushed slightly at his smile as she shyly shook his hand. Hi. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I guess I'm sort of the clan head of the Uzumaki. But don't get caught up with that. Just think of me as your cousin, Naruto said, pleased at having met another member of his mother's presumed to be lost clan. He then turned to Narumi. And yes, you heard me right. You two are cousins. Not sisters. I explained how this worked before, remember? Narumi rolled her eyes and scoffed. Whatever. There's only like 3 of us anyway. I'm gonna call her my sister. Karen observed the two siblings as they bantered about how the concept of siblings worked. She could definitely see that they had some similar features, like their nose or the shape of their mouth. But she couldn't believe that the blonde in front of her was actually an Uzumaki. Her mother had red hair, she had red hair, and Narumi had red hair, but Naruto? He had bright blonde hair, not even remotely similar to red. How did that even work genetically? You know, maybe it's just me not being familiar with the whole Uzumaki clan thing, but you don't really look like me and Narumi. You look more like... Karen let her eyes wander as she tried to remember where she had seen his likeness before her eyes fell on the Hokage monument. Her eyes widened in shock, as she came to a strange conclusion. No. He couldn't be. Could he? Naruto saw where Karen's eyes was fixed on and figured out what she was thinking. Why you, are you by any chance or related to the Yondaime? The Yellow Flash? Karen asked in shock. Naruto chuckled. Yup. That's my old man. Karen's jaw dropped. With Team 7. Sasuke leaned against a tree, huffing to catch his breath after a failed attack, as he gripped the shuriken wound on his arm tightly. It was clear they couldn't just go in blindly. They needed a plan. He needed to come up with something quick, or their team would die this evening. His mind couldn't help but go back to the mission in Takigakure. That was the last time he had been in a fight for his life. He wondered which fight was tougher. This fight was definitely tougher and by a significant margin too. Which was strange. How could a single Jonin possibly be stronger than 3 Jonin? That made no sense. Sure, he had his ass kicked by the Jonin from Ame in his fight in Taki, but at least that made sense. He was fighting one-on-one with a Jonin. However, when his team came together, they were still able to take down at least one Jonin. Sure, they could have been weak Jonin, but that still implied that Team 7 should at least be able to take down a Chunin when fighting together, or maybe even individually. So how could it be that a single Jonin was effortlessly toying with them like this? Once the creepy Kunoichi shed her injured body and came at them again, he realized that their previous attacks had only landed because she had allowed them to land. She had allowed their strongest attacks to land, just to see what they were capable of doing. She had never been concerned in the slightest that they could possibly hurt her. And now that she was done gauging their skills, they weren't able to land a single hit on her. This isn't adding up. I know there could be stronger Genon out there, but this goes way beyond the level of any Genon. Or even Chunin for that matter. Just who is this person really? While Sasuke tried to catch his breath after his failed attack, Narumi led a tired and injured Hinata in her best attempt to cut into the kunoichi, stubbornly trying despite failing repeatedly. Just stand still for a second, will ya? Narumi shouted out as she missed another slash. Hinata limped behind, her leg throbbing in pain after a deceptively powerful low kick from the kunoichi had effectively paralyzed her thigh temporarily. She tried her best to support Narumi's offensive onslaught by throwing a hail of electrified senbon at the Kuza kunoichi. Futon, Daitapa. Wind release, great breakthrough, the kunoichi shouted out as she breathed out an immensely powerful gust of wind, blowing away the numerous senbon sent her way, as well as Narumi and Hinata. Hinata was sent flying into a tree with a sickening thud and slumped over. Narumi, who had been even closer to her, was sent flying through multiple branches, and far from the scene. Kukaku. I haven't had this much fun in a while. But it's starting to get late. Time to wrap things up here and move on. The kunoichi chuckled to herself as she walked towards Hinata, who was beginning to stir but still in a daze. Sasuke immediately threw himself in front of Hinata and drew a massive collapsible Fuma Shuriken. You're not laying a finger on her. Sasuke growled out to the kunoichi. And who's gonna stop me? You? Kukaku, don't worry about being left out. I've got plans for you too, little Uchiha boy. Wait your turn. Sasuke opened up the folded Fuma Shuriken and charged towards the kunoichi, Sharingan blazing to observe any movement from her and react accordingly. The kunoichi surprised Sasuke when she merely grinned at him before freezing him in his tracks. Kanashibari no Jutsu. Paralysis technique. Sasuke tumbled on the floor as his momentum carried him forward, but his body was suddenly no longer his to control. If you're so impatient, why don't I just start with you, The kunoichi hissed out. Sasuke was caught off guard when her neck suddenly elongated as her head stretched towards Sasuke like a snake. Sasuke could only watch the grotesque sight in fear as the kunoichi sunk her now visible fangs into the side of his neck. Ugh! Sasuke's scream of pain rang out through the forest as he felt like liquid fire was running through his veins, starting from the area of the bite. Even when the kunoichi released him from her jutsu, all he could do was clutch at his neck and scream in pain, before the darkness took him. Hinata saw the whole scene and was terrified. She didn't know what had just happened, but she wasn't keen to let it happen to her. She tried to get up, but her legs were about as stable as a newly born deer. She wobbled back onto her feet, leaning on the tree behind her for support. Now, be a good girl and stay still, won't you dear? The kunoichi asked with a sinister grin on her face. Hinata was sweating bullets as her face lost all color. She felt like she was a child again, the days following her kidnapping when her father became even stricter with her. It felt like all of the progress she had made with Naruto and Team 7 had melted away, and she was helpless once again. Please. Don't hurt me. She pleaded futilely. Leave my friend alone. Narumi screamed as she emerged from the forest, battered and bruised, but also furious. She flew at the kunoichi, weaving through several hand seals for a jutsu, hoping to at least separate her from Hinata. Suten, Mizurappa. Water release, water trumpet technique. The kunoichi didn't even bother dodging, instead clapping her hands together. Futon, Repushu. Wind release, gale palm. The powerful gale of wind instantly overpowered and dispersed the water jutsu and sent the water back at Narumi. Ah! Narumi screamed as she was once again sent tumbling back, this time also being battered by the water from her own jutsu. The kunoichi wasted no time, turning around and sinking her fangs into a shocked Hinata's neck, causing her to scream in severe pain. Narumi watched in horror as Hinata clutched onto her neck, before she collapsed onto the floor, twitching in pain before that too subsided. Why you killed them? You killed my friends. Narumi screamed in fury and anguish. Only if they're weak. However, I may send you to the other side first to greet them if you wish. The kunoichi replied. However, Narumi was unable to hear her, as she was having trouble keeping her mind focused. No, stay calm, Narumi. Stay calm. RIP her apart. Kill her. Get vengeance. The Kyuubi screamed inside her mind, taking advantage of her weak mind state. No. Don't lose control, Narumi. No. Don't. However, she was unable to do so after she believed she saw her friends die, and she began to give in to her fury. You. You killed my friends. You killed Sasuke and Hinata. She screamed out in a voice that wasn't completely her own. Red chakra began to bubble through her skin, as she began to lose control of her rage. So. You are indeed the Jinchuuriki of the Kyuubi. The kunoichi mused to herself. Well, unfortunately for you, as fun as it sounds to tangle with the Jinchuuriki, I can't play with you anymore. We don't need to bring any extra attention here, now do we? Before Narumi could even scream and rage again, the kunoichi closed the gap between them in the blink of an eye. Gagyo-fun. 5-element seal, she called out, and a purple fire formed on the tips of each of her fingers. She slammed her fingers right onto Narumi's stomach, where the largest chakra coil, but also Narumi's seal for the Kyuubi, was located. Narumi was sent lurching backwards, and all of the Kyuubi's chakra immediately subsided. Narumi clutched at her stomach in pain as she fell to her knees. It felt like every bit of her chakra had been suddenly sapped away, and instead of the warm, familiar feeling of chakra, which she had grown so accustomed to that she didn't even notice, a cold burning sensation took over every inch of her chakra pathways, starting from the stomach. She screamed in pain as she tried to hold on to consciousness, but the pain proved to be too much. She fell on her face and moved no more. The Kuza kunoichi stood over the unmoving body of Narumi, considering what to do. What to do with you? Unlike the other two, I have no use for you. I should just kill you before you grow to be too big of a threat. She drew a kunai, preparing to kill the small redhead at her feet, before she paused as a new idea came to her head. Actually, you could prove much more useful alive. Kukaku. Yes. You'll prove to be quite the backup plan if that old mummy decides to backstab me. Kukaku, looks like today's your lucky day. She put the kunai away and straightened her straw hat back on her head. She then looked down and noticed a few bugs crawling into her sleeve. She immediately swatted them away. The kunoichi looked behind her with a grin. I've had enough fun for today. I'll let the rest of you live. Kukaku. I'm feeling quite merciful today, aren't I? She looked behind her one last time to see the unconscious bodies of Team 7. You'll live to see another day. If you survive, that is. She then sped off into the forest and vanished. With Team 8. Shino reached out his arms and received the scouts he had sent out. It appears that Team 7 is nearby. However, there is also a dangerous foe nearby as well. Is Team 7 in danger? Sakura asked with concern in her voice. She didn't want any harm befalling Sasuke, but she also didn't want anything bad to happen to Hinata and Narumi, who she had just made peace with. Shino nodded. It would appear so. However, the threat seems to have moved away. How about Team 7? Sakura asked. I'm not certain. However, it would appear they have been defeated. Why? The threat was able to leave the scene on their own terms, while my Kikaiku have told me that Team 7 is unmoving. Are they dead? Sakura asked with eyes wide in fear. I'm not certain. However, I will go check. Why? Because they are my friends. Shino then took off towards the direction his Kikaiku led him, without waiting for his teammates. Even though his voice didn't suggest any emotion, he was extremely concerned for his friends, and he decided to go against the logical approach of staying away from danger. Fortunately for him, his two teammates followed after him immediately. Hey, maybe if they're down, we could take their scroll. We haven't had any luck with that after all. Kiba suggested. Kiba. How could you even worry about that right now? They could be dead, Sakura scolded Kiba. I know you don't get along with Narumi, but do you really wish she was dead? Kiba shook his head. Geez, why would you say that? I never said I wish they were dead. I'm just saying. If they don't need their scrolls anymore, we should take it. Is that so wrong? Sakura opened her mouth to speak, but she realized she didn't have a response. She looked toward Shino to see if he had anything to say about it. Shino didn't turn around from his position in the front as they hurried towards Team 7 and said nothing. However, he definitely did not enjoy his teammates considering scenarios where his friends were killed. He knew they were alive. They had to be. A few minutes later, they stumbled upon the three bodies of the member of Team 7. Sasuke-kun, Sakura shouted out as she ran for Sasuke, who was lying on the ground with a pale face. Shino, meanwhile, ran over to see if Narumi and Hinata were fine. Kiba took the time to look around the scene and was shocked by the damage that was done to the surrounding area, observing shuriken, kunai, and senbon scattered all around, uprooted trees and broken branches, scars in the ground, intense scorch marks, and the muddy pools all around them that seemed to suggest a massive amount of water had been present. Just what kind of battle happened here? Kiba remarked quietly. He couldn't believe that this kind of damage could possibly be the result of two Jinan teams fighting and felt a bit unsettled. He's breathing. He's alive, Sakura shouted out with Sasuke's head cradled in her arms. Shino got up and nodded as well. It seems Hinata-san and Narumi-san are both alive as well. He then looked around, scanning the surrounding. We have to move them away from here. This place attracts too much attention. He picked up Narumi on his back. Sakura-san, carry Hinata-san. Kiba-san, carry Sasuke-san. Kiba grimaced. He didn't want to carry that arrogant Uchiha. Hey! Who made you leader of this team anyway? Just pick him up, Kiba. The sooner you pick him up, the sooner we can go somewhere else and set up camp, Sakura yelled at him. Kiba rolled his eyes in defiance, but still acquiesced. Sakura could be very troublesome, and he didn't want to get into a long argument with her. He always lost those. Fine. I'll carry him. Let's hurry up and get going then. Shino led the team, following his Kikaiku scouts who had located a tree with a hollowed-out opening in the exposed root system, which formed a sort of cave-like structure. After laying the injured Team 7 inside, Team 8 gathered outside to discuss what to do next. Okay, so they're alive, and we moved them into safety. I think we've gone over and beyond what we're expected to do. Kiba began. Now we have to worry about us. We've been searching for weak opponents all day, and we've found none, and almost got ourselves killed when we accidentally saw those two Kuzujinan being killed by that weird Suna shinobi. So, what's your point? Sakura asked. My point is, we should see if Team 7's scroll is the one we need, and if it is, we take it and head to the tower tonight while everyone is setting up camp. If not, maybe we can ambush some sleeping team and take theirs and head over. We don't have the luxury of babysitting Team 7. Kiba replied. Sakura disagreed with what Kiba was saying. I think we should watch over Team 7 until they wake up. I don't want to trade the lives of our friends for a promotion. If they want to give us their scroll out of gratitude, that's one thing, but I won't just take their scroll and abandon them. Look, they're most likely not gonna die. But is that even our responsibility? I'm sure if we hide them well, they'll wake up tomorrow and be fine. Kiba reasoned. There are very likely people around the tower who are waiting for teams with such plans. Instead of wasting energy searching for teams, they've had the opportunity to rest and save up energy. If we ran into one of those teams in our tired state tonight, we're sure to be at a disadvantage. Besides, maybe you and I can fight in the dark by using my Kikaiku or smelling them out, but Sakura-san can't. That's another disadvantage. Two disadvantages that could potentially cost us our lives from being impatient. I suggest we should just make camp and watch over Team 7 tonight, and we can decide what to do tomorrow. Shino proposed. I guess you got a point. Fine. We'll go with your plan then, Kiba sighed as he resigned himself to Shino's plan. Let's get our camp set up then. I will take the first watch tonight. Shino told his teammates, and they began to move. At dawn, several figures hid in the dark canopy above, observing the scene below. So, you think they're the ones who took them? The tracks suggested. I don't really see anyone other than the kid dozing off by the tree though. Obviously they're hidden inside the nook of that big tree. He's probably supposed to be standing watch. The figures above quietly discussed what they were going to do. Akamaru suddenly peeked his head out of Kiba's jacket and began sniffing the air. Bark 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 bark. Kiba jolted awake. What was that? Enemies? Where? Shit. Well, there goes our element of surprise. The shinobi in the canopy said to each other, before they jumped down. By then, Shino and Sakura had awoken as well, and came out to see what was going on. Kiba stood poised to fight, with Akamaru growling at the figures who walked towards them. What the hell do you guys want? Kiba asked aggressively. We know you have Team 7 with you. Hand them over to us, and we'll let you go unharmed. The bandaged sound shinobi from the first exam said as he stepped forward. Kiba's eyes widened when he recognized who it was. It's you. If you really think I'll give up a Konoha comrade to some filthy sound nin, you're sorely mistaken, Kiba shouted out. Good thing you showed up though. I've been meaning to teach you a lesson for looking down on Konoha anyway. Sakura and Shino came and stood on either side of Kiba to back him up. Kiba slammed his fist into his palm. If it's a fight you're looking for, you'll find that not all Konoha ninja are as weak as Kabuto. The sound nin just laughed, before two figures, the other sound Jinan from the first exam, stepped up and stood next to him. 3 on 3. Perfect. We got ourselves a fair fight. Now bring it on, Kiba shouted out. Hee 3-on-3 is a fair fight. The sound nin with the black spiky hair replied. However, you should know that shinobi don't fight fair. Sakura and Kiba raised an eyebrow in question, wondering what he meant, before two more Jinan stepped out and stood on either side of the sound trio. Kuza Jinan? Sakura commented in surprise. What are you doing working with Sound Ninja? All you need to know is that our master sent us on a mission. If you don't hand over Team 7, we're gonna have to kill you. The Sound Kunoichi replied. Well, enough yapping then. Bring it on, losers, Kiba yelled before pulling out a smoke bomb. Wait. Kiba, Sakura yelled out, but it was too late. Kiba threw the smoke bomb at the feet of the enemy and jumped into action. Shino immediately took the opening to release his Kikaiku and spread them all over the battlefield. Sakura wished they had a better game plan, but went along with Kiba's attack for now, and used the standard procedure Kurenai had taught her, and created a regular clone in her place, while she moved and hit herself with a genjutsu. The enemy shinobi had been caught off guard, as they didn't expect such a brash attack by weaker Jinan who were outnumbered. Giju Ninpo, Shikyaku no Jutsu. Imitation Beast Ninja Art, 4 legs technique, Kiba's voice rang out in the smoke. Arg! One of the Kuza Jinan screamed in pain suddenly when Akamaru bit him in the ankle. He was trying to shake off and kick Akamaru off of his leg when Kiba struck him from the back. Take this. Kiba struck him savagely with his now sharpened claws and ripped off a part of the Kuza Jinan's outfit and delivered deep scratches into his back, drawing blood. The Kuza Jinan howled in pain as he fell to his knees. Alright, that's enough. The spiky-haired Sound Jinan shouted out as he stretched out his hands in both directions. This ends now. Zankua. Decapitating airwaves. The smoke from the smoke bomb was blown away, taking away the advantage Shino and Kiba had in fighting in low visibility conditions. You fucking mutt. The Kuza Jinan shouted as he ripped Akamaru off of his leg and threw him into Kiba, who caught him in his arms. You got us with your surprise attack, but now you've lost your advantage. We'll make you pay for that. The bandaged teen commented, before the 5 of them rushed forward. The Kuza Jinan who had been attacked by Kiba and Akamaru was enraged and out for vengeance, and attacked Kiba, supported by the Sound Jinan with black spiky hair. The other Kuza Jinan and the lone Kunoichi of the Sound trio attacked Shino, while the bandaged Sound teen went for Sakura. Kiba and Akamaru did their best to dodge their 2 attackers. The Kuza Jinan's injured leg made it easy to avoid him, but the spiky-haired one was making it difficult with the blasts of air that were coming from his palms. Shit. What kind of ability is that anyway? I know we can take out that Kuza Jinan, but that other guy's is freaking annoying. Kiba commented as he hid behind a tree to avoid the blast. He had to jump aside with Akamaru, when the tree was blasted apart from the spiky-haired teen's attack. That was close. If we don't go all out, we might be in real danger, Akamaru. Kiba told Akamaru, who barked back in agreement. Being outnumbered, he needed to even out the odds so he could focus on taking out the injured Kuza Jinan. Kiba pulled out a pill and tossed it to Akamaru, whose fur began to turn red. Here we go. Jujin Bunshine. Beast Human Clone. With a puff of smoke, Akamaru transformed into an identical version of Kiba's feral form, making it difficult for their opponents to tell them apart. Now that's more like it. 2 against 2. Let's go Akamaru, Kiba yelled, and they charged at their 2 opponents. Meanwhile, the bandaged teen swung at Sakura with the arm with the gauntlet. The arm passed by harmlessly, as the clone faded away. A clone? Shit. She must have made this during the distraction with the smoke. He thought to himself quickly, before he guessed where she'd strike from next. Kia, Sakura shouted as she jumped towards him from behind, with a kunai drawn for extra damage. Having expected this, however, the teen spun around and grabbed her by the throat and slammed her into the ground. As soon as she hit the ground, however, she disintegrated into a pile of cherry blossom petals. What the? He was cut short when Sakura delivered a roundhouse kick to his face, sending him falling backwards. She tried to follow through with another attack, but the Sound Jinan caught her leg. Nice traps with the genjutsu, but now it's my turn. He told Sakura, though a bit of blood seeped through the bandages around his mouth. Sakura ripped her leg away from his grip and tried to punch him, but the Sound Jinan ducked to dodge and punched back. Sakura leaned back to dodge by instinct, but then she remembered what happened to Kabuto. She felt her ears ringing, then felt nauseous immediately after. Her vision began to blur before she fell onto her hands and knees, where she proceeded to throw up. The bandaged teen walked over to her and grabbed her by the hair. I hope you had fun with your little genjutsus, because it's my turn to have fun now. A little bit further away from the battle scene. Unknown to the 8 combatants, there were 3 more Jinan present on the scene. Oh, heck no. Let go of me, Shika. I need to help Sakura. Shikamaru shushed Ino, as he clamped his hands over her mouth and pulled her back to the bushes they were hiding behind. Are you stupid? You're just gonna rush out and help? Did you forget we're like the weakest team in this entire competition? Shikamaru told Ino. Well, what do you expect me to do? Do nothing as I watch my friend get punched in her face repeatedly? Ino snapped back. I'm sorry, but I'm not doing nothing. Shikamaru grabbed her wrist and pulled her back down when she tried to go help Sakura again. Listen, I never said we'd do nothing. Then why aren't we doing anything? She asked angrily. Like I said, we're the weakest team here. We won't be of much help, other than Kyuubi, if we just go out there in the open. Shikamaru responded. Then? We need to have a plan. I think I have one already, so come listen. Ino and Kyuubi huddled over to hear Shikamaru's plan. Okay, so here's our plan. Chapter 47, Unexpected Help. Sakura was still disoriented from the bandaged Sound Nin's attack, but she knew she still had to get out of his grasp if she wanted to have any chance of beating him. They were already outnumbered, and if she wasn't able to keep him occupied, she knew her teammates would be in greater danger, and she didn't want to be the weak link that brought her team down. When she thought he was distracted, she drew a kunai, and tried to sneakily stab the teen's foot, but he easily raised his leg to dodge her surprise blow and brought it back down to stomp on her wrist, rendering it immobile and disarming her. A feisty little bitch, aren't you? Didn't expect to see that with your long, pink hair and all, but I'll admit you have more bite to you than I expected. Sakura struggled as she fought against his foot to free up her arm while she quickly reached over to draw a kunai with her free arm. The Sound Jinan yanked her head back roughly, nearly snapping her neck, to disrupt her movement. He then smacked her square on the face with an open hand, cutting her lips open, and causing her nose to make her eyes water. I said you had more bite than I expected, but that was only because I didn't expect anything from you. You're still a pathetic bitch, so don't try anything funny or I'll slit your throat. He then turned her head around by her hair to show her how her teammates were faring. Each of them was facing 2 opponents at a time and had their hands full. It seemed like they were always just one step away from disaster, and barely keeping their heads above the water. Your friends seem to be handling themselves surprisingly well despite the numerical handicap. But how well do you think they'll do if that 2-on-1 became a 3-on-1? Sakura's eyes began to water as she cursed her weakness. If only she was stronger, her friends wouldn't be in danger. Despite all of the hard work she had put in with Kurenai-sensei, she was still too weak to help her friends. What is it that you want from me? Sakura asked in defeat. Please, leave us alone. We'll give you our scroll. The bandaged teen threw his head back in laughter. You think we care about the stupid scroll? We want that other team that you're protecting back there. Sakura looked over at the unconscious bodies of Team 7, then looked back at her 2 teammates who could possibly die in a vain effort to protect Team 7. Why you want us to hand them over? To you? She asked incredulously. Did he expect her to betray them? Betray her Sasuke-kun? Hand them over? Like we need your permission to get them in the first place? Nah. We're going to take them by force. Meanwhile, why don't we watch the show? Sakura looked over at her comrades as they continued to go on the back foot at the onslaught of their enemies, a sight her captor was watching like it was simply a source of entertainment for him. She wished she could help, but without a proper opening, a wrong move could end up with a kunai in her throat. Is dodging and running away all you're going to do? The Kuza-Jinan fighting Shino shouted out as he swung his whip composed of special thorn vines that grew in Kuza. If only he could get one good hit in, the poison would do the job of paralyzing him. If you weren't constantly talking and getting in my way, I would have gotten him already. Now shut up so I can do my thing. The Sound Kunoichi shouted as she threw several senbon at Shino once again. Shino jumped to the side to dodge the senbon, but it was getting more and more difficult to keep track of all of the senbon that was thrown at him, having to keep his eyes on the Kuza-Jinan's constantly moving whip as well. He didn't know what the bells on some of the senbon were for, but he wasn't trying to find out, and silently ordered his insects to cut the strings connecting them, something the Sound Kunoichi didn't notice. He reasoned he could easily take care of one or the other with his Kikaiku, but he wanted to keep them discreet until he could set up his attack to deal with both of them simultaneously, so they couldn't develop a counter for them. He'd have to stay patient and wait for them to slip up or wait until an opportunity showed itself. Come on Akamaru. Gatsuga. Fang passing Fang. Kiba and Akamaru began to spin like a drill as they tried to attack both of their opponents at once. The two spinning drills of destruction flew towards the spiky-haired Sound Jinan and the injured Kuza Jinan simultaneously, trying to use the principle of good offense being the best defense. Got him now. Kiba thought to himself as he flew closer and closer to the injured Kuza Jinan, inches away from tearing into him. However, he was left shocked when he simply passed through him, as if the Kuza Jinan was composed of vapors. Kiba skidded onto his feet as he came to a stop. What the hell is going on here? Is this some sort of genjutsu? He began sniffing the air to get a sense of where his enemy was. Even if his eyes tricked him, he could always trust his nose. Ugh, what's this strange smell in the air? Kiba thought as he tried to ignore the smell and locate his opponent's scent to make sure he was seeing correctly. But his scent suggests he's right here? But I just went through him like he was a ghost. What's going on here? Hey! You won't be able to find me with your pathetic sense of smell, you dumb mutt. The Kuza Jinan taunted as he saw the confused face on Kiba. Kiba growled in anger. Why you? I'm gonna tear you to shreds. He lunged at the teen again with his sharpened claws, but his hands simply passed through the teen again. Meanwhile, Akamaru wasn't having better luck against the spiky-haired teen, who kept blasting him away when he got close. What's the point of having a strong attack if you can't even land it? The Sound Jinan mocked, as Akamaru landed next to his master to regroup. Grrr. Have any idea what's going on here, Akamaru? Kiba asked. Bark. Bark. Huh? You think it has to do with this sweet smell in the air? The Kuza Jinan chuckled. Looks like your dog is smarter than you, huh? He took you long enough to notice my pollen jutsu. Each time you sniff, you take in more and more of my genjutsu-inducing pollen. So go ahead, try to sniff me out, mutt. Kiba was furious, but also confused as to what to do next. What could he trust in when he couldn't trust his nose? He decided to ignore the Kuza Jinan for now. He was injured anyway, and he figured he'd just make himself hard to hit for the crippled enemy while he focused on someone else. He turned around to take on the spiky-haired teen, who he could at least see. Alright, if Grass Boy wants to hide, then I'll just take you out. Akamaru. Kiba and Akamaru got in their stance as they prepared to launch their combo attack on the spiky-haired Sound Jinan. With the two of them attacking simultaneously from different directions, it would be hard for him to blow them both away. However, when they tried to launch themselves towards him, they found themselves unable to move. What the hell? I can't move a muscle. Akamaru. What's going on? Akamaru barked to tell Kiba that he was just as confused. Hey, are you so scared that you're frozen stiff? PFFTT. I mean, what do you expect from a green-ass rookie? The Sound Jinan mocked Kiba as he pointed both of his arms towards the Inuzuka Jinan and his dog. Well, now that you're finally still, I guess I'll treat you to a front row seat to a jutsu you've been missing out on. Say hello to my Zankukyokua. Extreme decapitating airwaves. Kiba gulped as he continued to try to move. He had seen the devastating effect of the Sound Jinan's attacks on the trees around him, and tried to jump out of the way as he wanted no part of this elevated version, but he had no control over his body. It looked like this was the end for the young Konoha Jinan and his companion. However, being way too caught up in the moment, both parties were unable to see the thin shadow that was connected to Kiba and Akamaru. Zaku grinned with wicked delight, waiting for the cloud of debris he kicked up with his attack settled down, expecting to see the mangled corpse of the Konoha Jinan and his mutt. Kiba, Sakura shouted in fear for her teammate's safety, as she watched the massive air wave get blasted towards him. Well. Wasn't that quite the show? Aren't you glad I kept you alive to see it? The bandaged teen said sarcastically. However, when the dust settled down, everyone was shocked to see Kiba and Akamaru pick themselves up far from the center of the blast, having been pushed out of the way. Instead, they found the Kuza Jinan who had been injured by Kiba in the beginning of the battle, in his place and strewn over a log that had been blown back with him, his body cut and broken in numerous places. What the hell? Why did you get in the way? The spiky-haired teen shouted out in anger and confusion, but the Kuza Jinan was obviously no longer in a state to reply, apparently having thrown himself into harm's way for some strange reason. The two enemies that Shino was facing quickly glanced over at the commotion to see what was happening. Shino took that second to quickly release a small swarm of his Kikaiku stealthily. The two were only distracted for a few seconds and resumed their attack thinking their position to be the same as just a couple seconds ago. However, in the short window they took their eyes off of Shino, the tables had already turned. The Kuza Jinan swung at Shino with his serrated grass whip again but was left shocked when it basically disintegrated. What the? The Kyuubi gasped out as he looked at his once trusty weapon. A closer look revealed a bunch of insects chewing up the whip, quickly consuming it. What the fuck? What are these bugs? The Kyuubi shouted out in confusion, as he tried to brush the insects off the handle of the whip. However, that proved to be a mistake when the bugs jumped onto his arms instead. Ugh! The sound Kunoichi shouted in terror a bit further away as hundreds of bugs began to crawl all over her as well. What the hell are these things? Where did they come from? Get these off of me. Get them off. Shino looked at them silently as he stretched his arms towards the screaming enemies. Now that they were occupied with the Kikaiku, he could go on the offensive without distraction. A black cloud began to fly out of Shino's sleeves, and the number of insects on the enemies began to grow and grow until they were completely covered and appeared to just be a black mass. Their screams died down when the Kikaiku quickly drained them of their chakra. They soon went limp and collapsed, and the Kikaiku returned to Shino. He then turned around to see if he could help Sakura. The bandaged teen could see the situation had turned against them, and when he saw Shino take out two of his allies and Zaku struggling to keep up with Kiba's dogged attacks, he pulled out a kunai to slit Sakura's throat and jump in the fight to salvage the situation. Sakura closed her eyes shut in fear as the kunai came swinging down to her throat. It looked like this would be it for her. What the hell? She opened one eye to see what was happening when the expected slash from the kunai didn't come. Sakura opened her eyes to see the bandaged teen frozen mid-motion, trying to force himself to complete his attack. Why can't I move? The sound Jinan asked himself as he continued to strain against the force that kept him restrained. His body moved on its own, and he was forced to throw the kunai away and let go of Sakura's long hair. A blonde Kunoichi quickly jumped in to grab Sakura and dash off next to a rotund Jinan who stood a short distance away, where she turned around to face him. Ino? Kyuubi? Sakura gasped out in shock. You keep your dirty hands off of my friends, Ino shouted out towards the bandaged teen, who began to walk forward as Shikamaru emerged from the bushes behind him, mirroring his movement. Looks like you're our hostage now. Shikamaru commented as he stepped forward. I'm sure you can see that your numerical advantage is no longer there. The bandaged teen knew he could still use the device on his arm, the melody arm, to attack even from a static position if necessary, but he could see the writing on the wall. If they continued to fight, there was very little chance of him and his teammate Zaku taking on 6 Jinan and coming out on top. Alright. You got me. I can see that we no longer have the upper hand. You sure don't, Ino shouted. Not so fun when you're the hostage, now is it? The bandaged teen knew he had to calm down the rash blonde, or there was the chance that she could potentially whip up the others into a fury and kill him. Look, you win. I'll admit that. Now I ask that you let us go. I'll hand over our scroll in exchange for our lives. Humph. You think we didn't hear you when you turned down Sakura's proposal for the same thing? What makes you think we shouldn't just kill you now? Ino fired back. Well, first of all, I don't believe you're capable of killing anyone. He replied. What? Why you little why don't I show you th? Second, the bandaged sound Jinan interjected, cutting off Ino. I didn't kill your friend, did I? Even though I had the opportunity to easily do so? I can't say for the others, but I never intended on killing any of your friends. Ino didn't buy the sound Jinan's claim of not intending to kill anyone, but she couldn't deny the fact that he did indeed let Sakura live for whatever reason until the situation went out of control. And she also didn't want to admit it, but she was not ready to kill anyone yet, no matter how mad she was right now. The sound Jinan smiled under his bandages when he saw Ino's expression. He seemed to have convinced her, and judging by how talkative she was some sort of leader figure in the newly arrived team. Maybe he could get out of this alive after all. Ino looked over at Kyuubi and Shikamaru, asking for their opinion. They gave her a shrug to show that they'd go with her decision. Well, fine. Hand over your scroll. Better yet, tell us where your scroll is before we release you, so you can't try anything sneaky. It's in the upper pocket on my left leg. The bandaged teen quickly replied. He wasn't worried about losing some stupid scroll. He knew he could easily pick off a few of the weaker teams and get them back. Besides, as long as he completed his mission, his master would promote him anyway. This temporary setback would be fine. Kyuubi stepped forward and searched the aforementioned pocket and found the scroll. He raised it up to show his teammates. An earth scroll. That's quite convenient. Now I guess we don't have to worry about searching for our scroll so much and we can relax a little. Shikamaru commented. You can relax after we get to the tower, you lazy bum. Ino replied as she rolled her eyes. Now tell your friend to surrender too, or we'll help Kiba finish him off. The bandaged teen looked towards his friend who was looking ragged after taking on Kiba and Akamaru's relentless attacks, despite having dodged the majority of them. Zaku! Quit fighting! We're leaving! The bandaged teen shouted out to his teammate. Zaku was pissed. He couldn't believe they had to surrender to an inferior enemy, just because some other randoms got themselves involved. Still, he couldn't deny that he was struggling in his fight. It was just a bad matchup with his opponent's numerical and overwhelming speed advantage. He'd get his revenge later though, he thought to himself. Grrr. I can't believe we're being forced to run with our tails between our legs. Zaku growled to himself. Fine, Dosu. Let's get going then. You think I'm gonna let you go, now that I have you against the ropes? Kiba asked with a grin on his face. However, his smug grin fell off of his face when his pink-haired teammate yelled at him. Just let them go, Kiba. We're done. We won. Don't make this into a bigger mess than it needs to be. Kiba rolled his eyes. Right when he was about to show this arrogant sound bastard who was boss. Fine, Kiba said in resignation. Take your beat-up losers with you and get out of here. If I catch you again, I'm really gonna show you what happens when you mess with an Inuzuka. Dosu stumbled forward when Shikamaru released the jutsu holding him. Take Kafun with you, I'll take Kin and Toge. He told Zaku as he picked up the unconscious bodies of the Genin defeated by Shino. The defeated Sound Genin picked up their comrades and began to walk away from Team 8 and 10, before Dosu turned his head to address them one last time. I'd be careful if I were you. That team you have in the tree? They'll bring you more trouble than they're worth. Don't get yourself involved in things that are beyond you. With that parting statement, Zaku and Dosu left with their defeated comrades on their shoulders. What the heck is he talking about? Kiba asked as he came to join the group. Shikamaru shrugged. Who knows? But he's not wrong. That team is probably the most troublesome team out there. Despite his nonchalant and unconcerned tone, however, Shikamaru couldn't help but be concerned for his friends. He looked over wondering if they were alright. What the hell had happened to them? Ino felt the same way, but unlike Shikamaru, she ran over immediately once the coast was clear. Narumi-chan. Sasuke-kun. Hinata-chan. She dropped to her knees and immediately began looking over Team 7. Sakura. What happened to them? Are they all right? She asked as she went over the many small injuries that were all over them. They're alive, but they've been unconscious ever since we found them a couple days ago. Sakura responded. I can't seem to figure out what's wrong with them. Where did you find them? Shikamaru asked as he joined Ino, though he stayed on his feet. My Kikaiku found them in this state after they apparently lost to a powerful enemy. I have not been able to track the enemy down, but I'd prefer to stay away from such a foe if they're capable of taking down the strongest team from our year on their own. Shino answered. Man. I still can't believe there are people in this competition at that level. You should have seen the place. It looked like several storms and a wildfire wrecked the place, Kiba recounted. They were put in this state by just one Genin? Ino asked in shock. How is that even possible? Team 7 is strong for a rookie team, but most teams here have way more experience than us. The other villages use the Chunin exams as a stage to show off their strongest Genin to show their village's strength, you know. It's not unheard of for villages to hold off on promoting a Chunin level Genin so that they appear stronger to other villages during the Chunin exams. Shikamaru explained. Is it that hard to believe that they could have run into one of those teams? Ino felt like she was in way over her head in this competition. How was one Genin able to take on Sasuke, Hinata, Narumi, and all of Narumi's clones? Alone? Narumi alone could probably beat 5 of her. The two teams became somber at the thought of such competition being in this forest with them. One unlucky encounter, and their lives might end that day. So, you guys have your scrolls yet? Kiba asked, trying to break through the awkward silence. We just got ours from that sound team. Kyuubi replied. Hey! We did most of the fighting. How come you guys get to have the scroll? Kiba complained. Their timely arrival gave us the opening we needed for our counterattack, and they saved the life of our teammate. I believe it is fitting if they keep the scroll. Shino told Kiba. But still. We need our scroll too. What do you say we stick together for a bit? At least until Team 7 wakes up? If there really are competitors that are way stronger than us, wouldn't it be a good idea to stick together? Sakura proposed. After all, they never said we couldn't, right? Shikamaru nodded. That's not a bad idea. Besides, if we team up, we can split the work, and that means we don't have to do as much work individually. Ino rolled her eyes. Of course, you'd say that. Sakura and the others chuckled at Ino's reaction, until Ino addressed her. By the way, Sakura, there's something I need to ask you. With Karen. A pair of red eyes squinted open as the sunlight came in through cracks between the curtains on the windows and interrupted their rest. Ugh. Stupid son. Let me get a couple more hours of sleep. The redhead owner of those eyes mumbled to herself as she turned away from the window to get into a more comfortable position on the super comfortable bed she was on. She hummed a small purr of satisfaction as she settled back into a comfortable position, and slowly began to drift back into sleep in this soft but still firm bed that was magnitudes better than any bed she had ever slept on before. They sure don't have beds like this in Kusa. She thought to herself. Or at the lodging they gave us in Konoha. She laid in her bed, content, for a few seconds. She then realized something. She wasn't in Kusa, and she wasn't in the forest, and she wasn't back at her team's lodging. Then where was she? She jolted up from her comfortable position and began patting around for her glasses. Her hands landed on her glasses, which were on the small drawer that was next to the bed. She put on her glasses and took a look around to see where she was. She admired the relatively simple, but high-quality room, which was decorated with numerous pictures, posters, and stuffed animals, the most notable one being an orange fox, which gave the room a cute and cozy atmosphere that was fit for a young girl. Her memories of the previous night came pouring back to her when she saw the pictures of the owner of the room she was staying in. Flashback. While Karen tried to pick her jaw back off of the floor at the revelation of her newly discovered clan head being the son of one of the most dangerous shinobi to ever exist, which by extension meant her friendly new friend and cousin was the daughter of said man, Naruto addressed Narumi's clones. So did you just want to introduce her to me, or is there something more? Naruto asked, already suspecting that there was more to this than a simple introduction. Oh. Well, you see, Narumi began before she cut off by a loud growling sound. The Naru siblings simultaneously turned around to face the source of the sound. Under their gaze, Karen's cheeks reddened to match the color of her hair and eyes. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that, she mumbled out, embarrassed of the inopportune growling of her stomach. Say, did you have dinner? Naruto asked Karen, now curious of the journey she took before she came to him. Yeah, she totally stole the ramen I was gonna have. One of the Narumi clones complained. You made another one. Stop complaining. The other one scolded. Naruto chuckled as the clones argued with each other. Man, Narumi is gonna be pissed her clones ate up the ramen she was saving. Karen sucked on her teeth when she found out she had eaten something Narumi had been saving, feeling bad at having eaten stuff without Narumi's permission. Wait, or did her clones' permission count as hers? But seeing how the clones seemed to argue with each other, they seemed to have differing thoughts or personalities. How did this all work out? She was taken out of her contemplations of clone dynamics, when Naruto addressed her. So, I hear you like ramen? How would you like to try the best ramen in town instead of some instant ones? Karen didn't want to be a burden to someone she just met and was planning on politely refusing, but when her growling stomach made its presence known again, she couldn't help but nod, which caused Naruto to chuckle. At Ikirakus. Soon after, the three Uzumaki soon found themselves at Ikirakus. Hello, Tuchi-san, Ayame-san. Naruto greeted as he lifted the half curtains of his favorite ramen stand. It's been a while. Naruto, my boy. Welcome. It sure has been a while. You haven't been here in nearly 2 weeks. Tuchi then noticed 3 redheads who walking into a store. Narumi. Wait, Narumi's? And who is this? Hi, old man. Ayame-ne-chan. Say hi to my new sister. Karen. Tuchi and Ayame looked shocked as they turned to look at Karen. Ayame quickly changed her look of shock into a smile as he greeted the newest patron of their ramen stand. Well, it's nice to meet you, Karen. I'm Ayame. Meanwhile, Tuchi gave Naruto a confused look. Sister? Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose as the 3 redheads took a seat. She's apparently from the Uzumaki clan. That would make her our cousin of some sort, but it seems Narumi is keen on calling her a sister for whatever reason. Naruto replied. Well, it's because I always wanted a sister, but we couldn't get one before. But now, we have a new family member. One of the clones explained, as the other clone looked over the menu to see what she wanted. Wow. That's pretty cool. It must be so exciting to discover members of your clan that you haven't met before. Ayame commented. Narumi nodded with a huge smile. Oh, you have no idea. I already know we're going to be best friends. Karen felt warm inside at being accepted wholeheartedly already, but felt a little awkward at meeting so many new people at once. She just sat there with a polite smile, giving short answers or nods to the questions that came at her. "So, what can I get you tonight?" Kyuubi asked the only guests that were in his stand in this latish hour, it being close to closing time. "I'm alright. I've already had dinner," Naruto answered. "I'll have 3 tonkotsu ramens." Each of the Narumi clones shouted out in glee. Naruto shook his head. "Oh no, you won't. We're only here for Karen." Narumi's clones put on her puppy dog face and pleaded. "But Ni-chan. We're your sister." "Clones. You guys are clones of my sister. I'm not spending money on clones." He then turned to Karen. "What do you want to have?" Karen looked at the large variety available and had trouble choosing. She hadn't really had ramen like this often and wasn't even familiar with most of these variations. Narumi's clones could see the trouble Karen was having and decided to help so they could enjoy it vicariously through her. "How about the tonkotsu ramen? Or the miso ramen? Ooh. The shio ramen is real good too." "Oh. That sounds pretty good. I'll have the first one she mentioned," Karen replied. Kyuubi gave her a smile as he nodded. "Ayame. Prepare noodles for 1 tonkotsu." As the father and daughter duo got to preparing Karen's meal, the Uzumakis began to talk. "By the way, Ni-chan, why are you so dressed up?" Narumi asked. "I didn't even know you had clothes like this." Naruto began to scratch the back of his head as he chuckled awkwardly. Narumi's eyes widened as a thought came to her head, one influenced by the shoujo manga she liked to read. "Wait, could you have been on a date?" Naruto shut her down immediately. "A date? No. I just had dinner at some fancy place, and they apparently had some sort of stupid dress code." Karen smiled a little lecherously as she thanked the restaurant in her head for the eye candy they provided for her. I mean, there was nothing wrong with just enjoying his good looks, right? It wasn't like she wanted anything from him, and they were probably distant cousins after all. "Who did you eat with?" the other clone asked her brother, now in full-blown interrogation mode. "It was supposed to be Izumi, me, and Shizune-san, but Izumi couldn't make it." Narumi's eyes widened again. "So, you just had dinner alone with Shizune-chan at a fancy restaurant? That's totally a date. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. How was it? Are you guys a thing now? I totally support it." What? I told you it wasn't a date. Me and Shizune-san have nothing going on," Naruto replied quickly, trying to shut down any confusions about his relationship with Shizune. Still, he couldn't help but think back to the dinner he just had with Shizune. He did have a good time with her once they got over the initial awkwardness. However, he couldn't help but wonder what it would have been like if it was a date with Mei. She would have been very pleased at him finally dressing up in clothes that wasn't just shinobi attire. Maybe she would have even rewarded him for that. His cheeks lit up at the thought. Then he remembered the fact that they couldn't be together. He sighed as he reminded himself that what they had couldn't be anything more than a past fling. Still, that didn't make him miss her any less. Narumi and Karen observed his facial expressions as he seemed to drift off into thought. What the heck was he thinking about that caused him to go from nostalgic, embarrassed, to sad? Narumi was about to voice her questions, when Naruto seemed to snap back from his thoughts and asked Karen a question before anyone could address him. "Anyway. So, what was it that you wanted to speak to me about?" Naruto asked. It took Karen a moment to gather her thoughts and courage, but she soon opened her mouth. I don't want to live in Kusa anymore. I want to live here, with you and Narumi. I want to be with my clan," she began. Naruto's eyes widened. Wow. That was a bomb. Sure, they were part of the same clan and that was cool and all, but a foreign ninja wanting to leave their village to join another? That sounded like a nightmare to sort out. I hate Kusa. I hate how I'm treated there, and I don't want to be used like some object like my mother was. And my mother died because of them. I hate that place. She began to scream as she became more and more furious the more she thought about why she wanted to leave. Naruto, Narumi, Ayame, and Tucci were all taken aback a little at her sudden outburst after she had been relatively quiet. Ayame put the bowl of ramen in front of Karen and quietly retreated to the back. Karen stared at her toes, feeling awkward after letting her emotions loose like that. She couldn't bear to raise her head and meet the eyes of the people around her. She was surprised when Narumi's clones on either side of her put their arms around her to comfort her. "Don't worry. If anyone can help you, it's my Ni-chan. Isn't that right?" Narumi's clones asked Naruto. Naruto gave Karen a warm smile as he tried to comfort her. "That's right. We're family after all, aren't we? Karen's eyes widened as she looked at Naruto in surprise. It won't be simple, but I'll do anything and everything I can to get you here, so don't you worry about it, okay? I promise you that as the clan head of the Uzumaki clan. Who was she that they'd go so far to help her? She had never had anyone like this in her life ever since her mother passed away years ago. It was honestly a little overwhelming for her, and Karen's eyes began to tear up. Naruto patted Karen's back. Now let's not let your ramen go cold, or Tucci-san is not gonna be happy, isn't that right? He joked in an attempt to brighten the dark atmosphere. Karen wiped her eyes and smiled as she picked up her chopsticks. The food in front of her looked and smelled absolutely delicious, and she sure as heck was not about to let it go cold. Flashback end. Karen looked at the pictures of Naruto and Narumi that were all over the place and smiled. If things went well for her, she would be part of this loving family. That was all she had ever wanted. Knock knock knock. Yes? Karen asked in response. Karen? Are you awake? Naruto's voice asked from the other side of the door. Yeah. I'm up. She replied. Great. Would you like to come down and join me for breakfast? Karen's smile widened on her face. Of course. I'll be right down. She threw her blanket off of her and slipped her feet into the slippers she was given before heading for the door. It looked like things were finally turning around for her. With the sound trio. Yeah, it looks like he's not coming back. Dosu confirmed after he put down Kafun's lifeless hand. Kin looked nervous as she paced back and forth after being revived from her unconsciousness. Oh no. This is a disaster. What are we gonna do when Orochimaru-sama finds out we failed our mission? Zaku slammed his fist into a tree next to him. Damn it. If only those fucking bastards didn't stick their nose into our business. We could have easily beaten those damn weaklings and gotten those Uchiha and Hyuga brats. Kin swallowed her saliva nervously as she wondered what would happen to them. Do you think he'll punish us? What do you think he'll do to us? Dosu helped bandage Toga before addressing his team. It's not over yet. We can still kill them later on in the tournament. All we have to do is stay in the tournament long enough until we can face them. After that it doesn't matter. Kin's face regained a bit of its color when she heard that. Why yeah. You're right. We can still do this. Right, Zaku? Zaku cracked his knuckles as he scowled. The next time I come across those bastards, I'll tear them to pieces. Dosu nodded. Once we get the job done, everything will be fine. Even if we get disqualified from the tournament, Orochimaru-sama promised he'd promote us as long as we got the job done before the event. The three Sound Genin were reinvigorated at the thought. So shall we go get us some of these scrolls then? Kin and Zaku replied to Dosu with a smirk. On the fourth day in the forest. Ha! Did you guys see that? I told you me and Akamaru can handle anyone if we work together. Kiba bragged as he walked back into camp with Shino and Shikamaru after getting another scroll. Shikamaru picked his ear with his pinky as he tried to ignore Kiba's boasting. Yeah, whatever. We wouldn't have needed to engage them all at once if you weren't so loud and troublesome in the first place. It was still an improvement compared to the previous encounter. Why? Because Kiba didn't forget his role this time. Shino commented. Shikamaru shrugged. Hey. I suppose that's true. I'm just glad we got the right scroll this time, so we don't have to go out again. Kyuubi was coming back from foraging some berries when he noticed the team sent out to get scrolls coming back. Ino. Sakura. They're back. The two girls exited the small cave under the tree to greet the team. Were you guys able to get the right scroll this time? Ino asked. Kiba nodded. Yup. It was easy too. You guys should have seen the way I was kicking ass. Kiba began excitedly explaining the story of how they got the scroll, and having nothing better to do, the team that stayed behind sat down with the returning team and listened. The six Genin were having a relatively good time talking, when Narumi began to squirm. Uck. Where am I? She mumbled to herself with a raspy voice, but nobody noticed she was awake yet. As she tried to make sense of where she was and what happened, the memories of what had happened before she was knocked unconscious began to flood her mind. She jolted up in fear when she remembered what had happened to Sasuke and Hinata. No. Sasuke. Hinata. Team 8 and Team 10 jumped up from their position and turned to look at Narumi when they heard Narumi's wail. Seeing that Narumi was crying and freaking out, Ino rushed to her side and embraced her with a hug, patting her back gently to calm her down. Ino? Narumi stammered out through her tears. What are you doing here? Shh. Everything is all right. We found you, Sasuke-kun, and Hinata-chan hurt, so we came together to look after you guys. Ino replied. Narumi pulled herself away from Ino's embrace and looked over her teammates and best friends. Looking over them, she could see that even though they were unconscious, their chests were rising and falling as they breathed. "Hey, are they okay?" Narumi asked nervously, still trying to understand her situation. Ino nodded and gave her a soft smile. "They're hurt, but they're still alive." Narumi's shoulders began to shake as she began to cry. I thought they were dead. I saw her kill them." "Who?" Shikamaru asked, leaning by the entrance of the root cave. "Who is her?" Narumi's face paled as she remembered her fight and how they were completely dismantled like they were academy children. I don't know. But she was so strong. Stronger than anyone I've ever seen. Stronger than some jonin." She calmed down slightly when Sakura brought her some water to help her calm down. "Thanks." Once she drank her water, Shikamaru started his questioning again, trying to get some intel. "Narumi. What was the person who defeated you like? Is there anything you know about her?" She was from Kusagakure, I think. She was really creepy though. She moved so weird. It was like she didn't have any bones. And she used snakes. She shivered at the memory. Super creepy." Shikamaru got up from his leaning position and peered into the cave to make eye contact with Narumi. "Do you happen to know anything about these marks?" he asked in a serious voice that Narumi was surprised to hear for the first time, as he pointed at Sasuke and Hinata's necks. "What marks?" She looked at the side of their necks and found strange symbols at the place where they were bitten. "This is where that snaky woman bit them," Narumi gasped in shock. She began to look at them more closely, curious at what was going on. They seemed to be some sort of seal. "Huh? A seal?" Kiba wondered out loud. She traced her finger around the seal, to get the feel of the stroke movement. "This looks like Sasuke's Sharingan pattern. But these characters around it. It's like some sort of cursed seal." "Cursed seal?" Shikamaru asked with one eyebrow raised. "Yeah. Regular seals are mostly used for storing things. But cursed seals can be used for a bunch of different things, and they're often used to do bad things. That's why they're called cursed seals," Narumi informed Shikamaru. Sakura looked at Sasuke with concern. "Cursed seal? What did that mean for him?" "Hey, aren't you good with seals? If they're bad, can't you get rid of them?" Ino asked Narumi. Narumi shook her head. "I haven't learned about cursed seals yet. But I know you can't just get rid of them. It's more complicated than that." "So, there's nothing you can do?" Sakura asked in concern. Narumi thought for a moment before responding. "Well, I can't get rid of them, but I can do something to keep it under control for a bit." "You can?" Sakura asked in surprise. She knew seals were really complicated things, and usually only the most erudite of shinobi would have any experience with them. Not to bag on Narumi or anything, but Narumi didn't seem like she would be someone who would have that kind of knowledge. Narumi nodded. "But it'll take a lot of preparation, and I can't be disturbed while I do it. You guys will need to make sure I'm safe." Ino gave her a confident smile. "Well, what do you think we were doing this whole time? You can leave it to us." Narumi smiled. "All right. But this time, let me help you out. Kage Bunshine no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Technique." When the puff of smoke that appeared with their summoning dissipated, Narumi expected to see a gang of clones which could help her. Instead, she only got one clone to appear, which shocked her. What the heck? Where are the others?" Narumi wondered out loud. The clone looked to her right and left before she shrugged at Narumi. "I dunno. You tell me." Narumi sighed. There was something wrong with her too, and sorting all of this out was going to be troublesome. Chapter 48, The Preliminaries Part 1. At the tower. "So, these are all the sensei of the teams that haven't been eliminated?" Hiruzen asked as he stepped into the arena under the tower in the Forest of Death. Hayate nodded. Though it would be more accurate to say these are the sensei of the teams that haven't been eliminated yet. Their allotted time is about end in a few minutes. Hiruzen nodded in understanding as he looked around. He noticed the Jonin sensei with their Jinan teams from Suna, Ado, and Kiri. He also noticed two of the older teams from Konoha who had made it through. However, none of the rookie teams had made it through yet, and though there wasn't any evidence of them being eliminated just yet, every second that passed by lowered their chances of making it into the next round, suggesting something may have happened. Hiruzen frowned as he looked at the visibly worried Jonin sensei of the rookie teams. "Did I make a mistake in allowing rookie teams to participate?" Did I place too much faith in the Jonin sensei's judgment? Even Naruto, who was known for not usually having the most expressive face, was visibly concerned. What's going on here? There shouldn't have been any other Genin who were able to give them any trouble, let alone defeat them. How have they not made it back yet? Did something go wrong? He thought to himself. Do you think we made a mistake in entering our Genin? Kurenai asked out loud in concern, breaking the silence between the three Genin sensei. For a brief moment, the other two stayed silent, wondering if she had a point. Then, Asuma put his hand on her shoulder from beside her. We should have more faith in our Genin. If they were eliminated, we would have heard about it. Let's just give them a few more minutes. I suppose you're right. Though at this point, I don't even care if they pass. I just hope they're alright. Kurenai admitted. Are we sure they're not dead? What are the chances that they show up at this point? One of the Chunins helping out with the exams asked Ibiki, who was also present. I'll suppose we'll just have to wait and see. He replied. And by the way, I'd keep my mouth shut if I were you. Huh? Why? Ibiki glanced over at Naruto, Asuma, and Kurenai, who was giving the Chunin the death glare. I'm not sure those Jonin sensei like hearing the sound of your voice all that much. The Chunin gulped when he saw their murderous glares. Why yeah, of course. Oh, I forgot. Anko-san wanted me to. Organize a few things, he blurted out as he quickly slipped away from the scene to hide from the Jonin sensei of the rookie teams who looked like they were ready to slit his throat at any moment. Hey. Yeah, you go do that, Ibiki chuckled to himself quietly. Stupid kid. It's good to have faith in your team, but it was foolish for them to enter such inexperienced rookie teams into the exams. It could have led to their deaths, Guy whispered to Kakashi, who was present to watch with special permission from the Hokage on account of his involvement with Team 7. Kakashi shrugged. Hey. Who knows? I entered the Chunin exams as a rookie too. I turned out all right. But you were a special case. A once-in-a-lifetime genius. Do you think that all these kids are like you? Guy asked in disbelief. Kakashi shrugged. Hey. We'll find out soon enough. He looked nonchalant to everyone, including Guy, who was fuming at his coolness, but deep down inside he was worried for his sensei's daughter and his former subordinate's brother. Hayate looked at the clock on the wall, watching the time wind down. Alright. It looks like that's going to be everyone that will make it. Let's have all the Genin come down to the arena. Hayate announced when there was less than 1 minute left. Wait. There's still a bit of time left. Kurenai argued. Hayate shrugged. We can wait if you feel like all three remaining teams are somehow going to come through those doors in the next 30 seconds, if that'll make you feel better. Kurenai glared at him for his response, which she took to be snarky, but everyone decided to just wait the last few seconds out. Naruto anxiously watched the clock wind down. 10. 9. 8. Slam. The silence of the waiting shinobi was broken when the door was slammed open. Are we too late? Did we make it in time? Narumi asked out loud as she entered the room with the other rookies. It looks like you were right after all, Kurenai-san. I apologize. Hayate told Kurenai before turning to the rookie Genin that walked in. Yes, you guys are here on time. The three Jonin sensei felt like a huge weight was lifted off of their shoulders when they saw their teams and rushed over to check on them. However, Naruto's happiness in seeing his team evaporated when he saw the ragged state they were in, with Narumi and one clone carrying Sasuke and Hinata on their backs. Narumi. Sasuke. Hinata. What happened to you guys? Sensei. Sasuke and Hinata groaned out in pain. Narumi put them down, and they wobbled to stay on their feet. Ni-chan, Narumi shouted as she jumped into her brother's arms and began to sob. It was so terrible. The other teams below noted the ragged state of Team 7, with Narumi crying in Naruto's arms and the other two barely staying on their feet. It appeared that they would be easy pickings, which brought a smile on most of their competitors, save for a few. Narumi, calm down and tell me what happened. Naruto told his sister, trying to assess what happened as he looked over his team. Narumi nodded and took a few breaths. There was this crazy girl from Kuza who was so strong. She beat all three of us by H herself. Naruto raised an eyebrow. How is that even possible? A single Genin? It would take a high-level Chunin, or maybe even a Jonin-level shinobi to beat all three of them at the same time with their teamwork. However, he kept his thoughts to himself and nodded for her to continue. Narumi continued to speak. She was like a slithery whirlwind. And she moved so creepily too. It was like she had no bones. It was so hard for us to guess what she was going to do, because she moved like some sort of freak. I couldn't even predict her movements with my Sharingan. I thought she moved a bit like Anko-sensei, but she was on a whole other level. At times she felt more like a snake than a human, and she sure bit like one. Sasuke added as he unconsciously rubbed the area of the bite. Naruto noticed the strange seal on his neck, and immediately saw the connection it had to Anko's own. This is... He was interrupted mid-speech when Hayate clapped to get their attention. Alright everyone. Those of you who have just entered can come down to the arena now. I have things to announce, and I don't like to yell. But we just got here. Can't we get a moment to catch our breaths? Sakura asked. Unfortunately, you may not. If you wanted time to rest and recover, you should have come sooner. That is the privilege they get for completing the test early, and that is the penalty you get for coming in at the last second. Now come down here before I disqualify all of you. Hayate replied. The rookie Jinan grumbled as they headed down, complaining about things being unfair. Naruto stopped his team briefly to make sure they were capable of continuing. Are you all okay? Will you be able to continue? Naruto asked. They all nodded their heads. Alright. Let me know if anything feels wrong. I can see that somebody, probably Narumi, took some sort of measures to restrict those seals on your necks, but I'm gonna keep an eye out on you guys. We'll need talk about this further later. Naruto told his team before they joined the other Jinan in the arena. Hayate coughed lightly into his fist before speaking. First of all, congratulations on completing the second stage of the Chunin exams. I know it wasn't an easy task. However, more of you made it out than we expected. The Jinan looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Less than half of the Jinan who entered had made it through. Too many of them made it through? What was he talking about? Why don't I explain? Hiruzen suggested, as he stepped forward. Hayate nodded and yielded the floor. Before we move on, I believe I should explain the true meaning of the Chunin exams to you. Hiruzen began. Isn't it to select the next batch of promising Chunin? Kankuro asked. Hiruzen nodded but continued to speak. While that is true, there is more to it. You see, the Chunin exams is also a replacement for war amongst allied villages. War? Many of the genins questioned. The nature of shinobi villages means that there are bound to be disagreements. These exams are one way to get rid of bad blood between villages without going to war, with competition between Jinan replacing the battles. However, there is also another aspect of the exams that simulates war. The spoils of war? Shikamaru guessed out loud, and Hiruzen nodded in confirmation. Absolutely correct. You see, every time there is a war, the hierarchy between the villages goes through a shift. Whoever wins the war wins prestige and power. What do you mean? Narumi asked in confusion. A village that is able to showcase Jinan with impressive talent or skill, or even win the whole Chunin exams, will be able to show the world what they have to offer, creating more demand, or more jobs and missions for their own shinobi. Hiruzen explained. So, we're like some sort of advertisement? Narumi questioned. Hiruzen nodded. That is certainly one aspect of the exams. The Jinan are the future of any village, and as representatives of your respective villages, how you perform will be seen as indicators of the future of your villages. The Jinan let that sink in, now realizing that the Chunin exams were much bigger than a simple test for advancement. The Hokage saw that his message had the intended effect and stepped back to let the proctor take over in further explanation. The next round and last stage of the Chunin exams is the tournament. As you are now aware, there will be spectators that will come from all over, a diverse group ranging from nearby villagers to daimyo of different nations who will come to see the fights for entertainment, but also to see what each village has to offer. As such, we can't drag it out with too many battles. Hayate explained. So, you'll narrow down our numbers before we get to that stage? Shikamaru asked in a way that sounded more like a declaration. Hayate nodded. Exactly. We'll be having a preliminary tournament right here to select the best of the best to be represented in the tournament. The Jinan's eyes widened, as they looked around to see their competition, wondering who they'd be matched up against as they sized everyone up. Meanwhile, Naruto was deep in thought, extremely disturbed by what he heard from his team, and what implications it might have. One Jinan taking all three of them out? That's not likely. Not at all. It looks like they've been absolutely dismantled, but none of them died. That requires a much higher degree of skill than to just outright kill them. But what are they trying to achieve? He looked at the Jinan in the arena below and didn't notice anyone who fit the description his Jinan gave him. Someone so strong didn't even make it to this stage? Now if that's not suspicious, I don't know what is. His mind then turned to the marks he saw on Sasuke and Hinata's necks. There's no doubt those seals are the same kind of cursed seals that Anko has on her neck. A slightly different version, but the same hallmarks are there. This can only mean one thing. Trouble was brewing, and his students were somehow involved. He had to figure out what was going on, and quickly too. What are you planning, you slithery bastard? Meanwhile, Hayate reached into a basket held by the Chunin who had gotten on the bad sides of the 3 Jonin sensei of the rookie teams. We'll be picking out 2 random names from this basket to pick out the matchups. Hayate announced. After mixing up the folded papers with the names inside for a while, he pulled up 2 names. The first match will be Gaara of Suna and Yakashi Kabuto of Konoha. Silence fell over the room as all eyes fell on the 2 Genin. The other Genin began to go up to the viewing deck that ringed the arena, leaving the 2 Genin alone with Hayate. Kabuto vs. Gaara. Alright, before we begin the matches, let me introduce myself and explain the rules. Hayate began. The Genin above on the viewing deck craned their necks closer to hear what he was saying. I am Gecko Hayate, the proctor for the preliminary matches. And here's the first and most important rule you should remember: always listen to the proctor. If I say stop, it means stop. Failure to comply will result in disqualification. Other than that, there are no rules for the fight itself. You may use any tools or jutsu at your disposal to defeat the opponent. Gaara gave a small smirk. And death is permitted? All the Genin felt a small shiver crawling up their spines at his ominous question. Hayate nodded. Killing your opponent isn't grounds for disqualification. However, if the proctor judges the fight to be over and you continue to attack and kill the opponent, you will be disqualified. Sakura and Ino gulped in fear as they looked at the small redhead from Suna. What kind of psychopaths were in this competition anyway? The fight will end when the proctor decides one side has won, if one of the contestants dies or is incapacitated, or if someone forfeits, which they may do at any point. Can they forfeit now? Kabuto asked. Hayate nodded. Certainly. In that case, I choose to forfeit. Kabuto announced. Gasps broke out from all over the room. Everyone was shocked that Kabuto forfeited. How could you get this far and give up without even trying? Are you sure you don't want to at least try before giving up, Kabuto-san? Sakura asked. Kabuto shook his head. I'm already in bad condition from the second stage, and I'm not so keen to be in a fight to the death with some bloodthirsty kid. I'll pass and try again in the future when I'm in better shape. With the forfeit from Yakashi Kabuto, the winner of this match is automatically Gaara of Suna. Hayate announced. We'll move on to the next fight immediately. Gaara gave a furious glare to the back of Kabuto's head as he retreated before he reluctantly went up to the viewing deck himself. He had been so excited to shed some blood and that fool decided to forfeit? How dare he deny him of his blood? Murmurs broke out all over the room, the atmosphere of the room only becoming more uncomfortable with the disappointing start of the preliminaries. Many eyes were on Kabuto, giving him a look of disappointment and confusion, but nobody gave much thought to Shikamaru's lazy glance at Kabuto. To most people, it appeared like Shikamaru was disinterested as always, but in his own head, he was coming up with all kinds of scenarios to explain what had just happened. He didn't buy Kabuto's excuse in the slightest. He couldn't quite come up with an acceptable theory yet, but he couldn't help but be extremely suspicious of this mysterious Genin who had now failed the exam for the 8th time. The suspicion he had of Kabuto from the beginning of the exams continued to grow. Alright. Next up is Tamari of Suna and Yamanaka Ino. Hayate called out next. Tamari vs. Ino. Ino nervously sauntered down to the arena, where Tamari was awaiting her with a confident smirk. Ino tried to hide her nervousness and fake some confidence, but this older kunoichi was exuding a confident and dangerous aura that was clearly stemming from experience. She had remembered reading on Kabuto's profile cards that she was on the same team as Gaara and was probably someone to watch out for. Hey, scared yet, blondie? Tamari taunted. Hey! You're a blondie too, stupid, Ino shouted back. Tamari smirked. We may both be blondes, but I'll show you that one of us is a real kunoichi, while the other is a little girl who's more interested in fashion than actually being competent. Ino was furious at her accusations. She had been training hard with Asuma for months and weeks, trying to overcome her own shortcomings, but this girl had the audacity to just disregard all that and assume she was more interested in fashion? Her nervousness was now replaced by anger. She wanted to show this girl just exactly what she was made of. Just because I'm prettier than you doesn't mean I'm only interested in fashion, you dusty fangirl. I'll show you what I'm capable of so you can shove it up yours, she shouted furiously. Hayate saw that the two girls were already at each other's throats, so he decided to start the fight. As soon as he began the fight, Ino pulled out two kunai and sprinted for Temari. She's definitely a long-distance fighter if her weapon says anything about her fighting style. Ino thought to herself as she held the kunai in reverse grip, like Asuma often did with his trench knives. Then I'm going to go swarm her up close. Here's my chance to try out some of the things Sensei taught me about closer range fighting. And maybe I could trick her into thinking I'm a close range fighter, so when I set up my Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch technique, she'll be caught off guard. Temari pulled the fan from her back but had no time to deploy it against Ino before she fell upon her. I can tell you're a long-distance fighter based on your fan, but I'm not going to give you a chance to open that up, Ino declared as she swung at Temari with a ferocity and tenacity that surprised a lot of the people watching. Man, when did Ino get so aggressive? Narumi wondered out loud, mirroring Sakura's thoughts as well. Temari dodged a couple of the strikes before she blocked the next one with her fan. I don't even need to open my fan up to deal with the likes of you. She then surprised Ino when she counterattacked, using the fan like a staff to redirect one of her strikes, then to rapidly use the other end to jab Ino in the stomach. Ino jumped backwards to catch her breath after having it knocked out of her by Temari's attack. Your pitiful attacks won't work on me. If you think all I can do is fight at a distance, you're dead wrong, Temari told Ino. However, I still do prefer it. Why don't I show you why? Ino knew she couldn't afford to let Temari get to her comfortable range, so she tried to run back at Temari. However, Temari had already opened up her fan a third of the way. Temari swung her fan at the oncoming Ino, and a powerful gust of wind blew Ino away, slamming her into the wall with such force that her vision became blurry. What the heck? Was that a jutsu? How did she make such a strong gust of wind? Narumi asked out loud. How did she do that, sensei? Sakura asked Kurenai. It was like a jutsu, but she didn't use any hand signs. She is using a Tesen, or iron fan, as a ninja tool to channel her wind chakra. Suna is famous for wind jutsu users, but she's able to use her fan to use wind jutsu without hand signs, which can allow her to attack significantly faster. Kurenai explained. And in a world where the few seconds you need to make hand seals can mean the difference between life or death, ninja tools like that could be a game changer. Asuma added as he frowned, watching Ino pick herself back up and stumble back to her feet. Ino swayed back and forth, trying her hardest to reorient her balance, but she was struggling to even stay on her feet. She was pretty sure she had at least a minor concussion. Still, she couldn't give up so easily. She wanted to make her sensei proud. And looking bad in front of Sasuke was another thing she wanted to avoid. Screw it, I guess I'll risk it and try now, rather than being eliminated without even trying. Ino thought to herself as she gathered her hands in the hand seal for her clan's famous jutsu. Temari didn't know what Ino was doing with her hands and wondered if Ino was just trying to keep her balance. It sure didn't look like any hand seal she had seen before. Still, she wasn't that interested in finding out and didn't want to drag this fight out longer for some random Jinan anyway. I'm done wasting time with you. Be gone, brat. Temari swung her fan again, and Ino was sent flying into the wall again. The Konoha Jinan watching winced when they saw Ino crunch against the wall before she slumped over and fell on her face. The winner of match 2 by knockout is Temari of Suna. Hayate announced. The medics immediately came after his announcement and took her away to the infirmary. Asuma sighed as he pulled out a cigarette. Damn it. Why did she have to match up against that girl out of all people? Narumi glared at Temari, who smirked at Ino's angry friends before she walked back up to join her siblings. She'd get revenge for her friend if she ever faced her, Narumi vowed. The next match is Uchiha Sasuke and Kinuta Dosu. Hayate announced. Sasuke vs Dosu. All eyes fell on Sasuke, one of the last, and the youngest of the Uchiha shinobi left in Konoha. They were interested to see what he was capable of. Dosu was unable to stop himself from smiling, even though his bandages hid it from everyone. What luck! Now I have the perfect opportunity to complete my mission. He was thrilled to have the perfect excuse to kill him without any repercussion. He'd make up for his past failure now. Sasuke eyed Dosu, who he spotted staring at him. He had heard from his friends that Dosu and his team had tried to kill him while he was unconscious. He was determined to pay back the favor and teach him a lesson and also show the whole world what Uchiha Sasuke was capable of. Naruto watched Sasuke with concern as he wobbled down to the arena on unsteady legs. Not only was Sasuke in terrible condition right now, but Naruto was also worried about the curse seal he saw on his neck, and how it would affect him during the fight. Hayate looked at the two fighters to make sure they were ready. He looked over at Sasuke, who looked like he was about to collapse already. "You sure you want to continue?" Hayate asked. Sasuke nodded, his eyes showing a fierce determination which contrasted greatly from his condition. Hayate noticed and decided to let him continue. "Well, if that's the case, let the match begin." As soon as Hayate jumped away, Dosu threw several kunai towards Sasuke's direction to test out Sasuke's condition and reflexes. Even though he felt like he would collapse any second, Sasuke quickly moved, driven almost purely by willpower, and threw his own salvo of kunai, which knocked Dosu's out of their intended trajectory. Dosu looked at Sasuke, who was panting from the spurt of energy he used to deflect Dosu's kunai. "Impressive. You were able to not only perceive and track the movement of all my kunai, but also knock them all out of the air? I can see you possess quite the level of skill." Sasuke didn't reply, breathing hard as he prepared himself for whatever attack Dosu had planned next. "However, I can also see that you're exhausted. You're nowhere near your usual condition. Which is both a terrifying thought, and a welcome one. Still, I'd say that's an advantage I'll thoroughly enjoy." Sasuke gritted his teeth, knowing that Dosu was right. It felt like he would collapse and go unconscious immediately if he only closed his eyes for a few seconds. The wound he had gotten on his arm from the Kuza Kunoichi was throbbing and hindered him further, but he showed no signs of pain in an effort to not give away even more weaknesses to his enemy. Dosu charged at Sasuke and began a battle of taijutsu. Despite his appearance, where his hunched back and arms dangling in front of him with long sleeves suggested sluggish movement, Dosu surprised everyone with his proficiency in close-range combat. Sasuke impressed Dosu by still being able to mostly keep up with him in his weakened state, but the effects of his injuries and fatigue were still undeniable. Sasuke ate several punches on his face and stomach before a front kick on his chest from Dosu sent him falling on his back. Sakura nervously watched Sasuke fight Dosu, as the older boy seemed to dominate him. She had never seen Sasuke not have the upper hand in a fight before, and even though she had found him injured, which implied a loss, it was still shocking to see him losing in a fight in person. Narumi gripped the railing of the viewing deck as she watched the fight with anxiety. She had heard the boy had tried to kill them before, and she felt like Dosu wasn't done trying. Dosu smirked under his bandages as Sasuke got up from the ground with great effort. "I think I got a good enough feel of what you're capable of now. Why don't I stop wasting our time and finish this now?" Sasuke glared at Dosu as he breathed out labored breaths. He was so frustrated with how the fight was going, and how unresponsive his body was being. He had gauged Dosu's ability the same way Dosu had gauged his, and he knew that he could beat Dosu if he was in good condition. However, that wasn't the current circumstance, and that was what mattered right now. He needed something extra to give him a chance of winning this fight, so he decided to try to activate his Sharingan. His onyx eyes flashed red and three tomoe began to circle around his pupils for a brief second, before searing pain from his neck forced him to deactivate it instantly and fall to his knees. Dosu took advantage of this moment and ran at Sasuke. A punch flew towards Sasuke, and Sasuke tried to dodge by tilting his body to his left. However, as soon as he had dodged Dosu's punch, he remembered what had happened to Kabuto at the start of the exams, and he felt extreme nausea and dizziness in the same way, taking damage to his inner ear from Dosu's soundwave attack. He collapsed onto his hands and knees and threw up. Dosu didn't waste a moment, turning right around and delivering a devastating kick to Sasuke's exposed ribs. Sasuke flew into the wall and grunted in pain as he clutched his side. He was sure he had at least one broken rib. "Shit. That hurt so fucking much." He swore in his mind. "I definitely broke a rib or two there. It hurts to just move." Sasuke was absolutely furious that he was being humiliated in this way. "If I was healthy, I would have killed him in a couple minutes." As he struggled to his feet, he fell to one knee, as his balance was completely shot from the damage he took to his eardrum from Dosu's soundwave attack. He watched Dosu come at him for a follow-through attack, and his mind couldn't help but go back to the dream he had while he was unconscious. Flashback. Sasuke looked around him and saw nothing but darkness around him. No, that wasn't a good description. It wasn't like he couldn't see anything around him like when it was night. It was more like there was an abundance of a dark color? It wasn't quite black and it wasn't quite navy though. It was more like just emptiness. What is going on here? How did I get here? Last thing I remember is fighting that Kuza Kunoichi. He was broken out of his thoughts when he was surprised by a voice that seemed to come from all directions around him. Kukaku. Welcome Sasuke-kun. Sasuke looked around in panic trying to find the source of the voice, putting his guard up immediately. He reached for a kunai but found none, but also found that none of his injuries were there either. My, no need to be so aggressive. I'm just here to talk. The voice spoke out. Who are you? Where is this? What do you want from me? Sasuke shouted out. Kukaku. I suppose the closest thing I can describe this place as would be your mind. The voice replied. What was he talking about? Why was his mind so empty? This could maybe be Narumi's mind, but this definitely did not look like what he imagined his mind would look like. My mind? Sasuke asked. Something close to that. And as for who I am? Sasuke felt a presence, so he quickly turned to face the presence. He saw a pale white man with long black hair slowly appearing from a short distance away. Sasuke was a little unsettled by the man's appearance. Sasuke himself was on the pale side, but this man was almost pure white, as if he had no blood running through his veins, and his yellow, snake-like eyes seemed unnatural as well. But the thing that scared him the most was his uncanny resemblance to the Kuza Kunoichi he had been fighting, before a bite from her knocked him unconscious. Who are you? Sasuke asked, his voice breaking despite his best efforts to appear brave. Kukaku. Who I am isn't important. What's important is what I can offer. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. And what are you offering me? His question made the snake-like man smile, but the uncanny smile made him feel more nervous rather than make him feel at ease. Power. Power? Sasuke asked. That was completely out of nowhere. What? I know you seek power. Power to be strong enough to protect what is dearest to you. Power to kill those who robbed you of what was precious to you. Power to get revenge. I can give you that power. The shadiness of the man and the sudden, unsolicited offer of power were immediate red flags for Sasuke. This offer felt about as desirable and enticing as an offer from a stranger offering candy to children under a bridge. Yeah. No, thank you. I already have a sensei for that, and I'll get there on my own. Sasuke replied. Kukaku. So you think your sensei is already doing a good enough job, eh? Then why were you so easily defeated? This is the level of power you wanted? You think this is enough to kill Itachi? Sasuke was now completely suspicious about the man's intent and identity. How did he know of his former, and maybe slightly present, desire to kill his brother, and what did he know of Itachi? What do you know of Itachi? What do you want from me? Sasuke asked angrily in a low voice. I know enough. Enough to know that you'll never be on his level at this rate. He was already a Jonin-level shinobi at your age. Sasuke bristled at the strange man's response. That was a sore spot for Sasuke, who always wanted to escape his brother's shadow. Well, it doesn't matter how fast you get there. It only matters how ready you are when you're there. Sasuke told the man, quoting words from his sensei. I'll surpass my brother in my own way. Kukaku. What foolishness. Do you think if you get strong quickly, you won't be ready? You can get more ready if you can do it quickly. The more you waste time, the bigger the gap grows between you and your brother. Do you think he's waiting around for you to catch up? It's clear your team is holding you back, and your sensei is distracting you from your goals with his misguided ideals. You'll never get your revenge this way. Accept my help and the power I offer you, and I'll help you become more powerful than you can imagine. There's more to my life than just revenge, Sasuke shouted back. The team and sensei you say are holding me back are more important than any stupid plans of revenge. I'm not going to let down my friends, family, and clan by falling into that darkness. The man chuckled as he began to fade away. Have it your way then. We'll see how long you think that way. Just remember that there's power beyond your imagination available to you. Reach out and take it. Experience it and tell me you don't like it. Tell me you don't want more of it. I'll be back again to see what you think. Sasuke stood standing where he stood as he watched the man vanish as suddenly as he appeared. He didn't know what the heck the man was on about, but he knew he wanted to have nothing to do with him. Flashback end. Sasuke remembered the snake-like man's words about a power available to him. He started to wonder if the man had a point. Maybe he could use some extra power and still stick to his own ideals? There wasn't much time to think about it though, as Dosu was upon him now. Looking a little lost there, Uchiha brat. Keep spacing out if you want to make my job easier, Dosu yelled out as he brought down a kunai on Sasuke. Sasuke didn't have time to dodge, so he tried to grab Dosu's hand to stop his attack. Though he was able to successfully grab Dosu's arm holding the kunai, His tired state meant he wasn't strong enough to keep it away from him when Dosu used his other arm to help his caught arm plunge the kunai into Sasuke's upper chest. The rookie teams on the viewing deck gasped in unison when they saw the kunai pierce Sasuke between his chest and collar. Naruto clenched his fist nervously. Sasuke used both arms to prevent the kunai from penetrating all the way, knowing that would kill him. Though the pain was immense, he used all of his strength to keep the kunai only a couple centimeters deep. Shit. If I don't come up with something now, it's all over. Sasuke thought in despair, when a voice began to whisper in his mind. Use the power I gave you. Let your emotions guide you. Kill your enemies. Show them the true power of rage and hatred. Sasuke wasn't sure what that was all about, but he decided to listen to the voice for now, as he didn't have many other options. He began to channel his rage and hatred and started to feel a burning sensation from the mark on his neck. However, rather than incapacitating him, that burning sensation seemed to fill him with power as it spread throughout his body. Soon, he couldn't even feel the pain or fatigue that had been plaguing him through this entire fight. He felt a strange chakra flowing through him. Though it felt weird, and a little off, it also made him feel powerful and reinvigorated. He immediately looked up to meet Dosu's eyes and activated his Sharingan. Dosu was thrown off by Sasuke's sudden burst of strength, and by the strange black marks that began to cover half of his face, before the sight of the Sharingan drowned out everything else. He immediately let go of Sasuke and stumbled back, stunned by the Sharingan which seemed to stare into his soul. Sasuke stood up and plucked the kunai out of his chest, not taking his eyes off of Dosu. The crowd watched in surprise as Dosu suddenly backed off from a fight he was winning and looked dazed. Sasuke used this opening to open his kunai pouch and threw a barrage of kunai at Dosu. Dosu snapped back to attention just in time to deflect the projectiles to his left and right with his melody arm and a kunai he drew with his other hand. The kunai were just a distraction though, as Sasuke used an incredible burst of speed that no one had seen from him before to close the gap between him and Dosu, and engaged Dosu in taijutsu, mirroring the opening of the fight, except he was the aggressor this time. Dosu was hard-pressed, slowly being pushed back without being able to complete a single strike against Sasuke, who used the intercepting fist style of the Uchiha and his fully matured Sharingan to deadly effect to stop all of Dosu's attacks in their tracks. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he watched Sasuke. It seemed like the curse mark was powering him and blocking out the pain, enabling him to fight at a higher capacity than usual. However, he knew that the man who gave the curse mark wasn't known to give out free gifts and knew there would be something more behind it. He kept his thoughts to himself but kept a close eye on Sasuke and prepared himself to move in case anything happened. What the fuck is going on? That looks like the effects of the curse seals that Orochimaru-sama gives to his trusted shinobi. Why does this Uchiha bastard have one? Dosu thought as Sasuke continued to humiliate him by completely dominating him. Sasuke smirked seeing the fear in Dosu's eyes, before he decided to use some moves he copied from watching Hinata's fight against the Kusa Kunoichi. He feinted with a punch before he used his Sharingan to cast a genjutsu. Dosu froze for a second once again when the image of two massive Sharingan that hung over him like two moons seemed to burn into his mind as it peered into his soul again. Sasuke smirked as he extended the first joints of his index and middle fingers from his fist to rapidly jab Dosu in several pressure points and nerve clusters on one of his thighs. Dosu's leg went limp immediately, and Dosu collapsed onto one knee. Sasuke quickly backflipped backwards to gain some space behind him, weaving hand seals as he did so. I'll teach you a lesson for trying to kill me when I was unconscious. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Fire release, Grand Fireball Technique. Sasuke landed on his feet and puffed up his chest before breathing out a massive fireball that was larger than any he had ever created before. Dosu's eyes widened as he tried to evade, but his numb leg and the enormous fireball which spanned at least 10 meters meant he was powerless to do anything to avoid the massive ball of fire that threatened to roast him alive. Dosu understood at this moment what had happened. He had been betrayed by his own master. Damn you Orochimaru. His screams were drowned out by the fire, as the massive fireball burned up all the oxygen in his lungs when it exploded on him. Many of the Genin turned their heads around to shield their faces from the inferno, while the Jonin looked on in shock at the sheer power of the jutsu from a Genin. Hayate waited for the fire and smoke to dissipate before he announced anything, but he was already sure the fight was done. The question he was wondering was if the sound Genin was merely severely burned with permanent injuries or if he was dead. He wasn't quite sure of which of the two options was correct when the smoke had dissipated, and he finally saw the boy. The rookie Jinan of Konoha gagged when they saw how the sound Jinan had all of his clothes burned off and had received such severe burns that his skin resembled tree bark, with subdermal fat and even bone being exposed in some parts. His lips and eyelids had shriveled up and pulled tight around his mouth and eyes, keeping his teeth and eyeballs exposed, which made him look like he had been flayed. There was silence for a couple seconds before it was broken by Hayate's soft coughing. The winner of this match is Uchiha Sasuke by knockout. Sasuke smirked as he stood over his immolated opponent. The way he had dominated him and absolutely destroyed him felt good. It was empowering. The thrill and rush of being filled with overwhelming power as he tore his opponent apart was simply amazing. He loved the feeling of it and couldn't wait to feel it again. Naruto watched the smallest bit of an unhinged smile form on Sasuke's face before he called out to him. "Good fight. Now come over here and get some rest." Sasuke turned his head to see the voice and saw his sensei looking grim. Was that all he had to say? Wasn't he going to acknowledge his power? Wasn't he going to praise him more? He was starting to get angry. Why wasn't he looking happier that his student won? Did he want him to lose or something? Then the snake man's words began to ring in his ear. Maybe his sensei was actually trying to hold him back after all. Maybe he just... Sasuke shook his head. What the hell was that? Why was he starting to think these crazy thoughts? It must be from the adrenaline from the fight and the fatigue. I need to get some rest like Naruto-sensei said. Sasuke thought to himself as he let the curse mark recede before he turned to walk up to the deck. However, as soon as the curse mark receded, Sasuke felt an immense pain and fatigue rushing over him. He wasn't even able to scream as his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. The last thing he registered before he went unconscious was his sensei catching him before he hit the ground. Chapter 49, The Preliminaries Part 2. Narumi looked at Sasuke with concern as he was carried away into the infirmary by Naruto. "Do you think he's okay?" Narumi asked Hinata, who looked unsure herself. I don't know." Hinata quietly replied. She had seen a lot of herself in Sasuke's fight, with her being just as drained and injured as he was, and she suspected the sudden burst of energy and chakra she observed from Sasuke was related to the vision or dream she had while she was unconscious. Hinata's response didn't really instill Narumi with confidence, and she decided to go check up on her friend. "Let's go check if he's okay," Narumi told Hinata before she threw her onto her back and snuck away, following Naruto as quickly as she could. Hinata was just as concerned and wanted to see how Sasuke was, but there was one question lingering in her mind. "And Narumi-chan? What are we going to do if they call us next?" Narumi halted for a second before continuing on. "I mean, what are the chances they call us next? We'll just be checking in on him for a second." Hinata considered Narumi's point but still wasn't completely sold. Still, she went along, mostly because she was too tired to protest, and also, she was being carried. "The next match is Uzumaki Narumi and Ibumi Zaku." Hayate's voice rang out. Narumi skidded to a halt. Dang it. She totally jinxed herself with that one. "Ugh. Me and my big mouth," Narumi complained. She let Hinata get off of her back. "Check on Sasuke-chan for me, okay? I'll be back as soon as possible." Hinata nodded at Narumi, who didn't even stay to see Hinata's response before she sprinted off towards the arena. Hinata grunted slightly in pain before she turned around and limped towards the room Sasuke was at, using the wall to support herself. Narumi vs. Zaku. Hayate was considering disqualifying Narumi for not coming to the arena, when she sprinted onto the scene. I'm here. Hayate looked over at Narumi and sighed. She was nothing like her brother when it came to keeping time, it seemed. "Alright. Come stand here in front of Zaku-san here so we can get the fight started." Zaku glared at Narumi as he pounded a fist into his palm. He was furious that Dosu had lost to Sasuke, and he was determined to make short work of this no-name loser to get revenge for the wounded pride of Oto Gakure. Narumi took her place at the center of the arena as she caught her breath and got ready. Kiba watched the two get ready to fight but couldn't help but feel like he had been cheated. He was totally being robbed of his opportunity to finish the fight that had started in the forest. A few more minutes and he could have finished him off. He didn't want to admit it, but part of him wanted Narumi to lose so he could have another shot at Zaku. "Hope you've enjoyed your life so far. Because it'll never be the same again after today. You're unlucky to face me as an opponent," Zaku threatened. Narumi met Zaku's glare with one of her own. "I heard what you tried to do in the forest. It's not gonna be so easy to beat me when I'm not unconscious." Zaku growled at her accusation, which he took to mean that he could only beat her when she was unconscious. He wasn't going to play around and make the same mistake that Dosu did with that Uchiha brat. He was just going to go all out from the very beginning before she pulled some random power-up out of her ass. Well, we'll see about that then, stupid tomato-looking brat. Shikamaru smirked as he watched the two. Hey. He just made a huge mistake. But I guess he'll have to learn the same way you did, eh Kiba? Kiba growled at Shikamaru's teasing, but he knew that was true. He had stayed away from all tomato products for weeks after his altercation with Narumi. Zaku didn't notice the minute change in facial expressions in Narumi, which would have warned him that he had made a huge mistake in calling her that and spared him some pain. It looked like he would have to learn the hard way. Alright, if both contestants are ready, the fight will now begin. Hayate announced as he jumped away from the fight. Zaku wasted no time in pulling his arms up and pointing it at Narumi. Take this, bitch. Zankukyokua. Extreme decapitating airwaves. The top layer of the ground between the two was torn to pieces, with chunks of the floor being ripped off and flying at Narumi's direction. The crowd was shocked as they watched. What kind of jutsu was that? Kurenai wondered out loud. That's the jutsu he used against us in the forest, Sakura mumbled to herself. Seeing the devastating effects once again used on another friend made her worry for Narumi's well-being. Even Tamari was slightly taken aback at the sheer power of the jutsu, which didn't even use a Tesen to amplify the wind chakra. How was he doing that? Narumi's friends looked on in concern as they waited for the dust to settle down. Would she be able to survive that? Meanwhile, a hysterical smile formed on Zaku's face. There was no way that bitch survived his strongest attack at point-blank range. People craned their necks to see what had happened when the dust began to settle. At the center of a huge tier that stretched from the middle of the arena to the wall behind Narumi, laid Narumi, who was slumped up against the wall. Zaku smirked as he admired his handiwork. Hey. Guess you were all talk. You know what? It was even easier than when you were unconscious. I'd even say Dog Boy was harder to fight than you. Hayate and the rest of the spectators waited to see if Narumi was actually down for the count. It was a pretty devastating attack after all. A few seconds before Hayate could declare a win for Zaku, Narumi shook her head as she regained her senses. Whoa. That was a crazy attack. If I didn't put up that barrier just in time, I would have been in a lot of pain. Maybe I should have tried this out back in the forest. A barrier? Kiba wondered out loud from the viewing deck. What? Sakura rolled her eyes at her teammates' ignorance. Didn't you pay attention at the academy? Barrier ninjutsu are jutsu that allow users to erect barriers to protect themselves, trap an opponent, or for other various applications. Well, aren't you quite the smart one? Kakashi commented. That's precisely what it is. How it's written in our textbooks word for word if my memory is correct. Sakura blushed at being praised by one of the strongest ninja in their entire village. However, you didn't bring up the fact that barrier ninjutsu is probably one of the most understudied and underutilized branch of ninjutsu, and that it is quite difficult to learn. So, it is quite surprising to see Narumi be able to not only cast one, but to do it so quickly. I'm assuming there were seals involved. With Kakashi bringing Narumi's feat into perspective, the spectators were surprised at Narumi's capability, and wondered what else she had to show. Zaku was utterly shocked that Narumi had survived his attack, which had been used at maximum power. How the hell? Narumi smirked as she got up and shook the dust off of her. Well, if you're done with your attack, why don't I show you one of mine? She began to weave a chain of hand seals that left most Junon confused. Wait, what kind of jutsu is that? It looks more complicated than anything we know. Kiba commented. I'd like to credit myself for that. Kakashi announced as he raised his hands. Watch what happens next. Suiten no jutsu. Water release, water bullet technique, Narumi bellowed out as she prepared to expel water from her mouth. Suiten? Kurenai shouted out in shock. A Junon like her already knows how to use elemental jutsu? Here it comes. Zaku thought as he put up his arms to blast the expected torrent of water back. Narumi hunched forwards and began to expel her water in front of her eagerly waiting audience. However, they all face-faulted when they saw a tiny squirt of water exit her mouth, no bigger than when a civilian holds water in their mouths and spits it at someone. So that's what you were responsible for, eh Kakashi? Impressive, Asuma said sarcastically as he gave him a smirk. That was lame. That's what we were waiting to see? Kiba said accusingly as he gave Kakashi a disappointed glare. Kakashi's mouth hung open under his mask. He had seen her use that technique many times before with great efficiency. What was going on? Zaku smirked when he saw the confused look on Narumi's face. So that was the attack you wanted to show me? Pretty pathetic. It's about what I expected from you though. You're all talk. I'm done listening to your baseless boasts, so now die. Zaku began using both hands to send smaller alternating blasts of airwaves at Narumi to not give her a moment of respite or the time to use any more barriers. Narumi ran around and dodged the smaller airwaves with her speed and unpredictable footwork, which shocked most of the spectators. Shoot. My chakra control is still terrible. I should have had Naruto Ni-chan undo that seal on my stomach before the match. She thought to herself as she ran in circles to avoid Zaku's attacks. Oh well. I wanted to win in a cool way, but I guess I'll have to fall back on old reliable. Narumi drew her sword and charged at Zaku. Suigetsu's eyes widened when he saw her sword. No. Is that the red whirlpool? Chojuro looked over at Suigetsu and then back at Narumi's sword. I mean, sure, it's a pretty sword with the reddish Damascus pattern, but what's so special about it? It's said to be the only sword forged outside of Kiri to be on par with our 7 legendary swords. I don't know too much about it, but I heard it was best used in the hands of an Uzumaki. Suigetsu replied. The Kiri shinobi all looked at Narumi with greater interest now. Meanwhile, Zaku was getting frustrated with all of his attacks missing this surprisingly quickly moving target, and he couldn't just spam his strongest jutsu as it used up too much chakra. He had already used up a big chunk at the start of the fight. What made it worse was that she somehow made a clone that made him double his work. Just freaking stay still for a second, you rat, so I can finish you off, Zaku shouted out in frustration as he continued to miss his attacks and waste chakra. His frustration also made his aim worse as Narumi weaved between his attacks. PFFT. As if anyone ever stayed still when asked that. Narumi replied. Now, here I come. While Zaku split his attention between the Narumis, they zipped towards him and slashed out with their swords in an Iaido style, draw slash. They both passed by him from opposite directions and sheathed their swords with their backs facing Zaku. Zaku didn't know what happened for a moment and thought they had missed. He only realized what had happened when he moved his hands to attack Narumi and both of his hands fell off of his arms. It took him a moment to process what happened, before he dropped to his knees and began to scream in agony. Narumi's single shadow clone dispelled itself while Narumi turned around to give him a cold stare. That's what you get for trying to kill me and my friends. The crowd flinched back at the gory scene. Damn. The kid is more merciless than I expected. I expected her to be nicer with the happy-go-lucky attitude we see from her. Asuma mentioned. Yeah, it's not the best idea to get on her bad side. She might not kill you, but she'll take her pound of flesh. Kakashi replied. Tamari looked at Narumi approvingly. Now here was a kunoichi that took her craft seriously. It was too bad she'd have to die along with everyone else. It was nothing personal though. Just business. It was clear to Hayate and everyone else that there was no more fighting to be done here. The winner by incapacitation, Uzumaki Narumi. Narumi smiled as her victory was announced and snuck back towards the infirmary when the medics came to take Zaku and his severed hands. Sure, she felt a little bad at Zaku's wails of pain, but he honestly deserved it for his actions in the forest, and Tsunade Ba-chan could always put his hands back on if necessary. Inside Sasuke's room, during Narumi's fight, Naruto was taking a closer look at Sasuke's curse mark as Sasuke laid on his cot unconscious. He turned around with his guard up when he heard the door open suddenly. Is Sasuke-kun okay? Hinata asked as she limped into the room. Naruto immediately put down his guard and rushed over to Hinata to help her get seated. It looks like he is stable but is extremely fatigued. They said he'll need to rest to regain chakra and recover. He'll be sleeping for a while. Hinata nodded as she sat down in a chair with her sensei's help. Once she was seated, Naruto turned to look at her with a serious face. So, can you tell me what happened in the forest? Hinata gulped a little as she remembered the events that led to her and Sasuke getting bitten. Well, you see. Hinata nervously explained the happening at the forest in great detail while Naruto said nothing, merely nodding from time to time to let her know he was listening. And then the last thing I remembered was her neck stretching like a snake as she came at me, and then. I don't remember anything after that. Several disturbing things were clear to Naruto when he heard Hinata's story. One was the fact that the Kuza Kunoichi clearly knew who Sasuke and Hinata was by name and took great interest in observing their skills. She could have easily killed them in seconds, but she went out of her way to prolong the fight. What did she want with them? Another disturbing implication was the fact that she was able to get that kind of information. Sure, They were the heirs of two of the most prominent and prestigious clans in Konoha, but that degree of familiarity pointed to the fact that there may be spies within their village that were not being tracked. This could be catastrophic. Hinata watched Naruto's face nervously as he tuned the world out as he was deep in his thoughts. What was he thinking about? She was about to ask when Naruto suddenly jerked into attention as if he just had a huge realization. Oh my god. Hinata was worried now. What's wrong, sensei? What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be waiting for your fight? What if they called you and you get disqualified? I know it's not my turn yet because it was Narumi's turn. Hinata explained. Naruto nodded as he relaxed. Oh. Good to hear. That's good. Wait, what? Narumi is. I'm missing Narumi's fight? Naruto shouted in shock as he got up from his chair and grasped his hair. We gotta go and. Naruto was cut off mid-speech when Narumi slammed the door open. Is Sasuke okay? Naruto's mouth dropped when he saw Narumi. What are you doing here? How about your fight? Oh. That? It was no big deal. I beat this one Jinan from Otogakure. I sliced off his hands. But before you judge me, just know he tried to kill us in the forest. Tears were freely falling from Naruto's eyes, albeit a little comically, as he fell to his knees and crawled over to hug Narumi. I can't believe I missed your fight. It was your big moment and I missed it. Narumi, however, didn't see what the big deal was because it was just some preliminary match against a no-name Jinan from a no-name village. She pushed Naruto away as she tried to get to Sasuke to see how he was. Alright Ni-chan, it's no big deal. You can watch my real fight in the actual tournament later, okay? So can you get off of me? She basically pried him off as she went over to check on Sasuke. How is he? What did the medics say? Narumi asked. The medics said he just needed some rest and regain chakra and he'll be alright. Hinata answered her. Guys. We can't be wasting time here. We need to get back out there in case it's Hinata's turn next. Naruto pointed out anxiously. He didn't want to miss another one of his students' fights. Don't worry. I have my clone outside listening for us, and she'll dispel herself if she hears Hinata's fight being announced. Narumi assured. Besides. I don't know if I can fight. I can barely stay on my feet, and I'm afraid I might collapse at any second, Hinata admitted. Hinata's terrible condition was evident to Naruto, and he was worried Hinata might fall prey to the temptations of using the untested and unknown curse seal like Sasuke did. He didn't think it was a good idea for Hinata to be tested that way right now, so he began to brainstorm what could be done. After a couple minutes, Naruto spoke up. Look, I know this might be considered cheating or unfair, but honestly, you guys having to face someone way above Jinan level in a Chunin exam is unfair too. So, what I'm gonna do is give you this. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a round pill. What is that? Hinata asked curiously as she took the pill from his hand. That right there is an Anbu soldier pill. Not only will it give you a huge but temporary chakra boost, it also has powerful painkillers to numb your pain, and a huge amount of caffeine to keep you alert and awake. Hinata thanked Naruto as she put the pill in her pocket. This was exactly what she needed. Wow, Ni-chan. That sounds pretty great. But how come you didn't give Sasuke one? Narumi asked. Well, first of all, it didn't cross my mind. Second, it's kind of cheating. Young Jinan like yourself should not have access to Anbu-grade soldier pills. Why not? Narumi argued. Sounds pretty useful to me. Well, they do have their share of negative side effects, and it's not really the best idea to hand them to 12-year-olds. Naruto replied. Hinata was now a little worried. Side effects? Well, basically, it works similar to the concept of the 8 gates. It releases limiters your body naturally has to protect you and forces your body to generate chakra at an accelerated rate. It's highly stressful for your bodies. Also, the huge amount of caffeine basically forces you into a heightened state of energy until it wears off. So, what this means for you is that you'll be able to operate at a higher capacity briefly before you crash and burn. The soldier pill I gave you is the smallest dose, so it'll just put you in a state of mildly severe chakra exhaustion, and therefore render you unconscious for only a few hours to a couple days. Naruto explained nonchalantly. 8 gates? Narumi wondered, not worrying too much about the rest. Being a chakra monster and having more energy than anyone she knew, the other things didn't really hit home for her. What was chakra exhaustion anyway? Was it like being sleepy after a long day at the pool? And what was this 8 gates business? However, Hinata's already pale face lost even more color as she processed what she heard. Basically, she'd be borrowing her health and vitality from the future. If she thought she was in a bad state now, after the fight she'd feel like a corpse. But don't worry too much about that, okay? You'll have plenty of time to recover afterwards. And also, don't tell anyone I gave you that, alright? I don't enjoy getting chewed out by the Hokage, and I definitely don't want to deal with random jonin and counselors complaining about me cheating. What's the deal with that anyway? We're ninja. We're supposed to do anything to achieve our goals, even if it is a little bit underhanded. Naruto's went off on a tangent complaining about other random stuff he was unhappy with, which Hinata and Narumi tuned out as background noise. His words weren't all that comforting for Hinata, but she supposed he had a point in saying that she should be prepared to do anything to win, and she didn't want to resort to reaching for the power that creepy snake man from her vision promised her. Naruto-sensei? Hinata called out, breaking Naruto from his monologue. Don't even get me started on my compensation, because What is it, Hinata? When should I take this pill? Should I take it now or right before the fight? Or do you think I should take it during the fight? Naruto wondered for a second. If she took it in front of everyone, it would be too obvious. Since the pill would last a few hours, it would probably be best if she took it now, and just ride it out. I'd just say take it now. And hopefully the crash will come after you get back home. Hinata felt uneasy about taking such drugs, but she trusted her sensei wholeheartedly, so she took the pill. She didn't feel anything for a minute, but then she felt like fire that started from her stomach began to course throughout her entire body. She started to feel itchy on her skin, so she started scratching her arms and neck, before she felt so energetic that she felt like she needed to get up from her chair. Naruto and Narumi looked at each other before looking back at Hinata, whose eyes began to twitch. You think I should have given her half of that? Naruto asked Narumi. I never really had issues with shortage of chakra, so I haven't really used them. I thought I gave her the smallest dose. Narumi rolled her eyes at Naruto's irresponsible act in giving Hinata an untested soldier pill. Well, it looks like we're about to find out how badly you messed up. It looks like it's Hinata-chan's turn next. Naruto left a clone behind to watch over Sasuke, now that he knew that Sasuke had a target on his back, and followed Narumi and the slightly over-energetic Hinata out to the arena and viewing deck. At the viewing deck, as Hinata took her place at the center of the arena for her fight, Naruto and Narumi took their place at the viewing deck. So, what did I miss, senpai? Naruto asked Kakashi. Other than your sister's fight? You didn't really miss much. Other than the Nara kid's tactical prowess overcoming a much stronger opponent in that older Konoha Jinan, the rest were pretty one-sided fights. That timid-looking kid from the mist surprised me with his use of one of the legendary swords of the mist. That kunoichi from the sound stood no chance. The Hyuga boy absolutely destroyed Counselor Haruno's daughter. The last fight was a little more entertaining, but the mini guy over there really did a number of Quuza's son. Guy really did a great job in making a little clone of himself. Kakashi replied. Hey! Lee's youth really shined through in that match, didn't it, Kakashi? Guy said proudly with a blinding smile on his face. Did you say something? Both Naruto and Kakashi said at the same time. Damn you, Kakashi. You've infected Naruto-san with your coolness. Kakashi pretended not to hear anything as he turned his attention back to the arena, while Naruto let out a chuckle. Kakashi had told him to respond like that when Guy went on with his youth talk if he wanted to see something funny, and he had to agree that it was pretty funny. He too turned his attention to Hinata's fight as the fight was about to begin. Hinata vs. Kankuro. When Hayate commenced the fight, Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan and got in her stance. My, don't you look eager? Surprising amount of energy for someone who was looking half dead earlier. Kankuro mentioned as he took the bandaged up object off of his back. No need to rush. I'll finish you up quickly anyway. Kakashi observed the scene below before he began to talk to Naruto. You know, he has a point. She is looking a lot more lively. A stark contrast from her condition when she arrived. I guess a little rest goes a long way, senpai? Naruto replied, trying to shut down the discussion before it started. I'm sure it does. Kakashi replied as he gave Naruto a knowing side eye. Yeah, Naruto could say whatever, and Kakashi wasn't about to call him out in public, but he was no idiot. He had seen those effects many times before, and he could see when a person was using a soldier pill for the first time. Hinata looked at her opponent, quietly observing both him and the bandaged object at his side. Why you might fool others, but I can see right through your tricks. Hinata commented, stuttering a little bit more than usual due to her feeling jittery from the soldier pill. Kankuro felt a little uneasy when he heard that, but he didn't let it show. Oh? Is that right? He replied, mocking her stutter to get in her head. Naruto glared at Kankuro for mocking his student, but Narumi was openly furious. Show that punk what you can do, Hinata-chan. Don't be nice. Beat him up until he gets a real stutter. Wow. Ease up with the wishing brain damage on someone, buddy. Kakashi remarked as a joke. Why don't you ease up on your hentai books? Huh? Pervert. Narumi replied snappishly as she glared at him. The other Jonin sensei who knew Kakashi chuckled as they nodded in agreement with the feisty girl. Agreed. Read that alone in your room, Kakashi. Kurenai commented. Kakashi waved them off as he focused on the fight again. Sheesh. He really lost all respect from the kid ever since that time in Taki, huh? Meanwhile, Hinata and Kankuro sized each other up before Hinata decided to end Kankuro's little charade. I meant it when I said I could see through your tricks, Kankuro-san. You can see come out now. All of the spectators including the Jonin sensei were a bit confused when she said that. Come out? Of where? What was she talking about? However, Team Suna seemed slightly unnerved at her comment. It looked like this would be a tough match for Kankuro. Tamari whispered to her sensei's ears. Baki-sensei, how did she know his plan? Nobody else caught on, not even the Chunin and Jonin. Baki just gritted his teeth before he quietly muttered back to Tamari. Hyuga. Of all the people he had to face, he got the worst matchup possible for him. Neji just smirked as he observed the fight. Did he really think he could pull something like that against a Hyuga? Even if it was a pathetic excuse of a Hyuga? Kankuro was sweating bullets under his outfit. How did she catch on to his trick? Were her weird freaky eyes really somehow able to see through it? The bandages around the object began to slide off as Kankuro emerged from them. TCH. I guess there's no point hiding in here if you already know. Kankuro surprised everyone by emerging from what everyone assumed was simply a ninja tool. What the heck? He carried a clone of himself on his back? Narumi wondered out loud. No. That's the real him. What we thought was him this whole time is actually his puppet. Naruto explained as he pieced the puzzle together quickly. A puppet? Narumi asked. Suna is famous for their puppet brigade. But to think a Genin like him was able to hide himself and control a puppet in such a way. He must be a prodigy in puppeteering. Kakashi added. Kankuro jumped back, and let his puppet shed the disguise it had and reveal its true self as a three-eyed puppet he called Karasu. Kankuro tried to surprise Hinata by having Karasu launch a volley of poisoned senbone from hidden openings throughout its body, but Hinata had already seen all of the hidden mechanisms and weapons within the puppet, and easily dodged the projectiles utilizing the training she got from her sensei. What the heck? She moved like she actually knew I had senbone ready to launch. Kankuro wondered out in surprise. Most people didn't know anything about puppets, much less assume that it would be hiding so many weapons underneath. I did say I could see through your tricks, Kankuro-san. Hinata replied. Kankuro was shaken. His game plan revolved around trickery and surprise attacks, but this girl could somehow see everything. He'd have to be more aggressive then. Fuck it. If you can already see my surprises, I'll just cut you down straight up. He launched Karasu towards Hinata with the numerous hidden blades on it now revealed. His sensei, Baki, however, closed his eyes and shook his head. That fool. You don't go against a Hyuga with close combat, he whispered. Tamari heard this and looked at the fight with concern. Was there a chance that Kankuro actually didn't make it to the next round? Karasu began to swing down on Hinata with its four arms, but Hinata easily parried them or dodged them with her flexibility and precise movement. Kankuro tried to catch her off guard with multiple hidden contraptions like the poison dart launcher hidden in the face of the puppet or the blades that were hidden in the torso, but Hinata could see the hidden weapons and kept her guard up for those and was able to easily put herself out of reach or distance. Kankuro was growing frustrated with his unsuccessful attacks and felt like his frustration was leading to him losing control over his puppet. However, what he didn't know was the fact that Hinata was using her Juken to sever the chakra strings he was controlling the puppet with, one at a time. Normally the chakra strings would be invisible to the eyes, but for the Byakugan which could see chakra, it was an easy task to accomplish. With the puppet slowing down significantly, Hinata decided to go on the offensive and quickly targeted the remaining chakra strings. When all of the connections were severed, the puppet fell on the ground in a heap. What? What's going on? Kankuro stuttered out in shock as he completely lost control of his puppet. I can see the chakra S strings that connect from your puppet to your F fingers. It was clear that's how you control them, so I severed them. A smirk grew on Naruto's face as he saw how his student completely outmatched her opponent. She was smart enough to keep her strategy a secret until it was too late for Kankuro to make any adjustments. Kankuro clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger as he considered what to do next. It wouldn't be too hard to reattach his puppets, but there was nothing that would prevent her from doing the same thing again, and she was able to somehow see everything it seemed. So, when Hinata began to close the distance to continue the fight, he did what he thought was the best move he could do. "Proctor, I forfeit." Many of the spectators were slightly surprised at his quick forfeit, being the only real forfeit after Kabuto's forfeit which happened without a fight, but they could see that he had no chance of winning. "That useless fool," Gaara spat out hatefully. However, their sensei wasn't as displeased. Kankuro had other tricks up his sleeves, but he wasn't so caught up in his pride that he would reveal them in a losing battle to try to scratch and claw his way into the next round. He would need those secrets for the next phase of the plan, which didn't require him being in the next round, and it was a tactically sound move. Tamari felt confused about how to feel with Gaara clearly being displeased at Kankuro's performance while Baki seemed to be pleased with Kankuro's decision. The winner of the match is Hyuga Hinata. At the viewing deck. "Great job, Hinata-chan." Narumi greeted when Hinata came back up to the viewing deck. "You totally got in his head without being a total jerk like he was. If it was me, I would have given him a couple extra smacks, but I guess your way worked too." Hinata gave her a smile as she took her place next to her team. She was quite happy with her performance, but she sort of felt like the fight had ended too early. She still had a ton of energy just waiting to be released, and the added adrenaline from the fight made her feel jumpy. "So how did it taste?" Kakashi asked Hinata. "Huh? What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei?" Hinata asked. "You know, the sweet taste of victory." Hinata relaxed a little when he clarified. She thought he was onto her little unfair advantage. The way he lost with all of his clever plans. "It sure must be a tough pill to swallow," Kakashi continued. Hey, you can interview my student later. The next match is about to start." Naruto told Kakashi in an effort to distract him from grilling his student. "Of course. Let's see if there are any more interesting fights to see, or if they'll be boring like so many others." Kakashi replied as he winked at Hinata knowingly. "You should pay close attention to this one, Kakashi. I feel like you'll be pleasantly surprised." Kurenai told Kakashi. "Oh. A student of yours, eh?" Kurenai's proud look gave him the answer he was looking for. "Shino vs. Misumi." Shino quietly took his place at the center of the arena facing off against one of Kabuto's teammates named Misumi. "I won't be careless like my teammate just because you're young, you know. I'm going to warn you to give up now, because once I get my jutsu started on you, you will die," Misumi warned Shino. Shino stayed quiet and didn't respond. "If you two are ready, I will now begin the match," Hayate announced. As soon as the match commenced, Misumi ran at Shinho. Misumi had the advantage in height, strength, reach, weight, and experience, but Shino held out surprisingly well in their taijutsu match, mostly avoiding or deflecting his attacks. However, the obvious physical advantages couldn't be completely negated. When Misumi felt like he had lulled Shino into thinking he was a striker, he quickly shifted gears and went into grappling mode. He feinted a punch that Shino tried to deflect and used the contact to grab onto the defending arm. Shino wasn't able to shake off the vice grip of a hold that Misumi had, but what really surprised everyone was how Misumi was able to continue from there to snake around and wrap around Shino's limbs and torso in an unconventional way. What the heck is that?" Kiba asked in shock. "Does he not have any bones or something? Gross." Narumi and Hinata paled slightly at Misumi's jutsu, which was very reminiscent of their opponent in the forest. "I'm able to dislocate all of the bones in my body and use chakra to manipulate my body," Misumi explained to Shino unprompted, in an attempt to scare Shino into submission. "I'm sure it's apparent that you can't escape. I can also continue to constrict from this position, and if you don't surrender right now, I'll break your neck." Shino continued to keep his silence. Misumi frowned as he took Shino's silence as an answer. "TCH. Have it your way then. Don't say I didn't warn you though. This was your choice." He then continued to tighten the squeeze he had around Shino's neck, bending it downwards until it snapped down with a crack. "Shino-kun," Narumi yelled in shock as she watched one of her childhood friends have his neck broken. However, before anyone could react further, everyone, Misumi included, was surprised when Shino suddenly disintegrated into a mass of swarming Kikaiku. What the hell? Misumi yelled as the insects began to swarm all over him. Shino dropped a genjutsu he had casted and emerged from behind one of the larger pieces of rubble that had been created in the fight between Narumi and Zaku. Consume! Shino quietly ordered his insects. Misumi quickly began to feel his chakra draining from the mass of insects on him and tried his best to brush them off of him. However, there were way too many Kikai-chi to brush off, and once brushed off, they'd simply fly back on him to eat his chakra. Misumi screamed in terror and panic as his sight was completely overcome with insects, some of them which even began to climb into his mouth and into his nose. It was a claustrophobic nightmare before Misumi slumped over, unconscious and suffering from chakra exhaustion. When Misumi stopped moving and the Kikaiku had their fill of chakra, they flew back into Shino's sleeves. Hayate looked at Misumi for a short while to make sure that he didn't get back up to continue fighting before he decided it was over. The winner by knockout, Aburame Shino. Though the fight had been relatively quick, everyone watching had been impressed at the efficiency of Shino's performance. That was pretty impressive. He never put himself in the way of danger. Even before the fight started, he sent an insect clone in his place. Clever. Asuma commented. I'd say he's the dark horse of this tournament. The Aburame Kikaiku are definitely something to be feared, and the calm tactical mindset of Shibi is definitely evident in his son. Kakashi added at the unexpected, brilliant performance. He's definitely Chunin material. Makes me wonder if he has any interest in joining Anbu. Kurenai smiled at Shino's performance and at the praise her peers gave to her student. She was also proud that he had incorporated genjutsu into his fighting style, affirming her belief that genjutsu would complement his fighting style tremendously. Shino calmly walked up the stairs back to the viewing deck and took his place next to his team again. Kurenai smiled as the remaining Jinan from Konoha congratulated him, before Hayate announced the next fight. The next fight is Yuki Haku and Tenten. Haku vs Tenten. Guy beamed in pride as the sole kunoichi of his team walked down to meet her opponent. My final student. If she wins this, then my whole team will be in the final round. Guy told Kakashi proudly. Hey! The team I helped train already had everyone make it to the finals, Kakashi said nonchalantly, trying to get under Guy's skin. First of all, that's Naruto-san's team. And just watch. Tenten is going to show you how youthful she is. She never misses her mark. I'd say she's almost as good as Itachi when it comes to shuriken jutsu, Guy shouted back. Whoa, hold your horses there, buddy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves with these comparisons. Kakashi then ignored whatever Guy said back as he focused on the fight to come. He was more interested in seeing what the last known Yuki was capable of. Narumi cupped her hands around her mouth and was about to cheer on her friend, but Naruto grabbed her shoulder to stop her. He didn't want Narumi cheering on foreign shinobi over her fellow Konoha comrade openly in front of others, even if they were friends. She already wasn't all that well liked, and he didn't want her to be seen as traitorous on top of that. Narumi didn't know exactly what Naruto was thinking, but she got the general message and watched the match quietly. Meanwhile, down at the arena, Haku offered Tenten a hand. Let's have a good fight, Tenten-san. Tenten looked at the hand in silence for a second before she gave her a big smile and shook it. Sounds good. Good to see I got a respectable foe instead of some insanely bloodthirsty one, but don't expect me to go easy on you, okay? Haku gave her a smile back and nodded. Likewise. Hayate saw that the two kunoichi were ready to go and commence the fight. As soon as the fight started, Tenten jumped back and threw several kunai at Haku. Haku quickly jumped back to safety and hurled her own volley of senbon. She impressed everyone when her senbon went through each of the holes at the end of each kunai and pinned them to the ground. Kakashi whistled, impressed. Now that was pretty cool. Zabuza, who stood away from everyone else on the deck with his team, smiled with his sharpened teeth as he watched Haku. There was no way some random Jinan from Konoha stood any chance against his personally trained, war veteran prodigy. He was just excited to see how these people would react to Kiri's strongest Jinan. Wow. Not bad. A fellow markswoman, huh? Tenten called out as she pulled out a scroll. Let's see how you deal with these then. She unsealed several Fuma Shuriken and threw them in quick succession at Haku. Haku mirrored Tenten as she pulled out a scroll and unrolled it. Time for Naruto-sama's gift to make an entrance. She quietly told herself. She slid her thumb across the huge seal on the scroll, and a large quantity of water began to pour out of the seal. With her hand still on the seal to continue summoning water, she began forming one-handed seals with her other hand. Suten, Suijin Heki. Water release, water formation wall. The Jonin watching stood there impressed as a massive wall of water rose from the water gushing out of the scroll and caught the Fuma Shuriken, absolutely absorbing their momentum and sending them falling to the ground harmlessly. Whoa! One-handed seals? Even I can't do that, Asuma exclaimed in shock as he watched the fight. What the hell are they feeding kids in Kiri these days? Hey! That was pretty cool. You use scrolls too. I like you, Tenten exclaimed in excitement as the fight began to heat up. Haven't seen anyone use one-handed seals before either. You're pretty strong. Haku wanted to return the compliment and say likewise, but honestly she didn't see anything impressive yet. After a bloody war where she saw masses of shinobi trying their hardest to kill each other, she'd seen plenty of more impressive things. Still, she tried to be respectful and thanked Tenten. Alright then, it's clear my basic attacks won't work on someone your caliber. Let's see how you deal with this then, Tenten shouted out as she pulled out 2 giant scrolls. Ninpo, Sashoryu. Ninja Art, Twin Rising Dragons. Tenten leapt high into the air while her 2 scrolls rose up with her, spinning around her in a helix pattern. A puff of smoke surrounded the 2 scrolls in the form of dragons, giving the appearance of 2 dragons of smoke rising with Tenten. At the apex of her jump, the smoke around the scrolls dissipated, and Tenten proceeded to unseal and throw a huge variety of weapons at Haku. Haku could see that this was an area attack, and dodging would be extremely difficult. She judged that the wall of water she used earlier to block the Fuma Shuriken would also be insufficient due to the angle of the attack. As such, she decided to go in a different route. Hyotan, Makyo Hyoshu. Ice release, demonic ice mirrors. Several large, rectangular plates of ice quickly formed from the water on the ground and formed a protective semi-dome in front of her. Most of the people present had never seen an ice user before and were blown away at the sight. What the heck? People can control ice? Kiba shouted out in shock. So that's the power of Hyotan, Kurenai said in awe as she witnessed the power of a Yuki for the first time. Whoa! What the heck was that? Tenten said in disbelief as all of her weapons bounced off the ice harmlessly. I've never seen anything like that before. It's my Hyotan. It's a Kekkei Genkai that allows me to manipulate ice. Haku kindly explained as the wall of ice melted back into water. I believe I am the last remaining user however. Tenten realized her ranged attacks would never be able to touch her opponent. She was simply outmatched in that regard. Her eyes fell on a large dao that she had thrown at Haku earlier. If she couldn't beat her at range, she figured she would have a better chance up close. Well, let's see how good you fight up close then. Yeah. Though Tenten preferred to fight at range, she was still a student of Gai, and was no slouch when it came to close combat, especially with weapons. She liked to call herself a weapon specialist after all. Haku could have easily frozen Tenten into place as she ran over her water, or pepper her with 1,000 senbon of ice, but she decided to try her hand at what used to be her weak suit and engage in close combat. She unsealed her Nuabari and got into stance. Kakashi's eyes widened. Nuabari? Another one of the 7 legendary swords of Kiri? Are all 3 of those kids members of the 7 swordsmen? Zabuza watched the fight with a smile never leaving his face as he watched his first student take on her opponent with the art style he loved most. Haku knew it would be foolish to try and parry Tenten's much bigger blade. Instead, she took advantage of her immense speed and flexibility to dodge Tenten's cleaving blows, and dart around with her own stabs. Tenten was growing frustrated, as she never thought herself to be a slow fighter, but Haku was somehow able to evade all of her attacks. She also seemed to use some sort of thrusting sword but didn't actually stab her. Was she missing her attacks? What was going on? Haku suddenly jumped back after a brief trading of thrusts and slashes. It's over now. Haku announced. Huh? What are you talking about? Tenten was yanked off of her feet when Haku pulled on the ninja wire attached to her sword. While Tenten thought Haku was missing her attacks, she had actually been sewing Tenten's pants together. As the legs were stitched together, Tenten was now unable to move. She was struggling to move when Haku stepped on her sword arm. Then the needle tip of Haku's sword was pressed against her neck. Yield. Haku told Tenten. Tenten laid there for a second, wondering if there was anything she could do, before she sighed. She knew she was defeated, and she knew it could have been a lot worse if Haku had gone all out. She gave her a smile as she came to terms with her defeat. Fine. You got me. Proctor, I surrender. Haku cut the thread sewing Tenten's pants together and helped her back on her feet. Good fight. I can see you are quite talented and have put in a lot of work in your craft. However, I cannot afford to lose here. My village needs me to win. Haku told Tenten, who nodded. Zabuza was happy to hear that Haku understood their team's role. Kiri was in a terrible position, having the smallest shinobi force amongst the 5 villages following their civil war, and they were desperate to regain a good reputation. A good showing to potential clients was a necessity for their survival. Haku went back to her team, who congratulated her. She turned around to look back down towards the arena but met eyes with Narumi on the other side in the process. Next to Narumi she saw Naruto and Hinata, who gave her a smile and a nod of acknowledgement. Haku smiled back, knowing she couldn't be too friendly with them yet, but it felt good to be acknowledged by her friends and someone she looked up to greatly. At the viewing deck, Kakashi watched as they cleaned up the arena and got ready for the next fight. He heard some sniffling from his side, and when he turned around to see what it was, he saw a river of tears streaming from Guy's eyes. Too bad the fight didn't go the way you wanted it to, eh Guy? Guy gripped the safety bar so tight that they began to warp under his immense strength. Yo, calm down. I know your student lost, but you don't have to be so upset. Guy snapped his head around to look Kakashi in the eyes. Upset? Who said I was upset? Sweat began to drip down the back of Kakashi's neck. Then why are you crying like that? Oh. These? These aren't tears of sadness. These are tears of joy. Did you see the youth my student and her opponent displayed? It was a beautiful battle where both kunoichi showed what they practiced and showed the youthful passion they had. And then they shook hands after they showed each other their hearts. What a youthful battle. Such good sportsmanship. It's getting me fired up, Guy cried out as he pumped his fist in the air. Me too, Guy-sensei. His Jinan clone shouted out next to him as a visible fire was lit in his eyes to match his teacher's. Lee. Guy-sensei. Kakashi felt shivers crawl up his spine as he turned away from the frightening sight. This relationship is definitely not normal. I don't know if I should be worried about them, but I also don't want to have anything to do with them, so I guess I'll just mind my own business. Kakashi wanted to shift the attention from the strange pair, so he turned to Team 8. Now that fight is over, I guess that just leaves us with you and that boy from Kiri, huh? Kiba punched his palm in excitement as grin formed on his face. Sure does. I thought my turn would never come around. Kiba was practically ready to jump down before the proctor even called him. He had to be pulled back by his sensei, who had a concerned look on her face. Listen, Kiba. Don't underestimate your opponent. That whole team from Kiri is dangerous. Just keep in mind that Kiri just came out of a civil war. I wouldn't be surprised if those kids have experienced war. And judging by the pattern so far, I wouldn't be surprised if that kid had some crazy kind of sword either. Asuma added. The next and final fight will be Inuzuka Kiba and Hozuki Suigetsu. Hayate announced from below. Hey! Don't worry about me. With Akamaru by my side, we can take down anyone. Kiba gave the Konoha shinobi with him a confident smile as he jumped down. Oh. A Hozuki, huh? This will be interesting. Kakashi muttered to himself as he got ready to watch the last fight. Kiba vs Suigetsu. The two Jinan sized each other up as Hayate prepared to start the match. Hey, I can smell the rookie on you, boy. I'd say give up now and save yourself the trouble. Suigetsu taunted with a confident smirk. What would you know about the smell of things? You little shark wannabe. Kiba retorted, mocking Suigetsu's sharpened teeth. Suigetsu's smile widened. Hee. Glad to see you got some fight in you. It would be boring otherwise. It seems like you're not aware of the significance of my teeth, but I'll be more than happy to show you when the fight begins. If the two of you are ready, I'd like to start this fight. Hayate told the two combatants. I'm ready, Proctor. Kiba answered, itching to get started. Likewise. In that case, the fight will now begin. Hayata announced as he jumped back to give the fighters space. As soon as the fight started, Suigetsu drew up his hands in the shape of pistols and fired off 2 quick shots of concentrated water. Kiba and Akamaru's quick reaction saved them, as the bullets of water easily penetrated through the stone floor they were standing on. What was that? And that was without any hand signs? Kiba stuttered out. So, he's capable of using the Nidaime Mizukage's jutsu. Impressive. Kakashi commented. The others around him, minus Naruto, were stunned that he was able to use jutsu like that without any hand signs or ninja tools. Suigetsu blew on the tips of his fingers. Hey, how did you like my Mijidepo no jutsu? Water gun technique, it's my clan's specialty, Suigetsu stated. Among many others he added with a smirk. Kiba now knew he was facing another shinobi from a legitimate clan, which added another element of danger to the battle. He decided he needed to come out strong and show his own clan's specialty. Not bad, but I'll have you know that your clan isn't the only one with secret techniques, Kiba shouted out as he got on all fours. Giju Ninpo, Shikyaku no Jutsu. Imitation Beast Ninja Arts, 4 legs technique. Let's see how you deal with this, Kiba yelled as he zigzagged towards Suigetsu to make himself harder to hit. Ho? He's gonna come right up to me? Guess he thought I was a distance fighter, eh? Suigetsu chuckled to himself as he took out a large scroll which he unrolled. The unrolled scroll revealed 2 large seals next to each other. I'll only need one side to deal with the likes of him. Besides, this is way too heavy for me to use both sides for any prolonged period anyway, Suigetsu continued to say to himself as he began to unseal his weapon. Take this, Kiba shouted out as he came down rapidly on Suigetsu with a hand armed with razor-sharp claws. Kai, Suigetsu yelled as he pulled out his weapon from his scroll with a puff of smoke. Kiba was sure he would get a devastating blow on Suigetsu when he was surprised to find his strike was blocked by what felt like a plate of metal. What the hell? Kiba thought as he jumped back from Suigetsu's counterattack. When the smoke quickly dissipated, it revealed Suigetsu holding a massive axe with a rope that connected to the other seal on the scroll which Suigetsu rolled up and put on his back. What the hell? Who uses such a ridiculous weapon like that? Kiba shouted out in response to seeing such an unwieldy-looking massive axe. Oh, this lil thing? It's called Kabutori. It's one of the 7 legendary swords of the mist, but it's also my lil baby, Suigetsu said as he gave the back of his massive axe a stroke. Now let's see what's stronger, your claws, or my sword. That's an axe, not a sword you idiot, Kiba yelled as he jumped back from a massive swing from Suigetsu. Kiba, though being faster, was now on the back foot as Suigetsu swung the huge axe/sword with both hands faster than Kiba expected. With each swing, the mad grin on Suigetsu grew wider and wider. Come on dog boy. Let's see some more fight from you. Tenten watched the fight from above and breathed a sigh of relief at the fact that she got the well-mannered one of the Kiri team and didn't get an insane opponent like Kiba did. TCH, damn it. At this rate I'll lose. I need to change the pace of this fight. Kiba thought to himself. He reached into his pocket as he came up with a plan. Akamaru. Jujin Bunshine. Beast Human Clone. Kiba jumped and rolled as far as he could from Suigetsu's relentless attacks to gain himself some time. He threw a pill into Akamaru's mouth as he jumped onto Kiba's back. Suigetsu swung down on the two, but they jumped away on either side, causing the Kabutori to cleave deeply into the stone floor. On either side of Suigetsu now stood equally feral-looking Kibas, with angry-looking claws and fangs. Ooh. This ain't a great spot to be in, Suigetsu said to himself as he rapidly ducked then jumped to dodge attacks from either side. He planted his feet into the ground and heaved with all his might to pull his massive sword, axe, out of the ground. He was barely able to jump out of the way in time from the next wave of attacks from the two Kibas. You're pretty fast, I'll give you that. Suigetsu admitted as Kiba and Akamaru attacked him relentlessly. Despite Kiba's faster speed however, Suigetsu was still able to dodge or parry Kiba's attacks with his superior experience and battle IQ. That massive sword was making for a good surface to block with. Suigetsu was on the defensive the whole time with Kiba and Akamaru swarming him, but Suigetsu smirked as he plotted. He could see that Kiba was impatient, and he had a surprise ready for him. A Hozuki surprise. Arg! How is he so good at blocking? Kiba growled out in anger as he tried to come up with a better plan. We're just gonna have to fight smarter, Akamaru. Kiba told his companion who barked back in agreement. Kiba had Akamaru go in for an attack to distract Suigetsu, while he reached into his pouch and pulled out a couple smoke bombs. Akamaru stayed just out of reach of Suigetsu's sword before Kiba threw the smoke bombs at the fighting pair. What the hell? Suigetsu shouted out when his vision was suddenly cut off by a thick cloud of smoke. Kiba suddenly emerged out of the smoke and swung at him. Unable to predict his movement, Suigetsu tried to dodge, but still ended up taking a nasty cut to his cheek, while Akamaru was able to land a similarly shallow blow on his side. We got him this time, Akamaru. We got him now. Get ready for our ultimate attack. Kiba told Akamaru in excitement. Kurenai smiled as she saw her student put an elite Shinon like Suigetsu against the ropes. Come on Kiba, just a little bit more and you got him. Kurenai cheered on. I wouldn't count the Kiri Shinon out of the fight yet. He's actually a terrible matchup for your Shinon, and I have reason to believe he might have been just playing with your Shinon, sorry to say. Kakashi commented. Huh? What do you mean? Kurenai asked. He's a Hozuki. Kakashi replied simply. Narumi raised an eyebrow before asking what Kurenai wanted to ask. What's that supposed to mean? You'll see if you keep watching. Naruto replied as he turned their attention back on the fight. Kiba and Akamaru backed up to gain more room to gain speed and momentum for their ultimate attack. Alright Akamaru. Let's show him what we can do. Meanwhile, Suigetsu calmly laid down 2 scrolls. He probably thinks he got me. I could have finished this fight a long time ago, but I just wanted to have a little fun. Suigetsu quietly whispered to himself as he unsealed the remaining seal on his weapon scroll and released water from his water storage scroll. Gatsuga. Fang passing Fang, Kiba yelled out as he and Akamaru launched themselves like a drill towards Suigetsu. Kiba smirked as he spun like a drill, as Suigetsu's smell got closer and closer. I got him now. It's over. He and Akamaru reached Suigetsu at the same time, with Kiba hitting Suigetsu's torso from the front, and Akamaru hitting the back of Suigetsu's legs from the back. Kiba's smirk widened for a second as he tore into Suigetsu, before it quickly vanished when he realized he was tearing into him a little too easily. Almost as if he were going through water. He continued to spin but found himself losing momentum as the water became thicker and more viscous. Eventually, both he and Akamaru came to a complete stop. What the hell is going on? Kiba thought to himself as he floated in a weird bubble of viscous water. If you're wondering what is going on, I was able to turn my body into water the moment you hit me, then I used that water to trap you in a water prison, while I reformed out of the excess water. Suigetsu told him. What the hell? Turned into water? Is that even a thing? Kiba wondered in shock as he tried to break out of the water prison to no avail. Now, you've seen half of my weapon, so it's time to show you the other half. Suigetsu told Kiba as he took out a bottle of water and began to drink. With each gulp, Suigetsu's arms got bigger and bigger. Ah! Now that's the stuff, Suigetsu exclaimed as he picked up the giant hammer laying next to him with one arm. Now, do you know a game called croquet? Apparently, it's all the rage in the water daimyo's court. Suigetsu told Kiba with a wicked smile. Kiba's eyes widened with fear as Suigetsu raised the hammer with one arm. Here, why don't I show you? Suigetsu told him with evil intent evident in his eyes. Kiba couldn't even scream because of the water around him when Suigetsu swung the hammer at Kiba, releasing the water prison just in time to hit Kiba and Akamaru. The Genin and his dog were launched out of the cloud of smoke and slammed into the wall with a nasty crunch, before they fell to the ground unconscious. Kurenai watched in shock wondering what had happened in that cloud of smoke. When Suigetsu stepped out of the smoke with a massive axe in one hand and a massive hammer in the other, it became clear what had happened. Hayate could see that Kiba and Akamaru were out cold. They probably had numerous broken bones as well. The winner by knockout, Hozuki Suigetsu. Zabuza looked over and gave Naruto a smirk. Only 2 teams had their entire squad make it through to the final stage of the exams. Kiri was here to make a statement. That much was clear. However, Naruto wasn't too worried. His team was down for the challenge. He gave Zabuza a smirk back. It was on. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.